It's out of my hand, but I'm still in control. It's out of my hand.
Sent me over an article from Vanity Fair.
Never
I
take
mentioned in the
away
article.
the power of my soul. It's out of my hand, but I'm still in control. It's out of my hand.
Take 3. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Don't do this to me, stream. Don't do this to me, stream. Looks okay. Looks like it looks like we got this time. So if you didn't know, we went live a few hours ago twice and we had some connection problems. It wasn't on our end. I did call and try to do everything I could so we can stream now. We left off. Basically, I gave you a refresher on the Vanity Fair article and some general thoughts on it very quickly, and then we rolled into the video that I just showed you of her response. Now, actually, what I think I'm going to do, I think we're going to watch Jonesen's response. So make sure you guys, mods, while we're watching Jonesen's video, will you please share Jones's link for me? Because Jonesen gave not only some commentary, but it's some pretty funny digital effects here that I really like. So, okay. As far as everything goes, it looks like we're actually streaming this time. So, now here's the thing that sucks. If you stream multiple times in a day, YouTube gets mad at you for sending so many notifications out. So, in order to get the peeps here, we might have to have you guys share this and hit the like button, or just, who knows, maybe type in the live chat extra or something. Who knows what'll happen, but hopefully the peeps get in. I did put a community post out. I shared it on Twitter. Yeah, I did. I think. No, I didn't. I didn't share it on Twitter. So let's get... Where is my phone? I lost it. Let's get into this response. And while we get into the response, I'm going to share this on Twitter. This is the Vanity Fair article that called out the tragedy pimps. Take 3. This is part 2 of the Vanity Fair video. All right, so let's see here. We just go ROCKALOT. Yeah, I don't even have. Oh, I got a notification. Crazy Town. Crazy Town. Let me put this out on Twitter real fast. Live and connection is stable this time. That was the issue last time. Our connection was not stable. Now, the reason why I'm going to leave the other videos up, I might delete the second try because we were only live for like a minute or 5. And then we had to go off. So that one I might delete later. But the first video I'm going to leave up because it gives a little bit of a premiere into this one. So, you know.
Printer's freaking out in the background.
It's with Brian Ensign, where they're interviewing Brian Ensign, and I mentioned in the article, and God bless Brian, you know, he has a hard enough job as it is without Bullhorn Betty rocking the boat, right? But I love Brian Ensign.
Why can't you, you know, I think I responded to this. You know what I'm going to do? Keep sharing Jonesen's link for me. Guys, mods, share Jonesen's link. But you know what? Just because we started already over here, I'm going to go where we left off. So make sure you share Jonesen's link and we'll grab a link. We'll react to one of Jonesen's videos here sometime soon. Because what I want to do is just start where we left off. But we'll go back and look at Jonesen's later.
I went ahead and sent you a message anyways. I sent you an email, honey. Hopefully you call me back. We'll see. We'll see. Okay, we'll see. But before I get into the whole Vanity Fair and the love triangle between Vanity Fair, Brian Ensign, and Bullhorn Betty, it just went awry, right?
And what my response was earlier today, in case you weren't there, this is extremely narcissistic. I'm going to keep my responses cut down. Very narcissistic.
This is the power of YouTube, folks. This is the power of social media. So yesterday we had a case. Her name was Chelsea Wiley, and we were hoping to bring her home safe.
So basically, I'm going to skip past a lot of this. Betty tries to act like she and social media solved the case, and then admits that it's just her opinion because they don't know how she was found.
A conversation about what we can do for our children. And I go through this over and over again with people that are willing to hear and talk to me. And that's really, you know, at the end of the day, we advocate. It's not just about the storyline.
And my response there was, you don't advocate, because saying something and doing something, that when you look at the words you said, they don't matter. It's the what happened. We have to look at, did anything actually come from what you did, which is never, not for years.
It's about the advocation that comes with it. Just like,
now, I'm not saying that everybody that goes out there and advocates ends up, if they fail, that, you know, if they fail to get any result, that they're bad. Because I do think it's good even to get out there and advocate, even if it fails, and even if, like, you don't get your message heard by a lot of people. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that her message actually benefits herself, and that if you look at the result from what she advocates for, it's always to give herself attention, make herself money, further her agenda.
Like, it's not about me complaining. If I've got to complain about something, I better be doing action to overcome that complaint.
Well, I'm glad, because that's what we do here. We show evidence and we give logic and explanation. We respect everyone else's opinion. When you say, I'm advocating, here's how I advocated, here's what I did, I don't just say that you didn't advocate. I explain how you didn't advocate, which you don't give to us as criticizers. You just say we're trolls.
If I think something is wrong, you know, for me, then I'm not going to ask my neighbor to go fight for my behalf. I'm going to do it myself. So if people don't like...
What are you talking about? You are a YouTuber. So you going out and advocating to people, it should be to get them in agreement with you. So what are you saying? That the people listening to you don't matter? Then why are you doing it on YouTube? Why are you broadcasting any of it if this is the case? Because you know you're full of boo-boo. You lying.
What you're doing. You're more than welcome to get off your butt and go do it better and go do it differently. And
I have gotten off my butt. I am doing it better right now. I don't have to travel to your house and have a bullhorn in order to show where you're lying and to show where you're manipulating people for their money. I can do it right here, and I can do it 1,000,000 times better than you. And when people judge what you've done and they judge what I've done, they'll actually see the proof and the evidence here. They'll never see that from you. And that is proven in our previous live streams.
And stuff like that. But the problem is they won't. So
we won't what? So you just say they won't, but you don't actually explain what you're doing that they're not going to do. You just said that you have to go somewhere, but you act like going there is it. You just go there, and then you yell and scream, or you pretend somebody punched you. You can lie. You can pretend that you're a victim of something. You can try to spit on something. Like, I could name things for an hour. Thus why you're not doing anything. Though me talking right here can prove many things. So therefore, you know, if I look at what you actually did and said when you got to your location, and I look at what the criticizers, what other YouTubers, what commentators are saying about what you're doing, they have more evidence. They're in the right. They're actually correct. You, on the other hand, are wrong in the behavior you have when you go places.
Anyways, getting back to this, we advocate for people. Chelsea Wiley was found. She was found yesterday. Why?
I want you to hear this. I want you to hear this, because this is an example of her giving you facts, saying something as if it's true, and then right after admits that she doesn't know that it's true. Listen.
Because social media reaches a lot further than mainstream media. Everybody has YouTube.
No, no. Social media can reach further than mainstream media. Can, right? What you're trying to do is pretend as if you're the biggest and best and that you should be treated like you're doing something great. But when in reality, you're just doxing, harassing, lying, and scamming people. So you see why there's an issue here, Betty?
YouTube on their phones. Most of the phones come with YouTube built into the phones. Most of them come standard with the app of Twitter, Facebook, and YouTube. Tell me I'm lying.
Are you talking about Android phones?
Already preset, okay? What they don't have on their phones, they don't have CNN, Fox News. Those don't come standard.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do. Because when you log into YouTube, they show you those news sources. They are called trusted sources above all the other sources. So when you actually click that YouTube icon, and I know I said this earlier, but we're going to go through it quick. When you click that YouTube icon, it's going to show you those places until you subscribe and start watching others. And then you hit do not recommend on ABC, CNN, and Fox like I do. They're going to show you those things. I don't know what you're trying. I don't know. I think you're just blabbing again.
Right? News Nation doesn't come standard. Local news doesn't come standard on your phone. But what you do find on your phone is...
Okay, what does come standard? Does, when you log into YouTube, Bullhorn Betty come standard? Is that what you're saying?
Social media.
Social media. It's not like you actually have to go look on social media. Social media just automatically...
I have not...
Because you're advocating here for what is built into the phone. Social media is not built into the phone, dingus.
Not read, Amy, where she was found at, but we do know she was found, and she was found safely. As of yesterday, we made sure we talked about it on some channel.
So basically, here she goes. And remember, she stated as a fact just a minute ago that this girl was found and it was because of social media. Now she's admitting they have no clue how or why she was found. Thus, this makes my point that I've been making about Betty and the tragedy pimps the whole time. They do not know how to differentiate. Well, they do, but they choose not to because they're dishonest. Differentiate between what is an opinion or a fact. Now, the irony here is when they do go in and they take an opinion and they make it representative of a fact, it always benefits them every time. Why? Because, hey, she's the social media. She's the thing that, she's that little guy she's trying to say, you know, did the thing. Not the news. It was us. Even though she admits that's not true. Second later. You feel me? All right. Much better. I had to change really quick, y'all. It's burning up in this piece.
Channels. I even went over to JLR. I don't really, just like JLR doesn't really come over here, I don't really go over to JLR's channel too much. But he was talking. I saw him on
JLR. JLR, the man who sued Pluto. The man who sued Pluto. Like, how in the world do you do this? You completely just debunk yourself. What's this dude's name? Riches, right? Anybody know what his, is it Daniel Lee Riches? Jonathan Lee Riches. And then let's go. I want to show you guys this just so you know how, incredibly ridiculous Bullhorn Betty, Molly, and JLR and these people are. He's in the Guinness Book of World Records. Isn't on the Guinness Book of World Records, however, he holds the unofficial record for filing over 2,600 lawsuits since 2006. Some reports even state that he may have filed 4,000. Most of his lawsuits have been filed in federal district court. Now listen to this. Because you are friends with this guy, right? No, don't back out now. You support this man, correct? All right. He is known for suing almost anyone of notable repute or band name. He sues famous people such as George Bush, Martha Stewart, Janet Reno, Steve Jobs, and the U.S. Immigration and Naturalization Service, just to name a few. He sued his own mother for not taking care of him well. He won the case against his mother for $20,000. Rich has also sued the Guinness Book of World Records, believing that they were going to name him the most litigious man in history. However, they stated there was no such listing for the most litigious man and they were not going to create any such listing. Most of the cases filed by Riches are dismissed. He is a convicted felon accused of wire fraud in 2003. Despite this, he was still suing people. He was sentenced to 10 years in federal prison in 2004, released in 2012. This is who Betty thinks is a friend or a smart, like this motherfucker is straight up lying and manipulating and I can't believe anybody follows this person. It goes to show you how stupid people really are. So let's see, let's do this. Let's do Pluto. Let's see if I can get his Pluto lawsuit to come up here. Can't even believe he's on YouTube. People like this should not be allowed on YouTube. They should not be allowed. He should not be allowed to sit and get money from people because he is a fraud. He is a complete, admitted, utter fraud. So, let's see here. I mean, maybe like, is Pluto in here? Oh my God. Oh my God. Some of Rich's defendants are not even people subjected to lawsuits. This is how much of an idiot, a fraud, and a liar this man is. They include Adolf Hitler's National Socialist Party and the 13 Tribes of Israel. One lawsuit in which George W. Bush was the first named defendant included 783 defendants that cover 57 pages, including Plato, Nostradamus, Che Guevara, James Hoffa. I could just keep naming, right? The Lincoln Memorial, the Eiffel Tower, the USS Cole, the book Mein Kampf, the Garden of Eden, the Roman Empire, the Appalachian Trail, Plymouth Rock, the Holy Grail, the Nordic gods, and the dwarf planet Pluto. Are you hearing me? He is a vexatious litigant. It's a legal action brought solely to harass or subdue an adversary. This is not someone you should brag about interacting with. This is the kind of person that every good or normal person out there, they stand against. They try to educate people that are conned by this person into supporting him to what the truth really is. The man used the early internet to steal money from people to the point that he got 10 years in prison. Okay, these are just factual. So when you think that these people aren't scamming, aren't conning, could you imagine how they came up with the idea to do this whole tragedy pimping business? Could you imagine? You're going to tell me that they didn't come together and actually plan to do this? Are you going to tell me this is just an accident, even though the people who the only people that are doing this right now to the certain way that they do it are all allied together, and they all have pursued frauds in the past. We know that Betty was working for a company where she says it was a U.S. company. No shit, Sherlock. I thought you were smarter than that. It actually was ran by someone from overseas with foreign interests, and that guy owned it. And they used the company to, what was it? Forge W-2s or some shit. So when you have known thieves, known people that perpetrate fraud, when you have them, those they're known, you notice that they all get together and they come up with a plan. They all start behaving identically, using tragedies where they clickbait the tragedy, attack a family member, attack someone, cause drama, lie, act in an unprofessional manner, act in a disgusting manner while using that trauma to bring in people. You want to tell me it's an accident, right? That it's not, they're not doing this on purpose. They're not behind the scenes, you know, sharing with each other how they're going to do this and what they're going to do. Yeah, okay, Jan.
On his live, just like I do with Dolly. If I find a case, I'll pop into the chat.
Yeah, just like Dolly, exactly. Right? If I find a case, we already know. I mean, we get it. You don't have to. You notice that she's giving an excuse now? That now that she feels that the mainstream media is watching them, she's trying to make normal excuses for what they do. Because she knows that it is a news story that these frauds have gotten together and that they're using these tragedies in this way to clickbait and then lie to people to get their money. She knows that a reporter could break this wide open, and it would be very bad for all of them. And do you think it's just a coincidence that Betty decided to get up here and explain why they do what they do in such a normal way? No, Betty, the reason why you give them cases is because you're all working together doing the same thing. Y'all are sitting in the background laughing at the audience that believes you. You're all like, God, these people are dumb. I can't believe they give us their money. Ha ha ha. You're sitting here. You know you're scamming these people. Just like JLR. I can't even believe it. When I found out that JLR was Jonathan Lee Riches, the reason why I was so shocked, because I said there is no way that that known con man, JLR, could convince anyone to subscribe to his channel and support him. There's no way. Can't underestimate the internet, though, y'all.
And say, hey, new case, new case. I really truly believe it was the avocation of social media like T-Rev.
Oh, I do think they've lied themselves into believing their bullshit, definitely. But I do also think that they are knowingly scamming and lying to people. Like, the example is, how did I test that? I posted the debunk to her audio thing. We've debunked all of her other stuff. And instead of her, like, if she really believes she's in the right, she would at least have to go correct herself on the fake audio for Idaho. Or she'd have to go correct herself on some other part of what she does. But she's never corrected herself. And then she left the video up to make money. And then changed the name at the last moment when she would have had to have taken it down, because that video is getting like 100 views an hour or something, just a little bit of views. Which is good. 100 views an hour is good, but I'm just saying it's not like big how she would want it. Instead of taking it down, she changed the name of the video so that she could hopefully still get those views to come in. She thinks she's slick. She's like, oh, they'll never notice that this video is getting minor views, and that's why I won't take it down and let everybody know the truth here. So do I think Betty may believe her bullshit? Sure, but I also think she knows that she's scamming people.
And others that were talking about this case that finally got it to the attention of this young girl, where she may have called her family, but either way, she was found, and she was found on the heels of social media taking this case.
You just said you have no idea how she was found. But now you know what you're doing? You're rolling the dice, because this is what you guys do. You roll the dice and you lie about a very tragic incident, and you'll try to take a side on it. Now, in some cases, and eventually she may have been found with the aid of social media. And then you'll say, see, I was right. You're rolling the dice, though. You're guessing. It's not like you have some knowledge that leads you to say what you're saying. So you're presenting it as fact. And then if it turns out that you were right, you're just going to say, haha, I was right. That's why I was right. I wasn't lying. But if it turns out you were wrong, you're just going to ignore it, and you're never going to take accountability for the fact that you were wrong. Now, luckily, lately, we've been able to show you were wrong. You have a very long I was wrong streak going on right now. Very long streak of I was wrong, thankfully. And I think it's because you're nervous. You know, you get Vanity Fair writing an article about how you harass people. How are you going to go around convincing people that you're not harassing people? Vanity Fair has the evidence. It's the same evidence we have, same evidence the other channels have. We've all been up, you know, putting this stuff out, calling you out, upset about the fact that you're harassing people. You're taking it too far, violating people's rights, their privacy. You're violating their right, you know, to be able to have peace giving them a choice in situations where they're in a tragedy. And even if they want the opposite of what you're doing, as in the situation where you got that man fired, the family member of in that case that you got fired from his job because he wouldn't interview with you, you are a harasser. You admit, you laugh about the fact that you got him fired. So just to stack the points up, Betty, you ain't fooling nobody. JLR isn't fooling nobody. The Vanity Fair article, Betty, you know that this is the beginning. This is the beginning, this article. And this article will wake a lot of people up. This article will get a lot of other people that write stories, a lot of people that review these things to come in, right here, Bullhorn Betty, and they're going to say, what is this with these people that this Vanity Fair magazine is mentioning? By the way, do you think this Vanity Fair magazine would have mentioned any of this if our enormous community wasn't doing the videos we do, our people weren't sharing everything they can, giving their opinions, spreading things. This is a direct example what we're doing of us really doing something compared, which is ironic because we're not the braggarts like you are. We're not the ones trying to make our money hinging off the fact that we do this, right? You, on the other hand, say that you need to be funded so that you can travel around and do what you do, and you always fail. We succeed. It's pretty ironic.
Running with it. I'm sorry. It is what it is. And whether people like it or not, social media, mainstream media is a dying breed. That's why mainstream media is starting to come onto social media, because they're never
starting. No, see, this happened back in 2016. Do you know how I know? Because I archived, I actually did videos about this. I showed the moment where CNN had, or maybe it was MSNBC, where all these other news agencies might have had 50,000, 100, the biggest one didn't even have 1 million subscribers. And it was like that for the entirety of them on YouTube until 2017, demonetization. They altered the algorithm. And now, because they put all of those news agencies in front of everybody as preferred sources, trusted sources, they all went up to 1 million subs and started to be on. This is 2017 you're talking about. Now it's 2023. You just, you know, I don't know what to do with you guys. The amount of just, you have no knowledge of anything that you talk about. The people that follow you, I can't comprehend that they just allow themselves to be filled with lies and inaccuracies. It's just amazing.
We're going to make it being cable. Cable's dying out, folks. We all know it. How many?
Really? Because I would say that it's on its way on a downward trend. I wouldn't say it's dying out yet.
People by a show of ones have no cable in their home and stream everything. By a show of ones. How many people in this chat right now have no?
Oh my God. You know you can do a poll, dingus.
Cable networks. I minutes. You get a 2-hour segment.
Okay, I'm going to skip the cable segment bullshit. So we want to hear her talking about Vanity Fair. We don't want to hear her 7-year late monologue here, okay?
We're more techie, even discredited, red, white, and Bethune that really do anything.
What now, Kelly? Sorry, I just been doing my thing right here. She wrote the author and expects her to call her. Oh yeah, she said that. BHP is offering a press pass to anyone who will go to a trial for her and send it to her channel. It's on Exposure Arena? Oh, hell no. We will look at that right after this. Exposure Arena. All right. We're in there. Okay, so let's finish this one out and we'll jump right over to that. Thank you, Kelly.
Anything. According to Kathleen Hale, they're just, just them. Baby, Kathleen Hale, let me say something to you, baby.
Baby. You notice she's like this every time she starts harassing someone. Remember when she started to harass Nonsense? She hasn't talked like this since. It's when she gets really mad at somebody and she wants to choke them to death. And because she can't reach through the screen and choke Kathleen or Nonsense, she harasses them. It's what drives it. So I want you to pay attention to this and look at the differences when she talks normally to the differences now. Okay?
You might want to fix that crown on top of your head. And don't stand too high on that pedestal, baby girl. Don't.
How is she on a pedestal for writing the truth in an article? It wasn't about her. Do you not know what that means to be put on a pedestal or to have a crown on your head? Like you literally write the truth down about Brian Enton, about the tragedy pimps, about the Idaho disaster. Now, if you go look at everything that I've covered and others have covered, it will form a history. It forms this article basically. Because we reported the truth about people manipulating Idaho. This article did an independent investigation where they turned it into an article afterwards where they looked into people exploiting Idaho. They came to the exact conclusions that we did independently of each other, right? Because it's the truth. Because Betty, I know that you and Molly and JLR and Ducky or whatever his name is, Turtle guy, I know, Betty, that all of y'all you all think that there is no reality that can be checked, but we can use your videos and what you've done to look at your history, to look at what you're actually doing and compare it to what you're constantly telling people you're doing and fact check you. This is why you hate me. This article validates everything that I've been doing, bringing the information to people. But it also validates every other debunker, because we're a community. We're a community of people that stick to reality, that stick to the facts, that we respect other people enough. See, you understand why you guys don't mind lying to people. You do understand why you treat people like garbage all the time, and we don't. Well, it's because when you lie to people, it's one of the most disrespectful things out that you can do to someone else verbally. Feel me? You can still argue with someone and fight with someone and have a respect for them because you're passionate about the topic. So just having an argument going back and forth does not mean disrespect, but lying to someone, taking advantage of someone, is a massive disrespect. And because you do not respect other people, it's why y'all don't have manners. It's why you don't treat people nice. It's why you get in fights every time you rent a hotel or every time you go out to eat and you feel like you should have something for free, because you take advantage. It's built into your personality. It's who you and JLR and Molly Golightly and Dolly Vision and Ho Williams, it's who you are, Justin for all. You're disrespectful, bad people, right? Now, this is why, instead of you being honest about the Vanity Fair article, your fifis are too hurt for you to be honest about the article. Your fifis are too hurt.
Don't be standing too high up on that pedestal, because you might
You don't even know what a pedestal is, but she's gonna threaten her. Ready? Ready for the threat?
fall.
You ready for the threat? Now look at her face. Look at her eyes. She got the crazy demon eyes again, doesn't she? She's got the demon eyes. Check. She is lying about the article. Check. She has reached out to the person. Now, remember when she reached out to Nonsense? Doxed her, threatened her, told her she had to stop doing a bunch of stuff, right? I hope that Kathleen keeps reporting on these people. I hope that Betty writing her, and most likely threatening her in her writing. I mean, if you're going to threaten her here, right after you told us that you wrote her, why are we to believe when everyone else that you communicate with like this, you threaten? Why are we just supposed to believe you didn't threaten Kathleen? Now, listen to this. Kathleen is doing an interview on a YouTube channel later today. And because I found out that Kathleen is doing interviews on YouTube, what I'd like is to reach out to Kathleen and ask her to do a recorded interview, 5-minute, 10-minute interview with me recorded, so that I can play it for you on my live stream. And if she wants to come on my live stream, I would never say no to Kathleen, because she wrote a wonderful article. And honestly, because we have journalistically, to the millionth degree, more than anything any of these people have ever done, already covered everything in Kathleen's article, because Kathleen, her article covers what we've been covering for months. And because we've covered facts and Kathleen laid out facts, our reporting looks similar. Sure, I tend to focus on other things than Kathleen does. She focused on Enton, she focused on the news a little bit, and I go more into the YouTube to the social media disrespect of the Idaho situation, but still, I just think it's a great thing now that, you don't see reporters actually doing a good job that much anymore, and to see Kathleen do a great job, I'm just tickled purple.
See what I'm saying? You might fall. And not only that, but
You might fall. See what I'm saying? You might. No, yeah, we do see what you're saying. You're threatening her. You know that you can't come out and just straight threaten the Vanity Fair writer for including your channel in her article, right? But so you've got to do it to a very sneaky degree. You got to make sure that so that you can deny it. This is her threatening this person, to where if someone comes out and says, "Why are you threatening Vanity Fair author?" She's going to say, "I didn't. You're lying about me," right? She could call BHB live on your channel. She could. She could. She was filming in court just like Molly. She is now banned from attending trials, hence why she's going to print a press pass for someone in Idaho who's willing to go to work for. Do we know if the trial is going to be broadcast live? Do we know yet? y'all? Can anybody tell me whether Koberger's trial is going to be broadcast? Because if it is, we're covering it. She's looking for a local in Idaho to go to court for her. Oh, sure. But see, her press pass isn't a real press pass. Betty doesn't have the authority to print out real press passes. She's LARPing. She's faking. I've already broken this down to such a high degree how the agencies that give press passes have a reputation because they've been educated on journalistic ethics. That's where they gain a reputation or an ability to have a press pass. Betty can make a pass, but it's not an official or a real press pass. It's a fake press pass. It's a LARP of a press pass, right? Oh yeah, we do have the kryptonite for these people, and it's called The Truth. Night Owl, that is one of the best live stream comments I have ever seen. We all have kryptonite. It's called The Truth. It's so good, I'm going to pin that. Lord. Place pinned message right there. We all have the kryptonite. It is called The Truth. That's right. That is right. Shopaholic, the channel that she's going on is True Crime Rocket Science. Right here. In 8 hours. True Crime Rocket Science. Special guest Kathleen Hale takes us back to Moscow, Idaho. True Crime Rocket here. I'll give you, well, you know what? I would give you the link, but it'll mess up if I put it in the chat. So just go search True Crime Rocket Science and it'll come right up, okay? So here's what it looks like. True Crime Rocket Science. Here's the name of the channel, right? Come on, YouTube. What are you doing to me? True Crime Rocket. See what YouTube does to me, bros? True Crime Rocket Science. Let's just go like that. It's because the channel name is too long. Every time I try to show it to you, it shrinks it down. There it is. True Crime Rocket Science right there. So she'll be on. I will be covering it after they're done. I'm not going to show it live. I want to respect the channel. But after they're done, we will be breaking down Kathleen's interview. I don't know what exactly they're going to do. They're going to release the video or just voice the next day according to LawTube. So they're not going to show it live, but they are going to release it. We are going to be able to watch it. Nothing is going to be released from Daybell. No video or audio permitted by the judge. No. So would I be able to go there? Like if I traveled there, would I be able to attend the trial and just report to you guys? Or I'm sure there will be people doing that, right? Oh man, I wanted to watch that trial with you guys. But you know what we'll do? If we can't watch it, I'm sure we'll have a LawTuber that will give us a breakdown, right? Maybe Nate the lawyer, maybe one of our friends, because we're friends with Nate. We're friends with LawTube. So maybe we can get LawTube, one of the LawTubers to come talk or something. Would you guys like it if I got one of the LawTube to come talk? Because they'll come talk with us. I can get people to come talk. A day behind, no live, but as long as we're getting video, and I don't care if it's not live. Like if we get video of the trial a day behind, we'll just watch it a day behind. You know, I ain't like these people. I don't care about scooping. I don't care about getting no scoop. You know, that is not a priority to me. I don't have my priority does not involve getting a scoop on a story. And by me not having that as a priority, it really relaxes the content that I do to where I can focus more on what I'm bringing you, how I'm bringing it to you. Now, it doesn't mean I won't break a story. It doesn't mean I won't be the first to put out info, but I don't make it a priority. You feel me?
I don't.
Okay, I'll get him to come in. Y'all want it? I'll get him. Okay. I'll reach out. I mean, I'll see if Nate will come on. Nate will come on anytime I ask him. But I want it to be relevant. I don't want to waste Nate's time because he's a busy, popular celebrity type guy. I'm not kidding. Nate really is. Nate's, you know what? And the best thing I can say about Nate the lawyer, he still remembers the little people. Because I always tell this story. Months and months and months before Nate blew up, I was telling him, every time I talk to him, and I talk to him every few days at least, and I've got witnesses to all of this, I said, Nate, the way you do videos, bro, it'll blow up if you just do it. Like, I told him this for months. Do it, do it, do it, do it, do it, do it. Because he was so good, and I could just tell that the way he laid things down. And he's always said to me, like, it makes me feel so good because he's come to me, he said, you know what, I appreciate you motivating me. I'm like, it's any time, dude. That's what you do for your friends. And he said, you know what I did? I went to your main channel and I watched how you did your main channel videos, and I simplified it down, parts of what you did, and took a lot of other stuff together. And he's like, you kind of, you know, really inspired me on how to do it. And I was like, Nate, stop. You're making me feel, you're gonna make me cry. Because it just felt like really, it was a really cool thing. Like, seeing Nate succeed is such a blessing, you know, like the fact that he is doing so good, because he deserved it. You know, because here's another thing a lot of people don't know about Nate the lawyer. He had a group of people on the platform that were constantly lying on him. Constantly. All the time. For no reason. No, one of them came out and said that they would rather be in a room with a convicted arpist, a man who abused his own child and is in prison for it right now, than Nate the lawyer, just because they were mad that Nate exposed them and debunked them on fraud raisers. And we all defended Nate. We all corrected that shit. We all, like, you know, and it's one of the reasons why he sued Boozy. Boozy took a video that was edited down, that was a lie, and uploaded it to his Twitter trying to frame Nate. And that's why Nate is suing Boozy. But that dude got that video from the people that lied on Nate the lawyer for like a year. You know what I'm saying? Well, yeah, see? That's the thing. Like, there's a lot of people out there who don't feel that they don't have a confidence or something that people, you know, would want, that would support them and be behind them, right? And I know, because in the beginning of my YouTube career, I felt the same way in the beginning. And the reason why I started pushing is because I had these other YouTubers come to me, ones I respected, you know, and they motivated me. Oh my God. What? This is there. What? What in the world? Betty. Betty. Why you been lying, Betty? So do you know how Betty says she has 2 and they weren't even blah, 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 and they didn't even do 2 batteries? I had to check it. Blank screen. Can you put the @ for blank screen in the bottom of general, please? Blank screen. How are you a victim rights activist and advocate when you're a repeat 6-time domestic violence offender? 6. I thought it was 2. So June 1st of 2012, battery with a non-serious injury, domestic. September 10th, 2016, battery, touching or simple striking, domestic. And there she is. That's her. That is her. November 11th, 2017, battery, touch, simple strike, domestic. February 23rd of 2011. Wait, did we already see that one? No, we didn't. Domestic. Look at her face. Look at her face. You're such a demon. You're such a demon. Domestic by strangle. There's the one that we read off. There's the one we read off right there. There's the one we read off. And then August 18 of 2012. This is right before this one. Like right before. Like weeks. August, okay, a month and a half. Battery. Domestic. Refused to submit Kim or physical DUI test. 6, 1, 2, 3, 4. You liar. You liar, liar, pants on fire. Liar, liar, Betty, pants on fire. Remember when Burnt Toast talked about Betty's record, and Betty came back and said, I only ever had 2, and they're not recent, and they were thrown out, and yada yada. Yeah, you're not a victim's rights advocate, you liar. You're a victimizer. 2017, Betty. This is not your ancient past. I only knew about 2 of these. Because like I said, she has like 60 arrests or something, or 50 or 40. So if you're looking at them, the only ones that stand out are those really bad ones, those 2 really bad ones. One of them right here, strangulation. The dude almost died. The dude was almost completely gone. She choked him until he was almost... You know, that's probably why she never talked about Dre's situation too much. Because people be like, what are you sitting here advocating for Marvon when you've choked people out many times? This is why she's called the Strangler, y'all. This is why she's called Battery Betty. Like, this is why she gets so mad. If you type the word battery... Like, if you're in her live chat, I'm just saying, don't do this. But if you were and you typed, my remote control is about to run out of, and then you put in all caps, batteries. I need to go to the store and get battery. She sees the word battery, she blocks that shit quick. Manatee is so tired of her. I would be. Hey, Joneson, hey. You're killing it lately, Joneson. Just saying. Domestic though, look, this isn't her being out this isn't her being out partying at a bar and getting in a bar fight, because people have that happen and sometimes they go to jail and all that. I wouldn't even get mad at her. These are domestic violence situations. Domestic. The word domestic attached to these shows that the people that she lives with, she assaults them. She batterizes them. She batterates them. She just batterates and batterates and batterizes and batterizes them. Batterizes and batterizes. Like if you get in an argument with Betty, this is what your voice sounds like. Betty, will you please stop shaking me? That's what it sounds like. Literally just arguing over what you're going to eat for dinner. What do you want for lunch? I want a sandwich. I'd rather get some. Okay, fine. We'll have a sandwich, Betty. A sandwich is fine with me now. Whatever you want. Hold on. I got a perfect video for this situation. I got a perfect video. I just got to find. It's hard to see which video I'm looking at when my eyes are still shaking in my head. What do you want for dinner? I want a sandwich. I want a sandwich. She doesn't even care what she chokes. She's just in choke mode. Don't even care. She's just in choke mode, y'all. This is really bad. This is really bad. Let me see if I can pull this up on Twitter. I just want to see what people say. Eh? It's on YouTube. I know, but oh, this is YouTube? Shit. I was hoping Blank Screen had a Twitter. world do I constantly have text messages all the time? How do I turn this thing off? Let me see. Let's turn all my ringers down. I normally would never do this just in case like one of the kids needs a ride or something. But they shouldn't need one for the next few hours. So I'm just going to turn it down really low. There we go. So for those of you wondering why this is shocking, because all of you are going to say, but we already knew Betty had like 42 arrests. It's because of what these are for. I thought, and this is my fault, I could have done more research, but as you guys know, I don't look people's records up. I don't go and look up stuff on people. I just take what other people have put out and we talk about it. Now, I'll look up a lot of other things. I just don't like to look up people. I like to respect privacy to an extent. And I don't want to talk about your record if it's in the past. Even if it's 5 years ago, I don't want to talk about your record unless it specifically relates to an issue directly involving you. So let's say you've got a bad record. Am I going to judge you? I'm not going to, now unless you've hurt kids or something like that. If you're trying to be a better person now and all this, I'm not going to judge you. If you upload videos all the time, in fact, you guys know Charlotte. I defended Charlotte because when she angered a certain cult leader and his lobsterites, they went and looked up her background and put a bunch of stuff out about her that just didn't relate to anything. And that's what I'm against. Because I think we should want other people. I want other people in our arena. I want people to upload videos that are on the other side. Like people that want to defend Betty, people that want to argue against us. That's great by my standards because it's entertaining. Seeing the process of myself and someone else that disagrees, having a discussion or a debate or making videos back and forth to each other that explain or whatever, it's a very entertaining part of being a content creator. The problem is in dealing with these kind of communities, you rarely see people. If you look at the potato heads, they're dishonest. They just come in and make stuff up and lie and, you know, take potato money from Molly's potato sack under her, I'm not going to make that joke, but under her, it takes the money out from Molly's potato flaps and they go out and just do Molly's bidding. So how do you argue against that? You can't. You have to, there is a thing that you have to have when you go back and forth with another person on YouTube to the greatest extent. Like the thing that matters very high on the list is that they're being honest, if not the main thing. Now, they could be like joking about some stuff. So there could be some things in there where it's not exactly completely honest and it won't matter. But when it comes to their fundamental points they're making, if they're not being honest, you can't go back and forth with them. And that's been the issue with certain people that you've seen in the story lately defending Latisha and Molly. They have always been as dishonest as you can get in every story they get involved in, right? If someone had a genuine defense of Betty, I'd love to discuss that with them on my show. Hell, they could go live while I'm live and we could talk, right? But you just can't find people like that out there. No one defends Betty other than her friends, and her followers won't even defend her. Her followers don't care to defend her for the most part. Personally, I do believe that's because they excuse a lot of her behavior and they don't want to actually admit that to people. But anyway.
I don't have producers. I don't have people that put money in my pocket to give me a salary to run to Idaho.
What does it matter if you have a producer though? Do you not know? Oh, I get it. You don't know what a producer is. Oh, I see. Do you realize I have a producer? I genuinely have a trained producer who knows what she's doing. Rachel. She's good at it. Like, she could be picked up by a company and actually do her job, succeed. I mean, she'd have to adjust because things are way different over here. But if I didn't have her, my show wouldn't function. If I didn't have some of the mods that hang out who have come to me and said, listen, I'm watching all this stuff. If you want me to record it and throw a link out, it'll only take me a couple extra minutes every time I watch something. Oh, thank you. If I didn't have the people that I have, that are pretty much like Rachel's a producer, and a lot of the mods who decide to get content for me are, I forget what they're called, but they're like unpaid interns or something that hang out and, you know, help us find content. In fact, all of you, when you see something, you give it to the mods, they bring it in and throw it into one of the rooms. So I don't know if you just don't get this, Betty. Having a producer does not mean that you are a shill or a sellout. I mean, it can. If your producer is politically motivated and they're paying you with political money to do what you're doing, sure, you're going to have to. But when you have an independent group of people that are trying to put out content, they typically always are going to have people helping them. In fact, let's say that you did have children and that they did wear like really thick neck protection. Or if you had a man that lived with you and he wore very thick neck protection, I'm sorry, I have to joke about it. It's the only way that I can actually do this story, knowing that this is part of the story, is if I make jokes. It's the only way I can do it. Because in reality, you'll never find a repeat, constant murderer running around advocating that people shouldn't murder. You will never find a repeat S offender going around advocating against S offenses. And honestly, to see Betty, an advocate against domestic violence, because that's do not tell me that her speech was not a speech against domestic violence. Do not tell me that's not what it was. But that's another thing about this. People like JLR and Molly and Betty and Ho Williams, they don't even know that murder of a family member is domestic violence. They don't even know that, you know, they don't even get any of this. To them, this is just a big game. It's a way to make themselves feel better about themselves. It's a way for them to further exploit victims of these kind of situations. So it's no surprise one of the heels on the ground members, one of the most violent, one of the most vicious, one of the most disrespectful, one of the most dirty, has lied about their background having so many domestic incidences. Right? Don't beat your family. It's like the rule here. And I know they piss you off sometimes. You just want to smack them around. That's not beating them, for God's sakes. Me and my brother used to fist fight, but we both consented to the fist fight, and when we got done fist fighting, when one knocked the other one down, the last time, listen, I don't want to tell you this because it's embarrassing. So the last time I got in a fist fight with my brother, it was like the last one ever. I was walking up to him, talking shit to him, and he just turned around and punched me right in the face. And he hit me so good in such a way that it made my head go like this, and it made my body turn, and I fell over like I was boxing. And I thought it was funny. I was literally laughing in my head the whole way to the ground. But I don't consider anything like that domestic battery. Domestic battery is where you're fighting, arguing, and this person's, you know, like maybe the person's sitting on the couch like, fuck you, get away from me, I hate you or something, and you go up and hit them, beat them. And it's where you're causing significant injury to the person. It's not like you fist fighting your brother or you know, two sisters smacking each other around when they're mad. We're talking viciousness. We're talking harm, right?
To cover this case, you know who has to do that? Me, my audience. That's how I get out there. I have to work 1,000 times harder to get out to these cases to cover them than any other news reporter out there.
Why? Why? You realize that the news is paid by what they do, right? What? You're acting like, how do you have to work hard at all? You get online, you lie to your audience, they send you money, and then you go do something. Now, the news actually has a huge team of people that get all the news together from all the sources that they have. They verify everything, like Brian Enton. They go and rent a vehicle. They spend every day and night working the case. Physically, they're not biased by their feelings. They're not biased by their domestic violence past, right? This is you fluffing yourself. You are so triggered over the Vanity Fair. Okay, guys, we're going back to reacting. I had to take a break because Rachel came in and shocked me with this. So I had to process it. This is pretty messed up, Betty. I'm gonna need this picture in the Molly Go scammy room, please. Oh man. Seriously. Domestic. Here, let me do this real quick. 2012, 2016, 2017, 2011, 2012, 2012. So in 1 year in 2012, she repeatedly beat the living shit out of someone in June, in August, and in October to the point that she got arrested. The one in October was the end. This is where the person said, you are too abusive. You are an abuser. I'm not going to be around you. And actually, I think that happened in August if you read it. Because from what I read, she wasn't allowed on the property. And she, instead of going through the front door, went around to the back door and went in. But I could be wrong. That could have been the other. She has so many of these, I could be mixing them up. So anyway. But some of you, Joneson was saying, Joneson asked for where Betty had lost, wasn't allowed to be around her ex's kids because she spanked them so much that they got taken away. So if the mods end up finding that, can you put it into general room for me? Because I wanted to show that. Now, this isn't my next stream because I told Joneson on the next stream, I'll show it and stuff. Oh, somebody wanted me to tell him about Walter Reed. I'll do that in a minute. I completely forgot because of the connection issues. The next stream will be the one after this because this is the stream from earlier. It just got rescheduled because of internet issues. So anyway, if you guys end up finding that with Betty losing something like kids or something because she smacked them on the butt, you notice that she stopped saying smack up the butt. When I criticized her for saying smack up the butt, she stopped saying it. You notice that?
Kathleen. But I hope you call me. I did provide you my cell phone number, Kathleen Hale. I did provide you my cell phone number. So
do not call her. All she wants to do is harass you. If you do call her, if you don't say exactly what she wants to hear, she's going to try to get you fired from your job, like she did to Ashley Furniture and then the Summer Wells case. Wasn't it Summer Wells? It wasn't the Watts case, right? I know, I just said it backwards, didn't I? Her ex's kids were already grown. He was 10 years older than her, says Bear Can Island. I don't know if we're looking at the wrong... I thought there was a different situation where she got kids, like a CPS intervention or something. I forget where it came from. Someone update me in the bottom of general. So, because I want the truth to be out there on my channel. If that didn't happen to Betty, then I'll correct it. There's so many people that say yes, it happened, and other people say no, the kids were older. So, you know, I don't care which way it went. I just want to make sure I'm telling the truth about Betty. Because even though I don't like her, I'm not going to lie on her, right? So, if I'm wrong, please make sure to, my mods get it figured out. You know, they'll get to the bottom of it. They'll figure out what happened. Oh, Nada says, Nada, thank you. Holy shit, Nada. That was it. It was a clip. It was a clip. And I think that one of the clip channels clipped her saying it and we reacted to it. Oh, yeah. You're right. It was Betty. She admitted it. Oh my God, Running Bear. I hope they get some security drones. I hope like they get some kind of advanced technology that'll protect them from Betty's strangulation. Yeah, I remember it now. Thank you so much. I remember it now. We got that information straight from Betty. She admitted it, yeah. So she said that there were these kids living with her. It could have been grandkids. It might not have been. Because all we knew was that whoever she was with had kids. It doesn't mean that they were his children. It could have been he had custody over his grandchildren. But either way, she admitted that they came in and took the kids away because she smacked them on the ass too much or too hard or whatever. And she complained about it. It's a clip from Betty's channel. See, we're getting close. We're getting close. Here soon we'll find the clip. Mods, if you find that clip, if you see that clip, mods, make sure you get it in the bottom of general because I want to show everybody where it came from.
Hopefully, you'll call me and talk to me. We'll see. We'll see where your integrity.
What do you want to talk to her about? No, her integrity. Her integrity lies? What do you mean? You can draw everything you need to draw about her integrity from this article. She is a reporter. She owes you nothing, Karen. I know you want to cry to her manager and you want to cry to her, right? But she doesn't owe you anything. And we don't need to judge her. We're not judging whether she's the best person or the worst person in the world. She did something. She wrote the truth on an article and released it. Why can't you pull the Vanity Fair article up if you have such a problem with it and tell us where you have a problem with it? Why can't you debunk it if it's not true or whatever? You know, no, you want to go the harassment. You want to go the harassment method. That's what you're doing, Betty. You want her to call you and you want to sit there and be, we already know how you're going to be, the same way you were in the phone call to nonsense.
We'll see where your integrity lies. God bless Brian Enton because he refused to say anything negative about me.
No, he didn't. He did not refuse to say anything negative about you. He said he's not going to talk to you because you'll harass him. How is that positive, dummy? So okay, you're literally being written about in the article because you harass people. People that have gone through tragedies. You find family members and the dead and harass them. Brian saying that he won't talk about you so that you don't stalk him is just more proof that these people know about you and Molly and Ho Williams and JLR and Dolly, and they know that you're the scumbags that everybody else says you are. It confirms our criticism. If you respect Brian Enton, then you must respect the fact that he agrees with our opinion and Vanity Fair's opinion, which he admitted to Vanity Fair. His exact words were, I'm not commenting on Betty because she'll come stand outside my house with a bullhorn if I do. That is him saying, yes, Vanity Fair, she is a harasser. She is a stalker. She is what you say she is. But I get it. You're a narcissist, so you can't accept that.
At the end of the day, I know him. We spent weeks in front of Gabby Petito's house.
No, you didn't. You don't know him. You're lying. Liar, liar, pants on fire. Liar, liar, pants on fire. Your pants are smoldering. But they're so soaked in the pee-pee from where the people that you harass when they stand up to you, it causes you to do the stanky leg to get the pee off your socks, like at Ashley Furniture. Doing the stanky leg out the front of Ashley Furniture, trying to get the pee off your socks. Trying to knock that pee off your socks while you're walking out Ashley Furniture because you peed your pants. Right? That's the only reason your pants won't light a flame, because they're soaked in your pee-pee.
Crime case that I go to, guess who I run into out there?
I run into Brian Enton. We know each other. I banged him. He married me. He had my kids. Like, you just never stop with the lies. I wouldn't be shocked if you said that he was your dad at this point. Like, you just can't stop lying, Betty. Why do you think we react to you? It's amazing.
I run into Brian Enton. You know why Brian doesn't say anything negative about me? Because when he was covering the political stuff and nobody would talk to him, it took me going out there and saying,
this is just another fantasy. You're telling me that Brian wouldn't comment on you, that Brian lied to Vanity Fair. You're going to say that he lied to Vanity Fair because he told them why he won't talk about you, because he said you would stalk him. So you're saying he lied to Vanity Fair, and the real reason that he wouldn't say anything about you is because you talked to him once? What? This doesn't even make sense.
and he's a good guy. I helped him get interviews.
Oh my God! What? What? Whoa, wow, really? Oh my goodness. You know, you can always tell by the look on her face that she's lying, because she's mad right here. See, narcissists like this need people to believe their bullshit. They need people to believe their lies, okay? Now, she knows nobody is believing her bullshit, but she's trying her ass off to lie to you that her and Brian are really friends. They're on good terms. He's her dad. They're going to get married one day. I don't know. Any lie she wants to tell. So when she is trying to convince you that, no, the Vanity Fair article is lying, Brian Enton wasn't scared that I would stalk him if he said anything. No, he actually was thankful that I hook him up with his interviews. It's just out of this world crazy. It's out of this world. But look at the look on her face. She looks like she's in pain. She looks like she's frowning. She looks angry. She's tense. Her eyes are crazy because she wants and needs everyone hearing this to believe her so bad. And in her heart, she knows that no one's going to believe her.
I didn't do that for compensation, clicks, or views. I did it because it was the right thing to do, and he's a good guy.
Did what? Got him interviews. Before you start saying, I got Brian interviews, and I didn't do it for clicks and views, could you at least tell us who? Could you at least prove this? Because nobody under the sun believes you at all. Nobody believes you. I don't think Brian Enton even talked to you. What I think happened is you kept seeing Brian overstanding. Now, Brian, at the Petito case, was standing on a neighbor's lawn, and only he had permission to stand there. So she probably would have had to walk up to the sidewalk, lean up into the yard. Hey, Brian, you want me to try to get you an interview with somebody? Because I could get you an interview, Brian. Oh, my God, Brian, I love you, Brian. You're so cool, Brian. And Brian's like, but she takes this as if they're best friends. Brian just trying to, oh, no, that's fine. Thank you, Battery Betty. Thank you, stalker.
So again, Brian Enton, thank you for being kind with your words to me.
This is so delusional. Like, when crazy people laugh while like the most crazy, nasty, horrible thing is happening and they just have this crazy laugh that comes out of them. That's this laugh. That is this. She knows she's lying. Thank you for saying the nicest thing that anybody could say about me, that you're not going to say anything because I'll stalk you. Like, that's the nicest thing someone can say about you, Betty? It probably is. The nicest thing anyone can say about you is that I can't talk about her because she'll stalk me. Because every other thing that they're going to say is she's a stalker, she's a harasser, she's a psycho, she's a strangler. She tries to convince people she's a victim's advocate while she beats the shit out of people that live with her. I mean, you do live alone. It's pretty obvious you live alone. So the only reason I think you got so many domestics is because the reason you're living alone is because you beat everybody out of the house. I'm sure people have tried to live with you in the past and you beat them so often and so bad that they all ran out of the house. And that, like, you probably didn't even pay for this house. Who knows where this house came from? The owner probably got his ass beat so much he just ran away and let you keep it.
I love the little punchline. I have to be nice. I can't remember what he says, but he jokingly said, we have to be nice to Bullhorn Betty. We don't want her showing up with a bullhorn.
No, that's not what he said. He said, I'm not going to talk about Betty because she'll stalk me. She'll come to my house and stalk me. That's what he said. You can read the article. You can read the article if you want. I mean, is he lying? No. Is he being honest? Yeah. Do you stalk people? Yeah. Do you threaten people? Yeah. Do you dox people? Yeah. This is why we're all mad at you in the first place. So for him to confirm everything we're saying and then say, yeah, if I talk bad about her, she'll stalk me at my home. He literally said you would stalk his home. Like, he said stalk his home. He didn't say she's going to come show up with a bullhorn. No, he said you will find his home because you're a stalker. That's not a good thing. Look at that face. That is the face of someone who has lost their shit. She's out of her mind. She's like a Tyrannosaurus Rex that doesn't have those short little arms because it's a choking Tyrannosaur. So it has really long choking arms. Wow! Oh my God, that's scary as hell, dude.
He said, we have to be nice to Bullhorn Betty. We don't want her showing up with a bullhorn.
Oh my God! What in the heck was that? That was not a laugh. I'm sitting here dropping my shit. That was not someone laughing. That was like scary, dude.
God bless
That's it. The demons came out of
Brian
you.
Hinton, because
Those are demons coming out of you.
Anything negative about me. At the end of the day, I know him. We spent weeks in front of Gabby Petito's
You don't know
house.
him.
Every crime case that I go to, guess who I run into out there? I run into Brian Hinton.
Yes, and he fears for his safety.
You know why Brian doesn't say anything negative about me? Because when he was covering the political stuff...
No, he said lots of negative stuff about you. He just didn't say it on the record to Vanity Fair. Like, you're still not getting it. He said lots of negative things about you. He knows what you do. He knows what Molly does. Vanity Fair does. All of the other reporters know about you. They did this. You, Dolly, JLR, Ho Williams, they all know about you. Brian didn't say he wasn't going to say anything negative about you. He said that he wasn't going to talk about you on the record. Do you really think he didn't talk about you off the record? See, this is why you're delusional. It's also why you're unrealistic.
And nobody would talk to him. It took me going out there and saying he's a good guy. I helped him.
Brian Hinton wouldn't have a career if it wasn't for Betty setting up his interviews. Nobody would talk to him. According to Betty, Mr. Brian Hinton, Mr. Nice Guy, Mr. News Daddy himself, okay, wouldn't have a career if Betty wouldn't have set up his interviews and talked to him when nobody else would.
Get interviews. I didn't do that for compensation.
Mystery Maven, lawyer Mystery Maven says any legit press is well aware, as are legit attorneys when she claims to know the law. Exactly, Maven, exactly.
Clicks or views.
And glad to see you. Hope everything's going good.
I did it because it was the right thing to do, and he's a good guy.
You saved his career because nobody would talk to him. Nobody would get him interviews. Betty talked to him. Betty got him interviews.
So again, Brian Hinton, thank you for being kind with your words to me.
See, now, do you notice back when I broke down Betty's body language, and I'm not telling you body language is a truth, right? I'm telling you that it can give you information, but it's not guaranteed. It's not solid. But I tell you that when Betty gets into this kind of mood or mindset, she starts to laugh when she lies, when she tells really big lies, when she takes a truth and tries to recategorize it in a way that where she knows that she's giving her audience misinformation. She laughs like this. So follow that logic for this next bit.
I love the little punchline. I have to be nice. I can't remember what he says, but he jokingly said, you know, we have to be nice to Bullhorn Betty. We don't want her showing up with the bullhorn.
No, he said, Betty will come to my house with a bullhorn if I speak about her on the record. That's what he said, y'all. Oh my God, that laugh that's one of the worst Betty laughs I've ever witnessed. Woo, it takes energy to hear that. Because, like, there's something satanic in that laugh. There's something not good. There is something evil in that laugh. Like, I don't know how to describe it. But that laugh scares me. And the face she makes when she laughs like that scares me. And if you look, you can see her throat producing the laugh. Like, I'm not playing, bro. Oh, my God. Like, I know I'm sticking on this laugh, but there's something to it.
He jokingly said, you know...
Watch. We're going to go down to regular speed on this, and I want you to watch this laugh. I want you to see what I'm saying.
We have to be nice to Bullhorn Betty. We don't want her showing up with the bullhorn.
Is it not even worse at full speed? She will show up and kill me, but that's the nicest thing I can say about her.
We have to be nice to Bullhorn Betty. We don't want her showing up with the bullhorn. I love Brian and I do love Brian.
I'm in danger. I'm in danger. Woo. Okay. Am I alive still? Did I make it? Oh, okay. We can go back to normal.
But you got to remember, I knew Brian
Navy. What's up, bro?
when he was nobody.
You off, man? You off work or are you still working?
When he knew me when I was nobody, right?
You did not know him when he was nobody. You didn't know him when he was nobody. and you are nobody. You are a nobody. But see, here's the thing. When you are a stalker, you're worse than a nobody. So whatever it is that you think about being a nobody, minus it by the status of Brian Enton. See, you are infamous to a similar level that Brian is, but Brian is on the positive scale. You are on the negative scale. You got famous, you got infamous. You got celebrity, you got stalker. You got harasser. You got tragedy pimp.
Like, I'm sorry. You know, it's kind of like one of these things where we kind of grew up together.
He was in college. She was choking people. He was studying ethics in reporting for 4 to 8 years. You were beating the shit out of your family members. Don't believe me? Ba-da-bum-bum. Ba-da-bum-bum-bum. Ba-da-bum-bum. Ba-da-bum-bum-bum-bum-bum. Ba-ba-bum. 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 You know what, though? You know how they do this whole, like, YouTube boxing thing? Betty would win $1 million if they started celebrity YouTube choking. A YouTube choking competition. You get a mannequin that has a specifically designed scientific mechanical neck, and you get every YouTuber to come in and see how choky they can get on that damn thing. So if you choke it real good, it's like you get a 10 on the choky scale. But if you get a professional choker, you can get up to 50, 60, 80, right? So we got all these different YouTubers that come in and they start choking the shit out of this mannequin. You know, Mr. Beast gets an 8. PewDiePie gets like a 12 on the choky scale, right? Betty walks in, she takes off this, like, you know how when boxers walk in, they've got this little cape on. She takes her cape off, the Florida choker. She gets up, she squeezes the fucking mannequin. Oh my God, it's a 50. Oh my God, it's an 80. We've never seen a 90. Oh my God, 95. Betty, stop choking. No, stop, wait. The head just flies off the damn thing.
It's kind of hard to be
Guinness World Record.
nasty. Like now Ashley Banfield, I will talk for hours and hours about my disdain for Ashley Banfield, but you talk about Brian Enton, I'm like Mama Bear.
You are not like Mama Bear to Brian Enton. Mama Bear's kids, if you're his Mama Bear, then he wouldn't think you would stalk him. Mama Bear doesn't stalk her kids. That's not a Mama Bear. That's a stalker bear. You a stalker bear. You're a creeper. Why is it that all the creeps on YouTube, Ho Williams, I'm just going to St. Jude, gets filmed trying to illegally enter St. Jude and having to be removed by the police, but somehow, days later, Ho Williams thinks everything's fine. You know, like, they do all these creepy things, but they don't think that the reputation of creep applies. Betty, when you think of a creepy creeper, some of the most gross, disgusting creepers that are out there that just repulse other people, you and Ho Williams and Molly and JLR and Dolly, all of you are creepers. You're creepy. You are stalky. I don't know how to get this through to you. Do you think I'm just being mean right now? I'm trying to hit you with some reality so that maybe you'll stop. If you want to be a reporter, you can be. But you got to stop choking everybody. You got to stop punching everybody. You got to stop beating the shit out of everybody.
Don't be messing with my boy. Don't be messing with my...
Oh, no. Don't. We're not going to mess with anything involving you. We know what you do. We know what you do. You don't even have to remind us. This is why the woman who wrote that article needs to never contact you. Because what you do is try to get close to people and then you hurt them. You abuse them. You're an abusive person. And this is why you never try to dish your shit towards someone until you try to contact them. Look at Nonsense. You get mad at Nonsense when you're with Molly and you want to impress Molly. And you're not just going to go live and talk smack on Nonsense. No, you've got to dox her, stalk her, look up every bit of information you possibly can about her, obsessively, creepy creepy because you're also creeping on her kids, by the way. Oh, you're just going to say that you're not creeping on Nonsense's kids when you creeping on Nonsense? No, sorry. We're giving that to you. We're giving it to you. We're giving it to JLR. We're giving it to Molly. We're giving it to Ho Williams. When you sit and creep on someone, if they have kids, you also creeping on them kids. Don't even act like I'm being rude or something. I'm telling the damn truth.
To my boy, right? And always been very kind and courteous to me. You know, we all work in this
All right, Bill. Hope you find a good one. Hey, if you find anything good, come back and tell me, bro.
same profession. No matter.
You do not work. How in the Samuel H. fucking stuff do you work in the same profession as Brian Enton or Banfield? They aren't sitting around faking it in their room. They're not going to a murder scene faking it. They're not faking press passes. They're not yelling at neighbors.
No matter how you look at it, we cover the news. We cover true.
You can't even talk. You're so mad. You Trevor the news? Why are you Trevoring the news? What does it entail to Trevor something?
Not all the news. You know, I try to stay out of all the political stuff, except with it.
No, you don't. See what I'm saying? You are just a professional liar. That's why we call you a con man, con woman. You just were hired by CPAC, a political organization, to attend as an employee of CPAC. But yet you really think that you can just, you know, do a stream a few days later and then say, you know what? Can the mods do me a quick solid? Uh-oh. Navy, what is that? Let me see if I can get my mods. Can you get me where Betty was paid to be at CPAC? I'm sorry, I didn't put it in the room. But yeah, for those of you that don't know this, Susie, she's absolutely lost it. She has absolutely lost it. Listen, guys, my internet is still doing okay, but it definitely is having some issues. I'm not going offline. If I go offline, I'll type in the chat and tell you. You may get a little bit of blurriness or anything, but my audio will still go through. So, you know, the main thing we're doing is just being here for the audio, hearing what I'm saying. So if I lose audio, I will go offline and I'll tell you in the chat that I'm going offline. But if you get a little bit of buffering or anything, don't worry about it. It's a lot of storms in the areas up here in the northeast. There's a lot of wind. There's a lot of outages. We've had power outages in the last week or two, so it's all right. We're going to stream. We're going to keep streaming, but we definitely do have a little bit of wonkiness with our internet. Now, I haven't said this the entire stream. I'm a dummy because I need to say this because I need to get some donos. If you want to support me, it's paypal.me/Unirock. It just helps us do our show and it's completely optional. Or money sign Unirock or UNIRACHEL on CASHAPP. You can do whatever you want. And if anyone does support us today, thank you ahead of time if you do, or anyone that has, thank you. It really does help a lot. It means a lot, and I just appreciate, no matter if you're watching, donating, liking, or disliking, I appreciate you being here. Back to it. I said that because my internet's doing this. Now my internet, oh fucking A, dude. It's doing it again. It just got bad. Let's give it a second. Let me talk to you while we wait for the internet to stop getting wacky. It makes me angry because I can get on a roll and I can get 200-300 people watching, and when my internet does this, the internet goes down. I can't blame anybody because, you know, the internet's going down, but let me reduce the amount I'm sending to YouTube again. That typically will help if we don't lose internet completely. So let me just reduce it. So we're going to send 5,000 instead of 8,000, and that might help. It might help. She can't lose it if she never had it. Jess, such a good point. Such a good point. Yeah, Kathy, we just came online. That last one we had some internet problems. So this is the same stream from earlier. Hey, beer. Beer Can Island. Oh, I'd love to be on that island. sitting in the middle of the ocean, sand under your feet, looking up towards the sky, sun's going down. It's right between where it's super hot, but the moon's coming out and it's getting kind of cool. Oh my goodness. You know, I love the nighttime. I really do love the nighttime. I love the daytime, I'm just saying, but nighttime just has, there's something about it.
In some consideration, you know, we do.
All right, our internet's starting to ride out a little bit. It's still getting funky, but it's starting to ride out, so. Let me see if I can find this. Maybe if I just put Bullhorn Betty and CPAC, it'll come up. Let me see. Oh, damn. So Betty's channel's coming up, but if I go down... Oh, shit. Oh, that's a year ago. Here, let's actually do this. This month, that'll take out the stuff from then. Oh, hold up. Hold up. Is this it? Is this... Did Cheesy cover it? Uh-oh. I think this is it. 8 days ago. Oh, yeah, Cheesy. Okay, now, do we have the thing where she got paid to be there, though? Okay, so this is CPAC. All right? Now, what people in the community have proven is that Betty, who is right here, she went there as a paid $12 an hour attendee to make, you know, they pay people to come so that it makes it look like there's more people at both sides do this. Democrat, Republican, both sides do it. They give them a free entry to the CPAC. They give them a free meal or two, and they give them $12 an hour. So they'll give them, like, you know, at the end of the day, like 50 or 80 bucks or something. Exactly, J-Dub. She accused a man of hitting her in the face. And JLR, that lying piece of con trash, a man that's so dumb, that's so ignorant, that he can list on his list of accomplishments in his life suing Pluto, the planet, suing George Bush and Pluto. These aren't things that you should be bragging about. This isn't a person you should be bragging about knowing. Okay? And JLR comes in and starts, oh God, he hit her in the face. That guy hit her in the face. They are willing to lie on another American citizen just because that person believes differently in politics than them. The man comes up on a bike and talks about how, you know, he starts criticizing them. He's not lying on them. He's not attacking them. He's not being rude, right? And because they disagree with each other, they try to get him arrested, in trouble for assault when he never did it. These people are dangerous. These people, Betty and JLR and Molly, are dangerous people. They will lie to try and frame you to go to jail. There it was. You see how he just goes like this while he's talking? Like, he's just talking like I am, and he's moving his hands. He's expressing himself. Like, you know, normal people do this when they are passionately talking about something. When they're communicating to other people, they do this because, you know, they're into what they're saying. He's doing it right here. He's just doing this, right? She just said, he just hit me in my face. No, he didn't. No, he didn't. This guy is going to come up and just start talking to this guy after he hit you in the face? She doesn't say, oh my God, he touched me with his glasses. Oh my God, he just knocked me with his glasses. Because he didn't. She tries to say he hit her. Now JLR comes out and he's like, oh my God, he hit my friend. Oh my God. There's JLR. Oh, that's not JLR. JLR's coming in a second. So she's telling the security officer that this man hit her in the face. Okay. We're not talking about delusional, crazy, out of their mind to any type of extent that is normal. We're talking criminally. When you are willing to frame an innocent citizen for just speaking his mind. Now, by the way, you're out there speaking your mind. Why in the hell can't somebody stop that disagrees with you and speak their mind? Why? Why not? What's bad about that? Right? Now, of course, because nobody else saw anything happen, they just assumed that it must have happened. This is the same thing they do. I want you to pay attention to this because it's the exact same they do when they clickbait you on YouTube. She is clickbaiting this group of people to believe this man hit her in the face, exactly like she clickbaits people on YouTube to click her videos or to believe a lie she's telling about a story or whatever. Thank you, Betsy. Now, because people think that he hit Betty, they're starting to get riled up, right? They're starting to get angry. He says, why did you assault a woman? This man, this is why people don't think good of Republicans or people that go to these type of political... I'm not getting into politics ever. I hate politics with a passion. Now, I understand you have to have politics. Countries have to interact with each other. We have to run our country. But because of political shills like Betty and JLR, our country is made to look weak. That we look like liars. We look like fools. And they're not representative of us. They're not representative of us that live in this country. Just like every country has people that are like this in their country. The problem is in the United States, these people have been given a front seat to everything they're doing, and they are fooling the weak-minded in our world. They are literally, everything they do is built upon dishonesty. And they don't see anything wrong with this. They've convinced themselves that when they lie, when they should be seeing that as the worst thing that they can be doing to another person verbally, the worst thing you can commit to another person verbally, straight up, rather than telling them you're going to kill them, is lying to them. It shows that you don't respect them enough to think for themselves. It shows that you don't consider them real people. You just consider them objects. You just consider them tools or toys, or whatever it is that you can, that will benefit you. And this is why it embodies such an enormous amount of disrespect when someone does this to you. And it's why so many people stand up against them. It's not even that we really need to go into this in depth to be able to establish just how much they're conning and scamming others. Imagine, though, that you are a person that believes her, right? Imagine you believe her. And you're actually funding her, thinking you're funding someone that's advocating for kids. Thinking, when you're willing to lie this easily in public, by the way, being able to lie like this in public, you are guaranteed to be able to lie a million times easier on the internet, right? Because some people that get up on their screen and they lie on YouTube pride the fact that they don't lie to people that they love. They don't lie to people in real life, that they're not liars, pathological liars, the dregs of society, the worst that's out there. Just because they clickbait on their channel to make some money, come on, right? And again, this is why they don't have people who are around them. This is why Walter doesn't want to be around Molly. This is why Betty sits here alone. This is why Ho Williams, JLR, they're all selfish. They're all selfish to the max degree. And if you're selfish to the max degree, by definition, you're not in any way even nice to people around you. And that makes total sense when you look at how many people in her home she has beat the living shit out of or almost killed with violence. A violent person. Of course, she's willing to lie to try to get a guy thrown in jail, like I just proved to you that her and JLR did. Of course she's willing to. She doesn't respect people.
do have to do something with our children. And the bottom line is nothing's going to get done unless you bring a freaking politician or a bureaucrat involved, right? I mean, it is what it is.
So here we go. Do you really believe that she's bringing kids up because she cares? Do you? Do you? I'm sure that guy has kids that she tried to put in jail for assault. She would have been fine with him being arrested that day. She's thinking of it like, you know, this man, if he gets arrested, I become a victim of his assault. I can go to my channel and play victim, and I'll get lots of super chats. I'll get lots of donations. My friends can talk about it. I can be interviewed on Molly's channel for being assaulted, right? It's like when they went into Ashley Furniture. It's their number one desire to have somebody make them a victim. They don't want to be hurt too bad, but if you could get the truth out of them, would you be okay if that woman inside Ashley Furniture slapped you in the face and cussed at you? Oh yeah, definitely I would, because then I could go to my channel and make a bunch of money out of it. Right? They'd have to admit that. If you could get them to speak the truth, like if you could inject them with the truth serum, that's what they would say. Are you bringing up babies and kids on your stream just to get your audience to back you, to give you some money? Are you trying to hit them, you know, with kids, hit them in the heart space so that they support you? Is that what you're doing? Yes, that's what I'm doing. I'm lying to them. I don't care about kids. If you had a truth serum.
I don't like the process, but it's the process. So we try to keep all of that.
People like her make our country a laughingstock to the rest of the world. They do. They do. Could you imagine that you're like looking at, you know, people look at the United States through the lens of the media? They immediately are going to think everybody is just a piece of shit. I'm sorry. And there's a lot of other countries that aren't like that out there. There's a lot of countries where people will attempt, they do care about their country. Now, the thing is, caring about your country is caring about people, even if you disagree with them or if you do agree with them. And that's why there is such an attempt by certain forces in the media, on the internet, in our society, to get you to hate someone else. Because in reality, you shouldn't be hating someone else. Unless they're hurting kids, unless they're hurting other people, you really shouldn't be hating someone else. Because, you know, how in the world it could be such an easy thing for like you to be born with a family that believed the opposite when you were growing up, and you could come out believe it. It would be so easy for you to be on the other side. I realized this when I deployed, because I met people from other countries where I'd never been before. And unfortunately, some of those people really didn't have a lot, but they all were exactly the same in several main ways. And it changed my view on people. You could go up and talk to them. You could go up and interact with them. They just were trying to have a good day, to have a good life. They were trying to get by. They were trying to eat. They were trying to sleep. They were trying to live. In the same exact way, if you were just appeared over there, right? If you were born there, in the same way you would be, the same way I would be. We're all so similar, and it's mind-boggling. We're programmed to believe everybody's so different. I mean, you could go to the most opposite of a country of the United States, and you'd still meet people and get along with them if you're nice to people the same way you would anywhere else, right? And I do believe that we are kind of programmed to think that that's not true, that people are so different and they're so opposite of us, you know?
Off here because I respect my entire audience, you know?
See, you don't respect your audience, or you wouldn't lie to them. It's just, I don't even need to bloviate. I don't even need to ramble. Not true. You cannot respect somebody when you're lying to them. Now imagine that you're pathologically lying to them. You don't respect them. It's why you let yourself hit people. It's why you're so prone to beat people up, Betty. Because you don't respect others. It's hard to respect other people sometimes because we're human and we're going to disagree. They're going to make you mad. They're going to annoy you. They're going to yada yada. They're going to want something from you. You're going to have to do this. You're going to have to do that. And that's what the difference is between a selfish person and a caring person or a respectful person is. You know, we're going to have to argue things at a fundamental level if I don't just shut up and just hit play. this is just not true. You do not respect these people.
Oh, and I realize we all come from different backgrounds. We all have different ways of thinking. And at the end of the day, who cares?
You do. You would frame one of your audience members in a heartbeat. Just like that man at CPAC. You would frame them in a heartbeat if it meant you could get attention, you could get money, or you could gain. And that's why you got that look on your face. You can just see it oozing out of you.
You know, if we're all fighting for advocacy for these victims and stuff, who cares? You know, what we do in our off time. Who cares?
I don't. Unless you're stalking, unless you're hurting people, unless you're lying, unless you're conning. Because all of those things are what, Betty? They're built on taking advantage of others. They're built on lying to others so that you can gain something. Everything you do can be easily broken down to you making that choice and treating that person that way so that you gain. Never comes out neutral. Never. Not with any of you or your friends. You'll never come out the other end with the other side gaining. You'll never come out the other end with it being equal. It will always be you guys gaining. Always.
I don't care. You know what I want? I want people inspired. I don't care where they come from or how they got here.
Definitely, Jess.
I just want them inspired to do better in this country.
You want to inspire people to do better. Then the first thing you have to do is get your shit together. Because you're trying to take on a big role here. Right? This is what makes you so fundamentally wrong. You are trying to take a huge responsibility on your shoulders, but you aren't strong enough to tell these people the truth. You are not selfless enough to tell people the truth. Thus why you're in this position. Thus why mainstream articles are being written about you right here. Like many sleuths, her methods seem unscrupulous. She reports rumors and perpetrates harassment of innocent people. This is you. This is you embodied in a sentence. And those quotes around the word reports are very important to the context. This is why she's so angry. She has been exposed. The truth is out. And she's working on the damage control for the people that matter, the ones that pay her. You know what's crazy? Why is this thing not moving at all? That is really weird. Really weird. Dolly says he's going to Lalani's hearing this month. So they issued a new 15 rules that journalists can't do. Pretty soon they won't be able to go anywhere. And thus, what I've said about these people the whole time, not just there, but YouTube, social media are going to restrict these people off the platform using rules. Those rules are going to push onto what those of us that do things the right way can say or do. For every rule set that's added to prevent these kind of people from manipulating, stealing, lying, and conning others, the more restrictions we have that we can and can't do. It is destroying our platform. There should be methods that can be used by YouTube, by the police, by the courts that don't involve shutting out our rights. These are the people that take away people's rights to a massive degree. And they all go around lying about how they respect everyone else's rights because they themselves know that they're exploiting your rights. They know that in order for them to be stopped, they're going to have rules put into platforms and society that completely usurps our rights. If I wanted to go report on one of these stories, I should be able to if I am shown to be respectful to people and honest with what I report. I should be able to. It's my right. But here soon, the amount of places that we're going to be able to go to do that are going to be restricted to only credentialed reporters. You know what? It sucks, but I can't even complain. Because if it'll keep Betty, the domestic violence, the Betty the Basher, Battery Betty, the neck choker, the basher, the liar, the con woman, if it'll keep her from hurting more people and people like her, like JLR and Ho Williams and Molly, you know, what else are we going to do? What else are we going to do? It costs money. YouTube has to invest an enormous amount of money, an enormous amount of time into programs where they can pay people to investigate these kind of channels and really get to the truth of them so that they can, you know, but the thing is, they're like flies. Every time you swat one down, 10 more come out. So YouTube can't spend a lot of money and employ people against them. The only thing they can do is make tighter rules on their platform. And I know I'm boring some people in saying this stuff, but it's the truth. It has to be said.
In whatever country they live, because let's be honest, we're worldwide, right? We're worldwide.
Who's worldwide? Who is worldwide, for God's sakes? You really think that people from other countries are going to tune in to your entitled Karen ass? I mean, they might, so they can sit and laugh at us, laugh at people like us that do this stuff, sure. She acts like people from other countries are so different or so weird or so whatever. They're just people, Betty. You see them differently, and it's why you're constantly putting them into their own group, you know?
So it was a little, you know, but we will go through it.
Here we go. She's eventually going to get there, and I know I'm pausing her a lot. I'll stop.
A little bit more. I'm going to go into it in depth, but you know, I had some things. I read the article, and you're right. Let Kathleen, calm down, lady, calm down.
Calm down? Why would she not be calm? You're the one that I'm telling you, these people are dangerously narcissistic. This I can't even encompass it in the word delusional. This is a calm woman, put a lot of effort and work into telling the truth in an article. Now fathom this. Imagine this. Because she gets mentioned to a truthful minor capacity, all of these things become true in Betty's head. The most minor thing that Betty gets noted as a harasser, which she should be prepared for. I mean, you've been out harassing the shit out of so many people. Do you really not think you're harassing people, Betty? Or what is it? It's so crazy. It's so out of this world. You could show her reality and she will still, you could show her a red apple, she's still going to tell you that it's a green orange. And there is no physical thing wrong with her eyes or her brain. She is seeing in reality a red apple, but she really will never admit that it's not a green orange. She's just out of this world. I mean, the level, should be the greatest lesson to all of you. When you catch yourself saying something that's not true, they call it the white lie. When you catch yourself saying something that's not the truth, you need to stop yourself right then. Just say the words Betty, Bullhorn Betty. This is what you become if you lie, if you live every day by the lie, by the selfishness, allowing yourself to hurt others just because you want to, just because you're angry, and you do that, all of those things to the max degree, you become this.
Your horns are sticking out, woman.
See?
I did right.
There's the laugh, there's the lie here. You're seething. You are seething. It hurts your feelings this bad. You just have to keep attacking this woman because of how hurt you are.
I did write her. And then after, of course, this is a person that writes for Vanity Fair. And then, of course, after I click send, I reread this thing. Like, I proofread.
Yeah, you reread it like, oh, shit, did I threaten her really bad? Because I could get in trouble. Like this woman might have, she might be able to facilitate me going to jail if I threatened her too hard.
I haven't had my coffee yet. There's like 2 or 3 not misspelling. I omitted words altogether, and I'm thinking this lady's gonna think I'm a complete a-hole. Like, I don't know what the hell I'm doing. I can't even.
You don't know what you're doing. She already knows you don't. Again, here we go with reality, denying reality. Everybody knows you don't know what you're doing. You are trying to fool people into thinking you're some kind of educated, credentialed reporter. You act like being an educated, credentialed reporter is simple or easy or it doesn't take any time. Of course it's obvious that you don't know what you're doing. It is apparent. It's written on your forehead. Why do I have to say these things, Betty? Why can't you just admit it? Why can't you just come down to reality? It's starting to really piss me off.
Put 2 in there. T-O. Like, I'm
Starting to annoy me.
2. I still sent it to her. Right? But it is what it is.
I swear, man, like, I really feel she's animalistic. She's just acting on impulse. She doesn't process anything before she speaks. She doesn't process anything before she acts. She just acts on impulse. And she has no impulse control.
So the good news is Chelsea Wiley is safe. She's alive.
What does this have to do with Vanity Fair? Why are you repeating yourself?
I truly believe, thanks to all the creators that brought her up, put her name.
Oh, you truly believe. Well, you're a pathological liar, so we don't give a shit what your fantasy-based mind believes.
On social media, really advocated for this woman. I know it was a lot of work. And listen, not a whole.
Because I know, but just blindly saying things really means a lot, doesn't it? Just saying anything at all just means a lot. Your words only mean something when you speak the truth. Now, make sure that sinks in, Betty, because this is a fact. Your words only mean anything when you speak the truth. This is why you being a pathological liar makes you so silly, so clown-like, so foolish, so jester-like. That's why we laugh at you.
A whole lot of people picked up on this. Definitely, it wasn't a mainstream media type.
Have you seen the clip where she's talking about Martin Luther King but has no knowledge, and then she switches to her people, Irish, were enslaved by the Chinese? Oh my God. I believe it, Infamous. I believe it.
Even though there was, I think it was News Nation that may have done just a small little story on it. So God bless them.
We don't care what you think. Don't bring up God because you're a devil. And you need to get your head straight. You are living in a different reality than all of us.
And the reason why I like Brian Enton so much is because I trust him. Not trust him in the sense that I trust him to be nice to me. It's not that. It's I know his.
He wasn't nice to you. Again, how many times do I have to say this? Him admitting that you're a stalker and that you will dox him, find his home, and go there if he talks about you publicly is not nice.
Work. I know his work and I know how thorough he is. That's why I trust. Whenever he says something, I trust it.
You know who else we trust? This woman, Kathleen, because her article is true. It's the truth. The equal amount of trust for Brian Enton exists for Kathleen. I don't know if Kathleen's messed up other places. All I know is she wrote the truth in that article. That's what I know.
If it comes out of Ashley Banfield's mouth, not so much. But if it's corroborated by Brian Enton, I'm down like.
Well, that's your problem. None of us believe Brian Enton or Banfield or Kathleen or me or you. We aren't fools to just take something someone is saying on the TV or the internet and believing it. Maybe that's why you're so fundamentally flawed. If you think that people can just believe someone else if they talk or say something, you can just believe it. Oh, yep, they said it. Acting like people can't just say anything anytime. You believe the facts. It doesn't matter who's speaking them. Brian Enton can lie just as easily as anyone else, but he doesn't, thankfully.
Like 4 flat tires. I truly am. Truly am.
Hey guys, I watched the movie Clue yesterday, the 85 movie Clue. I approve. So if you get time, it's on HBO Max. I'm also on HBO Max. You can watch the Brittany Murphy documentary and see me there. So yes, I will go ahead and tell you to get HBO Max and to watch me in the Brittany Murphy documentary, but also watch Clue because it's good. It's very entertaining.
So that's where the love triangle comes in because, you know, I don't even know who Kathleen is from Vanity Fair. I could really care less. So, you know, obviously she has her.
Oh, you care. See, everything you say is a projection, is a lie. You care. Oh, you care. You want to know where she lives. You want to know where her neck's at.
Her tinge for me. And she even brought up that the thumbnail.
Why? Well, again, nobody gives a shit about you, Betty. Nobody. I don't care about you. No one else does. No one cares. Pause the music, Busy. Look at me, Betty. Nobody gives a shit about you. You will be replaced by the next selfish narcissist. You're just the one making the noise right now. It's not about you. It's about what you're doing. Same with Kathleen. It's about what you've done. Betty reports rumors and perpetrates the harassment of innocent people. What I've been screaming from the rooftops about you and your friends ever since I found you.
Where she acts like, one, we didn't talk about nothing but facts through the Idaho 4, which we've only covered facts.
You lied every time you talked about Idaho. Every time. I've already named them. I'm not doing it again. I named everything she said about Idaho 4, and I've already have a video for every one of them showing how she lied. I would not be surprised to find out your video claiming to have the audio from that night is still on your channel under the name you changed it to. I wouldn't be shocked if it's still up. I wouldn't be shocked if you still had Brian Koberger attending a rally because there's a picture where a guy doesn't even look like him, but you thought it was him. You lied every time you said anything about Idaho. Every time. You are out. You have lost it, woman. You've lost it. Now, the biggest thing you've lost it in is thinking that you saying this right now, anyone's buying it. Nobody's buying it, Betty.
We talked about the press releases literally every day. We stayed on the press releases, and she brings up the fact that I had a thumbnail that said, Dylan, why didn't you save me?
Yeah, exactly. Dylan, why didn't you save me? Dylan was a victim. Dylan was a survivor. And you said that Dylan, with no facts to back it up, you admitted that you didn't have any facts. You created a conspiracy theory that Dylan could have stopped Koberger. How? How? You still won't explain it. All you do is attack these innocent ass people. And then, after you're done attacking them, you have to keep acting like you're right, and you dig yourself a deeper hole. And then you have to gaslight when you bring it back up. You should have never attacked them. Doesn't matter what ends up coming out of this case. The truth is, though, we only have a select amount of information about what happened. And out of that information, you took it and made a opportunity for Dylan to save them that wasn't there. You still won't explain it. Are you finally going to tell us how? I have the screen recording of her bad-mouthing and re-victimizing Dylan. Ooh, is it on your channel? Is it on your channel, Infamous? What's the title of it? I'm subbed to you. What's the, tell me, what's the title, Infamous, and I'll pull it up. If you don't have it up yet, I can wait until you have it up, but no. When did Lisa Marie die? No. Okay. No way. Lisa died? Oh, no. No. Oh, God. Lisa was married to Michael Jackson. She really kept him straight, too. She kept him on the straight and narrow. Oh, wow. Rest in peace. Oh, no. I didn't hear about it. I was sick, so I was down for a bit. She kept saying 8 hours. 8 hours, like Dylan saw the horror and didn't call for 8 hours. I don't think that happened like that. About a month ago. Oh, goodness. I just really have heard a lot of what Lisa had to say about Michael. And I really feel like Lisa told the truth. I do. We'll talk about, I'm going to do a whole thing on it though. Diana says, I'm 1,000,000% here to defend Dylan. Well, while I see if Infamous can find that for me, if not Infamous, we'll do it later. I'll tell you what I know about Dylan real quick, because we're about to hear Betty, you know, and she, look at her, like sitting here laughing or smiling. This is what we're talking about, Betty. This is why we say that you attack innocent people. So here's what's up. Yeah, I Running Bear, I guarantee it. And I miss Memphis. I miss Nashville. Beautiful, beautiful. I lived right by Nashville for 3 years, two and a half years, something like that. But anyway. Really, Diana? Oh, it says BHB. If you can't see it on your end, let me know. And I'll make it public. Oh, yeah, I won't be able to see it if it's unlisted. If you want to give it to one of the mods, they can give it to me. If you want to try to get it to one of the mods, they'll put it in general for me. So look, Dylan, many people do think that something funky could have happened, and that's why the cops weren't called for 8 hours. But here's the truth. None of us know anything yet. We won't until the trial, because Brian slipped in and did this and then slipped out. Dylan just saw a man wearing a mask walk out of the hallway, like walk by her door, and she went to bed according to authorities. 7 or 8 hours later, two people, the two surviving witnesses, one of them, I don't know if it was Dylan or the other, saw the horror, saw the bodies, and fainted, screamed and fainted, like screamed into the point that they lost consciousness and fainted. The other one ran outside into the snow, fell on their knees, screaming and crying, and they were both in horrible shock. And the neighbor, hearing them scream, ran over and called police, called 911. Now, this is what I don't understand. I'm just going to give you a few points about what I don't understand at all. The smell, Kathy, I don't think there would have, there would have been a smell of blood. Yeah, there wouldn't have been any rotting smell or anything like that after 6 or 8 hours, but there would definitely be blood, like an iron smell. You'd definitely be able to smell it. So here's the thing. In order to say that Dylan or the other woman didn't call the police on purpose, for whatever reason, number one, they're trying to insinuate that they were in on the crime. The only reason that they didn't call would be that they wanted to give Brian as much time to get away as possible. So that's number one. I don't see them being in on the crime without being arrested right now. Like, it's just insane to think that the police wouldn't arrest them and charge them like Brian if they're victims. Number two, they were all going to bed. They had ordered DoorDash. One of them was staying up to get the DoorDash and eat the DoorDash, and the others went to bed in their rooms. It's why they lived. It's why they didn't die, okay? So if you could imagine, when you go into your room at 1 or 2 a.m. and you've been drinking and partying that night, nobody puts themselves into the shoes of these people. Wouldn't you just go to fall asleep? Maybe your TV's on. I leave my TV on at night playing YouTube, but you fall asleep. You're out, right? So when are you going to call who's going to call 911? Who? Could there ever be a scenario where those two people went to the bathroom or walked around, saw the bodies, and just went back to bed? Because you're saying that. You're either saying that they were involved and purposely didn't call the police to let Kohberger escape because they were helping Kohberger involved in the crime and the police just didn't arrest him for it yet. Or you're saying that they both were just really twisted people, and when they saw their dead friends, they were like, I don't want to deal with the cops being here, so I'm just going to go back to bed for a little bit. These are the two possibilities. Now, again, why don't you think they were involved, Uni? The cops didn't arrest them. So the cops have to believe, that they weren't involved, right? So when Betty starts to attack Dylan and say, why didn't you save me? So let's just go with we have to expect that because they aren't arrested, they're not in trouble, that they weren't involved. That must be another reason why they didn't call the cops when they saw the bodies. But what is Betty trying to say with a thumbnail that says, why didn't you save me, Dylan? Right? What is Betty trying to say? Because, again, we have to assume Betty is saying that Dylan on purpose waited to call the cops. She had knowledge of it happening and waited to call the cops. Right? And that's why she's shaming Dylan. She's shaming her. But again, even if that happened, how could Dylan have saved them, right? Thank you, Infamous. Thank you. And Trisha, thank you for donating. I'm sorry, you know how I am. Let me see if I can find it real quick. It just says BHB in the title. Is that all it says? Do you know how long ago you uploaded it? Or is it live? Yeah. Infamous, type me the title really quick, okay? Just so that I can make sure either I'm seeing it or I'm not seeing it. So it's under your videos, and it would be definition of victim blaming. Yeah, let me know what the title is really quick, and then I'll play it. So Betty has to be blaming the victim here. She's trying to say, hey, Dylan, you could have saved him. How? What is Dylan supposed to do? Dylan was supposed to what? Jump on Koberger? Right? Is that what? I sent a Cash App. Did you receive it? I will definitely check. And thank you if you did, because I'm really broke, y'all. So I appreciate everything. I don't even care if you send me a couple bucks. I don't care what anyone does. It all just helps immensely. Did you send it to UNIRACHEL? I'll have to. Hey, Rachel. I'm having her check. I said, Rachel, check Cash App. Oh, man. Send some emails? Okay, awesome. Yeah. You'll have to, Infamous, you'll have to tell me what the title is again, because I'm under your videos, and, you know, if I know what the title is, it'll help me in finding it. This is for Dylan giving facts about emotional trauma and how it affects your mind and body. Or if you can just like, gotcha. Yeah, she got it. Thank you, J-Dub. Appreciate you. Appreciate you very much. All right, Navy, what's up, dude?
Hey, Bubba, what's going on, man?
Oh, just chilling. It just says BHB. Well, let me see here. Right, let me go to here. I'm doing a quick little scan to see. Okay, go to videos. Have you been seeing us reacting to Betty here?
Yeah, so I've been kind of running some errands today, doing some stuff. So I've been listening I've been listening to y'all the whole time. I've just been driving around doing stuff. So
yeah, I don't see it, Infamous. I know I'm on your channel. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. If you can send the link in to one of the mods, I can play it though, because I really do want to play it. I really do want it. I don't know. Oh, you just passed it. Display shows a chat. It's a screen recording of a chat. Okay, gotcha. Okay. Recording of, okay, right around here, right? It would be this one then, right? Giving facts about emotional trauma and how it affects this thing. All right. I'm pretty sure that's it. Okay. So yeah, we're about to hear real quick, and then we're going to play Infamous's video. Betty just brought up how the article states that she was making fun of Dylan, shaming Dylan for not saving her friends. And honestly, I have no clue how this evil woman, like even if you think that, until you have facts, it's okay to consider it, that maybe something happened and that's why they didn't call 911. But you have to go step by step through the facts and think about it, right?
Well, and remember, this case was solved pretty quickly, right? The thing is that the cops were there. They found out what was going on. They had some evidence. They went looking around and they caught the guy, right? The problem is that doesn't do anything for them. So they have to interject some kind of conspiracy into this, right? The one way to do that is that, oh, well, this looks kind of weird. It must be because they're evil.
Well, exactly. And that's how you tell that they just made it up. They just go in and they say, well, hey, there's nothing here, and they've already caught the guy. Oh, I know. Let's let's say that Dylan could have stopped this, and maybe that'll create some content. I mean, oh, gotcha. Thanks, Infamous. But yeah, you see what I'm saying? So here's what she says. Let's hear what Betty says real quick, and then we'll jump over to the video.
Facts. We talked about the press releases literally every day. We stayed on the press releases, and she brings up the fact that
No, and again, Betty doesn't bring up any of the complete and utter lies she put out about. That's how another reason why you know that she is busted. Like, Betty knows she lied. Absolutely, Betty knows she lied. And she's purposely skipping over the things that she obviously lied about in responding. And it's so desperate. And it's so dumb. So goofy.
I mean, you said it earlier. What they're going to do, like what she's going to do is someone brings it up. And she's going to be like, well, that was just my opinion. Or I was guessing and stuff like that. But if you go back and listen to it, it doesn't sound like you were guessing. It sounds like you're saying she did something wrong and I know it, right?
Well, also, if we look at where Betty was with the fake audio that she claimed was from there, she said it was from there. She said the title, the original title, and in the video she says that she has audio from the scene. And then later it ends up saying, well, it sounds like it's from the scene, or it sounds like it could be. But, you know, that's what they do. They make statements that are straight factual statements so that they can hook and catch people. Betty also clickbaited that stream with the fake audio, but didn't play the fake audio until like 2 hours or an hour and a half into it, because she knew she was lying. She knew the audio was fake. She knew she had to say it was real to keep people watching. And then when she got to the audio, she could start dropping clues that it might not be real, but she barely even did that.
Well, they did the same thing with the damn receipt with Potato and fucking Mooley, right? What do they do? They're like, oh, we have receipts from Latisha and the lawyer. We can prove it, right? They talk for 2.5 hours about nothing.
And then they don't even show a single receipt. Their receipt
and at the very end, they
bunkus.
show what they pretend is the receipt, right? So they get you to wait the entire time. And you're just like, you kind of forget about it. Like, oh, by the way, yeah, we have evidence. You're like, oh, okay.
They do that on purpose. It's so that people read the title and get bored watching or get distracted by something else, and they jump out, and then in their mind it carries that well, we know they showed receipts for Latisha. Oh, did they? Did you see the receipts? No, I had to leave the stream. So what receipts did they show? I don't know what receipts they showed. But these people are the ones that go around saying, yeah, Molly showed receipts. They showed receipts. That is a tactic. It's a tactic. It shows an intent. So Betty has an intent of lying about Idaho, and she's caught. Oh, gotcha, Infamous, gotcha.
That I had a thumbnail that said, Dylan, why didn't you save me?
Look at her face. Watch how this now remember, I've been saying you're not a victim's advocate this whole time. You've been saying you are a victim's advocate, and that explains and excuses everything you've said and done. So look at the way you treat a victim of one of the worst crimes that can happen to someone. Now, by the way you treat people in the worst ones gives an example of how you'll treat people in anyone. Because the worst ones are where you're going to be the most respectful. You're going to have the most reverence to the victims. You're going to have the most respect and care to the victims. If you can't show it in the worst ones, do not convince me that you can show it in the lighter ones.
With the Dylan and the Xana thumbnail. And it's like, hey, you know what? At the end of the day, I could care less whether you're offended by that thumbnail or not, but
Nobody is offended by your thumbnail, dummy. What are you talking about? We're showing
offended by
everyone.
you.
Well, no, we're just showing everybody how evil you are, how wrong you are. I mean, it's not rocket science. We're saying you're a bad person, that you harass victims, and that you do these horrible things. That makes you a bad person, and it is the main reason why we have an issue. You're sitting here, don't get offended by getting offended by an opinion you have or something like that is completely different from standing up for a victim, from you abusing her, from you being abusive, from you being evil towards a person. But I'm on the internet, I can't be evil towards a person. You can make that argument, sure, when it comes to your opinions on everything, when it comes to how you feel about a YouTube video, when it comes to you trolling over something. But when you're trying to be a reporter and you're trying to advocate for victims, and when you're trying to do all the stuff that we're saying you're lying about, well, there you go.
we have a lot of questions. A lot of questions as to why she heard screams in her home and calls all the roommates, but doesn't bother calling law enforcement. How she can see.
What? She didn't hear screams in her home at all. You haven't even read the police report then. I've gone over the police report when I didn't want to because of how much you guys were lying about things. That police report does not say she heard screams in her home. What are you talking about? She said she heard someone say, I'll help you, or do you remember what the person said, the words that Dylan thought she heard? It was like, I'll help you, or something like that.
I'll take care of you.
I'll take care of you.
Something like that.
Or like,
I think she heard, it was like a muffled scream, but it sounded like something had fallen, right?
Well, no. She
And-
described it as if she heard like a thunk or something and a dog bark, is how she described it.
Right, dog bark. And then she heard,
That's not a scream.
Say, I'll take care of you. Right.
Yeah,
no,
I'll take care of you. That is not
yeah.
Exactly. So that's not Dylan. Like, Dylan's telling everybody her state of mind at the time. So when she says, well, I heard, the dog bark and a thump, like a light thump, which these are normal noises you would hear all the time in a home occupied by not just X amount of adults, but all of their visitors in a college scenario. You would hear this stuff day and night all the time, and you're never going to even go check, or you're never going to think anything weird. I'm in my house, and when my kids are here, I'm going to hear stuff like that all the time. And I do, when they were younger, at least I would go around checking the house more often, because that's just how paranoid you are when you're a parent early on. But anyway, my point is, you didn't have questions. Questions aren't making a thumbnail shaming a victim for not saving her friends from a from a man who does this to multiple people. That's not asking a question. So I had questions about something, so I shamed the victim isn't an excuse for you harassing the victim.
See a masked intruder in her house and give him an 8-hour.
She didn't see a masked intruder in her house. That's not what she saw. Again, you're lying. And you can tell you're lying because you're getting angry. You shouldn't be angry at all. If you really felt that Dylan said she saw a masked intruder, then you would be you'd be like, I'm right. But because you're wrong, and you're having to lie and say that Dylan saw a masked intruder, everybody wore masks at the time. You're acting as if he was wearing a fucking bank robber outfit. No, he had the same thing covering his face every adult wears at the time. Maybe not right now. What, 40% of adults, 30% of adults still wear masks? From my experience where I'm at, I'm sure other places it's higher, but in the very least, that mask is not an indicator that he is an intruder. She said that he was a man walking by, not an intruder. She said people walk by all the time, dummy.
Our lead head start because she refused to call law enforcement. That's not my.
She did not refuse to call law enforcement. See, this is the harassment, Betty. You are so bad at your job. When you read a police report, you can't read the police report properly. You are so bad at your job, what you call your job. That's why I'm saying I'm not admitting it's your job. I'm repeating you. You're so bad at doing this that you can't even pull facts or pull the truth from the report or from any kind of statement or from, and this is why you shouldn't be doing this. Now, if you're going to do this and you're going to take Dylan stating that a man wearing a COVID mask walked by her room at night, and you're going to mean that you're going to take that as she refused to call the cops, then you're very bad at this. And that's you choosing to harass Dylan to create that thumbnail. This is why you deserve to be called out by the article. Fact.
My fault, but that is the facts of the case. The facts.
Oh, I'm here to help you? Thank you, Infamous.
Not some conspiracy.
No, that is a conspiracy. Those are not the facts, because I will tell you right now how. You ready? Because Dylan didn't say she saw a masked intruder. She said she saw a man walk by wearing a mask. So she didn't know he was intruding. There was no way for her to know he was intruding. It's just a lie. Also, you misrepresented what Dylan heard. So the things you changed from the police report into your narrative, your fantasy, is the conspiracy theory. And then you getting all this fake outrage is how you clickbait people, and how you, instead of being a reporter or something, are just a straight up liar. Let's take a look at Truth Teller's video really quick. Oh, yes. And the first two things brought up: emotional shock is a reaction you have to an unexpected or traumatic event. Yeah, oh, yeah, definitely.
Says Amy
Yeah,
Doremus. Event or traumatic incident that upsets you and makes it hard for you to function. Says Amy Doremus, PsyD, a licensed clinical psychologist and author of Understanding Bipolar Disorder. When faced with an intense stressor, you may experience a rush of overwhelming emotions that you aren't ready to understand or respond to.
Yeah, this is shock. You know, your body goes into shock. And this is a whole article going into the, reaction and emotions you go through. And the issue is it can cause you to faint, lose consciousness, which is what's reported to have happened to one of the women that discovered the bodies in the crime scene, right? Also, when you're in shock, you won't even stop yourself from bleeding. Like, you won't even feel pain. You could have a complete, broken foot and walk on it while you're in shock and not feel the pain. But once you come out of shock, you will moan and scream at the pain you're feeling, because you aren't receiving, your brain is not receiving the pain signals due to the fact that you're in shock. And you could look at it like only the most vital parts of the brain are operating in some protective mode, kind of protect you from all of the pain. Oh, that's not it. Where did you send the link? Yeah, because I'm looking. I don't see the title that you told me about. I didn't see it. Yeah, let us know where you sent the link to, and I'll pull it up. No, but emotional shock is a good way to explain what Dylan was going through. It really is. I've broken it down a lot. Yeah, I don't know why I'm not seeing this link under videos. Oh, there it is. It finally came up. All right.
You found it? Good.
Covering the
yeah,
person's mouth and nose and walking toward her. I'm curious as to whether she saw blood dripping off this man's body, because it had.
What in the fuck did she just say in the beginning? Is this video still up on Betty's page? Can you have it? No, but you can send it to Navy or Cherie's email. I just don't check my email. Like, if you send it to my email, I probably wouldn't even find it. Like, I can't even describe the amount of emails I have in my email. It makes it impossible for me to go through them, but
covering the.
Yeah, there's Navy's Gmail. If you send it there, we'll get whatever you send in.
Person's mouth and nose and walking toward her. I'm curious as.
Covering, so the first thing she says, it says covering a person's mouth and nose, walking. Okay, so she's talking about a mask covering his mouth and nose, walking towards her. That I don't even know. Like, is she reading from the? She's reading from the fucking police report. Is that what she's doing?
That's what it sounds like. That's how Dylan described him, right?
Yeah. So
he
let's
had a hoodie on and then a mask covering his nose and mouth.
Yeah, but again, this is completely normal for someone to be walking around with a mask on when they enter or leave a house. So when I don't understand, like I saw so many people react to this report in different ways. When people read the part of Dylan seeing him walk by, it's like they took the fact that they had the information that he just did this to these people and assigned it to Dylan. Because when I read through this, nothing about what I read would have told me that there was a murmur, or that this was a guy who just did this, or that she should even go check on, you know, whether this guy, like, they really expected Dylan to say out loud, hey, did you just murmur all my friends? Like, why would that thought go through anyone's head? Right? Like, he wasn't holding a weapon. She didn't see blood. She didn't see anything else. She just saw this figure. It was dark. The lights were off. It was late. Everybody had gone to their rooms and gone to bed. So it boggles the mind, but let's hear Betty and how she breaks this down.
As to whether she saw blood dripping off this man's body, because it had to have been a gruesome scene.
What would ever make you think she saw? Why wouldn't it be in the report, Navy? If she saw blood on his body, why wouldn't it be in the report?
It would be, because there's no reason for, or something to the effect of like he looked wet or something would be in there, right? But it was dark. What are you going to see?
And I don't know if Betty just is completely fucking insane, but I don't even know why he would be covered in blood. Yeah, he might have blood on him somewhere, but that doesn't mean he's like, does she really think that he's going to be covered in it? Because he wouldn't be. Like,
and that's not stated here. She just states that he walked past her. The figure was about 5'10".
The figure. You're reading it right there, dummy. She saw the figure of a man walk by in the dark. The figure. So she couldn't see the color of things, or maybe she could to the smallest degree or something. Maybe she could tell if something was white or black or something, but why in the world do people? No, I know Betty has to, she has to turn this into something big for her audience.
Not very muscular, but athletically built with bushy eyes. That describes this man to a T. Why did he leave her? Because you know why he left her? They weren't the target.
See, you're stating facts that you don't know, Betty. You're acting as if you're reading this from the report, but you're not.
I think all four of them were the target. Now,
you know, why is it that the think comes in there? What's so hard about telling people that this is your opinion when you start saying it?
That we know Dylan Mortensen was left as a witness.
What? What now? But she wasn't a witness. She didn't witness anything. How can you be left as a witness if you didn't witness anything? What? And another thing is, too, people think that when he walked by, that he had acknowledged Dylan's existence or something, right? Why do they think that, Navy? Does it say that he saw Dylan or something, or?
No, not at all. It didn't, and she doesn't report him acknowledging her. She just saw him. So
I mean, this dude, who probably is a weak-ass soy boy that has this fantasy in his head of what's about to happen when he goes in and does this to these people. He also was just faced with not only the fact that he did this and that he's going to burn in hell, right? All these thoughts are going to race through his head. Regardless if he tells himself there's no God, he's still going to be like, shit, dude, what if I burn in hell? And also, he's going to see the real suffering that these people, like in his mind, in the fantasy of his plan to do this, I'm sure he wasn't prepared for the suffering and the reaction that he got from doing this from these people. And it would also have shocked him. And I'm not going to say he was in shock, but I'm just saying he definitely didn't get what he bargained for. He got something completely different than what he bargained for when he built this scenario in his head. So you imagine him walking away like, oh my God, there's a person, I'm going to get them too. Like, acting as if he's just, you know, he could have not even recognized her being there. His head could have been off in so many other places. Like, and also, I don't think that you're normal and you're thinking normal when you plot and plan to go in and do this to people. I don't think you are.
Yeah, just a little bit off. Yeah.
I think there's something wrong with you. I think maybe however you imagine that a human being's mind can be broken is most likely that level of mind walking out of that scene of what he just did. So again, if he walks by an open door, is he really going to look in that door? Dylan didn't say he did that. Betty is assuming that he walked by, saw Dylan, and kept going. When in my mind, after reading this report, I was confused to whether he actually knew Dylan was even there. Right? I couldn't even tell. I cannot take from this report that Kohberger knew Dylan was there. You don't get that from this report. I also, after reading this report for the 18th time, I'm going to say it again, came to the conclusion that Dylan saw a man walk by her door. Something she had seen happen thousands of times and never called the cops. What was different about Kohberger that she should call the cops? Should be the easiest thing for Betty to say out loud. Oh, I want to hear it. I want to hear it, truth teller. I'm just going to play it till 3. Okay. I'm going to play a bit of this. So actually, yeah, I'm going to play this. So I'm going to grab a drink too real quick.
I don't know if y'all can hear me, but I get a sneaking suspicion that BK didn't even notice she was there. Probably just walked past, she saw it, she didn't think anything of it, and went back to bed.
All right. All right. Yeah, I want to hear this, truth teller, because I've never heard this from Betty. That's why I was asking, do we know if this has been, if this is still up on Betty's channel?
I don't know. Do we know the name? Do you know, can you see the name of the original clip?
She states that the male walked past her and she...
No, that's not what she stated, dummy. This is why Betty should never be allowed to do any true crime for the rest of her life. Here's a hallway, Betty. Now, let's make some little doors for Dylan's room. So you got, let's say right here's Dylan's door. Let's say it's about that big, and let's say there's a door here. And maybe there's a door here, I don't know. Now, these will be doors, so let's put little squares here for the doors. Now, I don't know if these are here or not. They're there for demonstrational purposes, okay? And right here is Dylan's door. Now, Dylan's door is going to either be cracked or open. Now, where's Dylan, Betty? Actually, let's do it like this. So here's Dylan's room. Maybe there's a bed. Maybe there's a television. At least in my head, this is how I see it. Here's a TV. Here's a bed. There's a pillow. There's the blankets. Now, this is where we have to actually focus. Is Dylan's probably right here? Because she's like opened her door because she thought she heard something. And then you've got a dude who walks by. And at some point, he walks by here. Now, he's got a hood up. Well, we know. You just read that he had a hood up. You ever worn a hood, Betty? Because if you have a hood up, it'll restrict the vision to your sides. You only normally see what's in front of you. So if he walked by, we don't even know if this dude wearing the hood saw Dylan. Now, okay, fine. So let's say that Dylan isn't right here. Actually, let's do this a little better because I feel this is way too big for a door. Here. So let's say that Dylan heard something and she's just looking. But then again, we don't know. Maybe the door opens this way and Dylan's right here. See what I'm saying, Betty? There's Dylan. Now, if Dylan was right here and the door was cracked, there's no way in Sam's hell that that Kohberger saw her. Now, if it was cracked like this, maybe he did, maybe he didn't. Now, what if the door was wide open and Dylan was standing right here? We still don't know if Kohberger saw Dylan. Okay? So one last thing. How many times has Dylan seen people walk by her door? Well, let's say 52,000 times during the day. And 21,000 times at night. I don't fucking know. Remember, multiple adults in multiple rooms. And then over here, there was a big room at the end of this hall too. But anyway, multiple adults are in this house. College town, in and out all day and all night. People can come in and go out and leave. It was not strange for Dylan to see a man either entering the hall or walking down the hall at night. Because again, it doesn't even have to be somebody leaving the effing house. For all she knows, this dude walked in, banged one of the girls, had sex with one of the girls. It was a boyfriend, and he was leaving. Or maybe he was going to go to the refrigerator. Maybe he was going to the bathroom. Do you see the issue, Betty? Do you see the issue? The main issue, though, is wherever Dylan is, Dylan was never in the hallway, according to that report. Navy, do you want to fact check me on that? Do you recall that? I don't recall that. I remember her opening her
she opened the door to
a
her room. Yeah.
And just looked. That was in the report, right? She opened the door.
Yeah, because I want to say she opened the door, she saw him, and then she closed the door back.
And went to bed.
Mm-hmm.
So when I ask myself if Dylan did anything right or wrong, if I ask myself that, I have to say, what would cause Dylan to call the police here? Okay, is it rare or crazy or weird to see someone walk by? We already know people that go in and out, it was snowing outside. They're going to be wearing hoodies or coats. So it's not weird that he's in a hoodie. Not weird that he's wearing a coat. Is it weird that he has a mask on? Sorry, Betty, it's not. So what about this man is weird? Nothing. What about him makes him different than any other human being walking by the hallway? Nothing. Now, does that mean Dylan didn't do anything wrong? Of course Dylan could have done something wrong. In order for Dylan to have done something wrong, not only do you need to tell us what Dylan did wrong, but you need to tell us, why would she call the cops? Why wouldn't she call? I don't even expect her to call the cops here. It just seems so crazy to me to think people expected Dylan to call the cops before she knows there's a murder. That is a conspiracy theory to me. Because based off of this report, again, she shouldn't have called the fucking cops, bro. God forbid Betty never gets in a situation like this. Right? God forbid, none of us go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm saying, based on everything that she told the cops, and the cops seem to believe her, is that there would have been no reason for her to think anything other than, oh, it's a party house, people coming in and out all the time.
Okay, fine. Besides the cops, quote unquote, believing her or not believing her, screw the cops. What is it that she could have done wrong? What is it? They say that she should have called the cops. Why? Well, there was a murder. How did she know? She heard a scream. That isn't what she said. She didn't hear a fucking scream. Or she may have called the cops. See what I'm saying? And besides, she was already in bed. How in the fuck do we not know that she woke up? Maybe she did hear a scream while she was asleep. Maybe it started waking her up a little bit, and then she heard those other noises. We don't fucking know. You, Betty, attacking Dylan before having the rest of the information is evil. You making that thumbnail, you should have lost your fucking channel for it. You're shaming a victim. Well, what if Dylan ends up doing something wrong? It doesn't matter. Again, Betty is rolling the dice. She's saying, well, I'm going to make up a lie. I'm going to make up a conspiracy. I'm going to add a bunch of false information that if someone ever calls me on it, I'm going to say, well, I read it in the report. No, you didn't. Here's the report. Okay, well, I must have misread. She's going to always make sure there's an excuse to get her out of her lie. So, and it's all for content. It's also that she has an excuse to make content that clickbaits this situation and that creates a new scenario that involves outrage, that involves anger, that involves clickbait, that involves people wanting to watch her owning Dylan so that people are putting Betty into a hero situation. None of these other channels own Dylan. I'm giving Betty $20. That's what she's doing. She knows she's lying.
And she froze in shock. He walks past her.
It never said she froze in shock. It never said that. What did it say, Navy? I'm not going to pull it up, but it said that she got an ominous feeling from him or something, right?
Yeah, and then so she decided just to go back in her room and close the door. Like it wasn't anything
Exactly.
crazy, right?
Yeah, you can get either an ominous feeling. For one, if it's nighttime, you're going to get an ominous feeling anytime somebody walks by that you don't know. Like if someone you don't know and you've never met walks by, you're going to get an ominous feeling. So she's going to what? Call the cops? Oh my God, I got an ominous feeling because a guy walked by my door. The cops are going to say, why don't you just go search the house? She wasn't even at the level to go look around. She didn't want to disturb her roommates, wake them up, have them yell at her. What are you doing in my room? Stop, I'm trying to sleep. Like, we have no fucking clue.
And she freezes in shock.
No, she didn't. You're now making things up again. This is the conspiracy theory, dummy.
And still, no 911 call.
Yeah, she shouldn't have called 911. She shouldn't have. You're a dummy.
The male walked towards the backsliding door, and Dylan said she locked that door herself. She said she locked that door herself.
What does that have to do with anything? Her locking, someone else could have unlocked it?
And after seeing the male, Dylan Mortensen didn't state she recognized the male. This leads investigators to believe that the murderer left the scene.
These are the kind of people watching. Neighbors, hurted a thud. He didn't.
I'm not going to really go through this entire, let me find you.
Neighbor Burrs petted a thud. She didn't. She called friends before police. This is how smart people are listening to this. This is the level of intelligence listening to Betty lie like this. Now you're getting an understanding for why these people get fooled by Betty. Neighbor Burrs petted a thud, didn't she? No, not didn't she. I can't even say this sentence. Neighbor Burrs heated a thud. She didn't? Question mark? This is the level. This is why they give money to Betty. She's manipulating people that aren't capable of seeing that Betty's lying. They're getting caught up in Betty's shit.
This entire exhibit, I'm not going to do it because that's not why I'm here.
Yeah, you're not going to do it because you don't want to debunk yourself. You don't want your audience, hearing things that might wake them up to the fact that you're full of shit.
Right now, I'm here questioning why in the world Dylan saw a figure of her roommate crying. She hears whimpering.
She heard whimpering, Navy. See, this is why she didn't want to read that police report. She didn't hear whimpering. She didn't hear whimpering. She didn't hear crying. She thought the dog made a noise. Like, that's what it says in that report that I remember reading. Correct me, audience, but I remember reading that she thought she heard the dog. So you're trying to make it to where Dylan, you're trying to lie about what Dylan said she heard so that you can attack Dylan. This is taking a victim, Dylan, of this crime, burglary, B&E, murmur, assault, battery, all these things. Now, it makes sense seeing your record, right? Why, you have a lot of nerve asking why a woman didn't call the cops when, after lying about everything she said she saw and heard, when you can't even stop beating the shit out of people you live with. And no, you said that these are all from a long time ago. One of them is just 5 years ago. Well, 4 years ago, 4 or 5 years ago. That's not that long, Betty. Did you see this, Navy? I thought she had 2 battery charges. Turns out we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of them. And we don't even know if this is all of them. Oh, shit. This is
That's
on
crazy.
Blank Screens community tab. Let me pull that up really quick. I want to show this post. Like, it's no wonder. It is no fucking wonder. Like, it's insane to me that someone who can't stop beating the shit out of their family members, domestic, they were all domestics, by the way, people who live with her, most likely people that are either related or that she's, sleeping with, beating them in vicious ways to where she's charged with domestic 6 times. And she wants to criticize Dylan and whether Dylan should have called the cops or not when she can't even stop beating the shit out of people. Over 40 separate charges on her record. She is no advocate. She is a narcissist. She's a dangerous narcissist. Lord have mercy. This is exactly who I'd want advocating for children. Not, oh, she don't advocate for no children. The children are just clickbait, just like the tragedies. I can get past the drug problems. So can I. Especially if she's been sober for a little bit, right? I don't think anyone's bad for having drug problems. Same here. Although, of course, what makes it bad is her judgment and assumptions on other people taking drugs. However, battery, strangulation, she will never ever be anything other than a single lonely lady that talks on YouTube. Nothing good about her or what she does. Oh yeah, she's a nasty, nasty person. That was over 20 years ago, duh. Apparently, she does not have to tell time or count years. Oh, no, she's just a liar. Next, she'll be an authority on healthy hair. Yeah, or she'll be an authority on domestic arguments. Everyone knows who Betty is but Betty. That is such a good comment. Let's see here. In my state, there's a domestic violence registry, same as sex offender registry. It is forever and cannot be expunged. Guessing there must be statistics. Certain people can't be rehabilitated, and recidivism is a given. Yeah, definitely. Begging. I mean, it's just, I'm so happy Blank Screen posted that. Infamous says she says that she's an SA survivor and that she'll victimize other victims. Yeah. Oh, no. Yeah.
And a guy is walking toward her that's completely covered from head to toe.
He wasn't walking towards her. Covered in head to toe with what?
In coverings and a ski mask over his face.
A ski mask? What's a ski mask?
A ski mask is that one that's got 3 holes in it, where 2 for the eyes, 1 for the mouth, and it's an entire covering for the entire head.
They said he was wearing a medical mask. That's not a ski mask. The report didn't say ski mask. Did it? I swear to God, the report said that he was wearing a mask, like a fucking, the kind you put over your face for when you cough.
And she goes in and locks the door, doesn't even bother going and checking. She
didn't hear anything. All these things that you're saying she heard, you're creating. All these things about him walking by, you're lying about. You just shut down the report because you didn't want to finish reading it so that you could lie like this.
On them. What if she could have saved one of them? What if...
No, it says he's wearing a mask covering his nose and mouth. Thank you, Truth Teller. That's exactly what it says. A medical mask. The same mask, the paper mask that you throw away. That's what he wore. I'm sure if he was wearing a ski mask, she would have called the cops. But this is what Betty has to do to make content. Thus why Betty needs to be off the platform. Thus why a mainstream media article just wrote that she reports, in quotes, rumors and perpetrates harassment of innocent people. Though Betty's angry about that being written.
If she called 911, Xana or Kaylee or a number of them, maybe they could have saved their life. Maybe they could have...
They wouldn't have been able to save their lives. You just said the man was covered in blood and shit. See, you know nothing about true crime. Nothing. If she would have known her friends were laying there bleeding, she would have been trying to help them. And yet you just turn her... This is defamation. She should sue you. Because she's not a public figure, Navy. She is not a public figure.
No. No, she's not.
She was included in a crime report. And yeah, I'll go as far as to admit that she is... The crime is popular enough that you can read the report without censoring her name. But that's as far as you can go. You do not get to lie about this person. You don't get to defame them, slander them. You don't get to just make things up about them. It's a crime, Betty. That is a crime. It's called slander, defamation, lie, all those things. Dylan was not putting herself up on social media to be scrutinized. You are. But you treat yourself as if people can't even criticize the public things you do, but you feel that you can lie on a victim of one of the worst crimes in that area. God knows going back how far.
I've gotten them to the hospital in enough time that one of them could have survived.
I'm being told that in the initial affidavit for the arrest warrant that the cops put in, they did record down that she said she froze and locked her door.
Yeah, but she said this as not that she was in shock. Because I read that too. It was just her describing an ominous figure. You know, you could imagine describing it as you had some evil vibe from this guy. Like, you see this guy, you kind of freeze up, and then when as he's done walking by, you lock the door and lay down. I don't see that as her just going into shock. Like, the way Betty described it, she froze in shock. The way that Dylan's describing it, or the police, you know, have written this down, is she froze due to the ominous figure walking by. Like a man, this evil coming off of this guy. Like, you'd have to almost say his aura, right? You know, when you see a happy person, you see a good person, it's like a warm feeling. It's like this. I took it as her saying, and of course they asked her this after she knew that he did this. And that changes people's memory a lot. It'll change somebody's recollection. So when she sees this ominous guy walk by, when she recalls it now, she might see this pure evil figure in her memory, but this is just normal. That's why memory's fallible. But I don't, you know, like, Betty doesn't understand context. In her mind, if it's written a certain way, she can lie about it because, oh, now she's in shock because she saw. When you're in shock over seeing someone walk by, you call the police. It's just to fit her narrative. You have to be able to run the entire gambit of what kind of shock she would be in or what kind of freezing she would do. And freezing from seeing some ominous figure walk by, like, if it's like it catches your attention. You're like, you know, you get still and you're staring at it. That would be the freezing of an ominous figure. Freezing because a murderer walked by, yeah, you'd go call the cops immediately, right? They have to create this whole thing in order to make Dylan the bad guy, which is ironic because they've done that in every story they've ever covered, Navy.
For the love of God,
they have.
Sienna was in there
100%.
crying, so she was still alive.
So this is another lie. She was in there crying, so she's still alive, but that's not what she said at all.
Dylan goes in her room and shuts her door and doesn't do anything. But hey, we're not supposed to be upset or angry about that, right?
No, you're not supposed to be. At all. And this is why judgmental liars, you're biased by what you know. But what you know, Dylan didn't know at the time. Instead of you putting yourself in Dylan's shoes as someone who just saw this guy walk by a home where it was high traffic day and night, you're putting yourself in the shoes of a murderer walking by and Dylan doing nothing because you're dumb. You're not smart. You're not capable of being neutral. Thus why you'll never be a reporter, or you'll never understand the ethics of reporting.
Are you effing kidding me? Who the hell raised this girl? You see,
Who raised this girl? Now it's a judgment of morals. Who raised this girl to just let their friends lay there and die and not do anything? So Betty, did you hear the way Betty just described things? We had questions. We had questions. No, you're saying that she is a bad person. You literally, and we're not even to the bad part yet. You're saying that Dylan is a bad person. You've already made enough judgments on Dylan to know that she's a bad person, that her parents didn't raise her right. All these things you've pulled, and you don't know this person at all.
Man in your house, covered from head to toe, in black headdress and clothing.
Black headdress and clothing, because, well, you're lying about the ski mask thing, so that makes sense why you'd say that.
And a friend is in a room crying, and you shut the door and lock it and don't.
I swear I never heard her say that her friend was in her room crying.
It's in the affidavit.
Where at? What? What part of it? What did it
give me a
say?
second.
I swear to God that in the affidavit she said something about. I mean, it could have been it could have been someone crying, but then she said that she thought it was the dog. I thought that was the part that she thought was the dog.
So when she awoke the first time, she said it sounded like the girl that she heard crying later on was playing with her dog. And then it says the second time she opened the door, she heard stated that she opened the door a second time when she heard what she thought was crying coming from the person's room. Then said she heard a male voice say something.
Pause. What she thought was crying. What she thought was.
Right.
And I think what she's describing is she can't figure out what she's hearing, and there's a dog in there, this yappy little dog. So it's an either-or scenario for her, right?
And then she said she heard a male voice say something to the effect of, "It's okay, I'm going to help you."
Yeah.
And then she says, she said, okay, the next time she said she heard a distorted audio of what sounded like voices or a whimper, followed by a loud thud. A dog can also be heard barking numerous times starting at 4:17 a.m. Oh, wait, this is the other residence. A residence to the northwest.
Yeah. I'm just trying to stick with Dylan here because Dylan said that what she thought could have been crying, and then she brought up the dog, meaning she doesn't know if it's the dog yiping or if it's her crying or whatever, and it's not abnormal enough or anything for her to go check or anything like that. Again, in order for Betty to be right, or in order for Betty to be able to make these assumptions, what we need from reading this is that Dylan made an intentional decision to basically that did something wrong to her friends. An intentional decision that did something wrong. So is that intentional decision is you know that this guy attacked your friend or whatever, but you didn't call the cops. You didn't try to help her. You just let her be attacked. You just let her be murdered. You just let this happen and went to bed, right? And again, it's so you have that's Betty's side. Then my side is, why would anybody do that? Why would anyone think that it's inconvenient for them to go call the police and go, even if they wanted to just go to bed after they called the cops, go to bed. Like, oh, well, she was tired. She didn't want to, she heard her friend crying after being attacked. She heard her friend being murmured. She knew that they were hurt. She knew that this guy had attacked them, and she just didn't want to deal with it and wanted to get some sleep before she called the cops. That's Betty's side, right? Two girls slept in the same room. I'm sure Dylan, and that Kylie was in her room with the dog, but the dog was in the cage. She couldn't decipher. Exactly. She didn't know what she was hearing. And because she hears these types of normal sounds, the dog yiping and all this stuff, there was nothing that triggered her to check. Like, she obviously didn't have a thought that they were hurt or that there was something wrong. You never think, hey, could they have been murdered? I better go check. Could some dude have come in and kill him? I'm going to go check. Could some dude could have come in and attacked him? I'm going to go check. You're never going to think that. So you have to get that out of your head. Dylan was never thinking that. Dylan was hearing these noises. What would have made Dylan feel compelled to go check or to call the police? Like, and out of the noises we have in the scenario we have, there's nothing there. I'm sorry. Like, oh, I know, truth teller. We're going to get there. I know I'm slow, but...
Law enforcement, and don't go check where the source of where the whimpering is coming from? And then
yeah, you wouldn't when there's a little whimpering dog in a cage in her room. You wouldn't. Absolutely not. No. That dog probably whimpers every time that woman walks out of the room while it's in that cage. Whimpering coming from that room is one of the most common noises that comes out of that room in totality if there is a small dog in a cage in that room. Betty, we know that you beat the shit out of animals and people, or, you know, the things in your home. Here, let me show this so she doesn't say I'm defaming her. We know that you beat the shit out of things to such a high degree that you don't have a dog. You don't know what it's like to have a small dog. But I'm going to tell you now, 90% of small dogs, when you put them in that cage, I don't give a shit if you go to the kitchen. I don't care if you walk out of that room for any reason, they're going to start whining. In fact, I just experienced it happening with Harley. My dad was parked, and I noticed that he had Harley in the car. And my dad just walked over here, and Harley was standing, you know how, like, Cadillacs have this like middle thing that you can lift up. Harley perches himself on that middle thing when my dad gets out of the car. So I see Harley and I go over there and I can hear him whining as I'm walking up to the car, even though he can still see us and it only been a few seconds. Harley's like this big. You guys seen Harley before. Check Voodoo. She made an MGL Voodoo doll. It's in the freezer. I will, Kelly. I will. But I got to get through all this before I do anything else. God, it's just in the freezer. Oh, just wait till Molly finds out. She's going to say that people are casting voodoo spells on her and shit. Oh, that's a great troll. That is a great troll because you know Molly won't be able to resist bringing that up. We have to see that, though. I'll check it soon. I will. Okay, yeah. So back to it. Here we go. We're getting to the worst part. Here we go.
Don't bother looking and checking on anybody until the next day around noon? You have got to be kidding me.
Well, at least she doesn't beat the shit out of the people in her house all the time. Like this is, you know that there were many times when Betty beat the shit out of these people and they didn't call the cops. Navy, can we be certain of that? I think we can be certain of that. Right?
Yeah, probably. Yeah.
With this many severe beatings, this many severe batteries, Betty, you know, you're such a judgmental person when you can't even, because I guarantee you there were many times you hit or pushed or threw something at people and they didn't call the cops. Why didn't they call the cops on you more? And you know, this coming from a woman who almost killed a man due to strangulation. Like, you have more in common with Brian Kohberger than any of us or Dylan ever could. I doubt Dylan's ever gonna have, by just statistically speaking, Dylan's never gonna do this to anybody and not even have the cops called one time, let alone do it so much to such a high degree that you wind up with this many domestic battery charges. And you tried to say they were 20 years ago. This one's from 4 or 5 years ago. Liar. And you think you have a right to say these things about Dylan? No wonder you're saying these things about Dylan. No wonder you're not slowing things down and thinking. But the main thing is that dog, being a small, yappy little dog, I can just imagine what kind it is too. And having a cage in that room, that's why she didn't think anything from hearing whimpering noises. And how do we know it wasn't the dog? How do we know the dog wasn't in the cage while this was happening? And that the dog didn't start whimpering in fear or whatever, right? I mean, it's just so many things. For you to make these judgments against Dylan, it's what embodies you needing to be banned.
You have got to be kidding me. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. No,
You're not sorry. You're not sorry.
The dog was in Kaylee's room with the door shut.
Dog was most likely in its cage. And that's why the dog didn't die.
I'm pissed. I have to be honest with you. I'm pissed. Hearing this, I'm pissed.
You can tell. You're triggered. Your little fifis are hurt again.
Dylan.
We know that just an article being written about you hurt your fifis, though.
Gonzalez family. Many of you guys don't know this. And this really pisses me off. Really, really, really pisses me off. Many of you guys know we had an opportunity to sit down with the Gonzalez family.
And here we go. Any reason to bring up the fact that I can't believe that the Gonzalez family didn't just search your name online. They did such a horrible decision, but I can't blame them. Unlike you, I won't blame the Gonzalez family for making such a horrible mistake because they were traumatized when you manipulated them into sitting down with you. The Gonzalez family doesn't need to be sitting down with someone who has so much in common with Brian Kohberger. Fact. No family that just experienced what these people have experienced should be sitting down with the person that is this violent. I am starting to think that you pursue these people for more reasons than just your YouTube channel.
Okay, that Olivia's working on that. We were hoping that yesterday we would be able to drop that video, but it's a long video and her editing is taking a little longer than she anticipated. So that video won't be dropped until Monday. I'm sorry.
It looks like a brown labradoodle. Like, that's small, right? Like a brown labradoodle, small, right?
We wanted to get that out, but it's not ready. And if you guys know anything
it'd
about
probably be
Olivia,
like
she's a
Harley
perfectionist. She
size,
likes when
maybe
she
a
does her
little bit
documentaries for the.
Yeah. Like a labradoodle is a poodle, right? mixed with a Labrador?
So a Labrador and a poodle mixed together. It's a Labrador.
Anything you mix with a poodle is going to be a yappy little dog.
It's going to be absolutely beautiful. So I know whatever.
I don't care if you mix Bullhorn Betty with a poodle. It's going to be yappy. It's going to choke the shit out of people, but it's going to be yappy.
We're going to get is going to be nothing short of amazing because it's Olivia doing it. But
shut the fuck up. Olivia sucks. She is a tragedy pimp, and she's fooled the people that follow her just like you have. Just like Molly has. And this is why you all spend so much time kissing each other's booties. Because you gotta kiss each other's booties so that you hope it'll rub off on your audience a little bit and they'll go over there and sub to Olivia.
We're just gonna have to be a little more patient. So Monday will be the day that we go live and discuss that. But while we met with the family, one thing that we learned.
You know, that family probably has been educated about y'all by now. That just shows that you reached out to the family. That just shows that you reached out to the family. That family doesn't need another incident at all. Maybe just because you choke and punch and hit and hurt people, they don't need that. They don't need that around either.
Learned was the family did reach out to Dylan. They reached out to Dylan. Kaylee's family reached out to Dylan to check on her and to ask her a few questions. Would you know that Dylan never responded to the family? She never responded to the family. And I want to know.
So, this is why the family doesn't need to be sitting down with you. Mind you, do you think the Gonzalez family would have sat down with Betty knowing the things that they said about their friend's roommate, Navy?
Well, they didn't sit down with Betty, so that's one of the things that she's lying about. They sat down with Olivia because their daughter had followed Olivia on social media.
Betty
and
just
the dad said that was.
She said
No,
we sat
no,
down.
it was Olivia.
Yeah, but so
It was
she's
Olivia.
lying?
Yeah,
Oh, she's lying.
And the only reason they let Olivia sit down, that's what the dad said, was because his daughter had followed her on social media.
Pathetic. Just pathetic that Olivia put them in the situation. It's pathetic that Olivia didn't call out Betty for lying. Because Betty just said, we sat down with the Gonzalez family. She just said, and the video's not even out yet when she's saying this. So she's just trying to get her audience to believe that she sat down with the Gonzalez family. She is such a bold-faced, pathological liar. She lies about the fucking police report, takes it off the screen so that she can lie about it, and then lies about sitting down with the Gonzalez family. This should get her ass deleted. This is purposeful misinformation to make money off of this family and this tragedy. That's what this is. It goes against all the TOS about this. You can hate me all you want. People can bitch about the fact that, oh, Uni's saying these people need to be deleted. Yes, I'm saying that Molly and Betty and Olivia and Ho Williams and Justin and LB do need to be violated by YouTube. Yes.
Well, I need to correct
saying
myself.
that.
Apparently Betty was there, but the interview was mainly done by Olivia. That's what Menace is saying.
So Menace is saying that Betty was there, but Olivia interviewed them. Betty was present.
Yes, and apparently she asked like one question, but it was Olivia that got the interview. It wasn't Betty.
So why did Betty go then? If Olivia was given permission to go, why did Betty go?
You want to tag along because she
just tried to tag along with Olivia? So Olivia is that fucking stupid? Like, Olivia actually has a social media presence to defend. So Olivia having a social media presence to defend, like an actual, follower count to defend, you know what I'm saying, would mean that having Betty around is just, she used to film for Betty too. Olivia did.
At this point, why was Dylan saved? Why was she saved?
What? The fuck? What?
Why would he walk right past her? She'd be able to, look at him eyeball to eyeball. Eyeball
She didn't look at him eyeball to eyeball, you liar. There's another lie.
to eyeball.
Yeah, I get it. You got to say these things in order for your narrative to work, but that didn't happen.
After killing 4 people, and he walks right past her and out the door.
He didn't walk past her. Do you not know how hallways work? If you walk down a hallway and there's no one in that hallway, do you consider that walking right past someone, Navy? She was in her room. The hallway is it's separate from the fucking room, Betty.
And doesn't even assault her? Doesn't say anything to her?
According to the
Nothing?
affidavit, she said he walked toward her.
Nothing. She still managed to
She had the door open and he walked toward her and she saw him.
Yeah, toward. Sure, but the affidavit also said she was in her room and he was in the hall. And
right,
so
he was in the doorway.
The picture that I drew, the picture I drew kind of says it. You got a hall, and then you've got doors that come off of that hall, and she was in the room and opened that door. We don't know if she opened it a little or if she opened it all the way, but she opened it enough to where she saw him. We don't know if he saw her because he had his hood up and he was just walking out of this murder scene. So we don't know if he noticed her or if he saw her. But Betty's acting like she was standing in the hall facing him. He was standing in the hall facing her. This is what Betty just described. Yep. And he walks up and he has to go around her and she just stares at him and then goes in her room and lays down. And that's what Betty's describing. Betty is describing the opposite of what's written in the report, regardless of what people want to pick through and how you kind of like can take certain things that were said there. Betty is not being honest. She's describing things that aren't, that haven't
freeze long enough to get to her room. Might have been an idea to call someone for help. Absolutely. Are you freaking kidding me? Absolutely.
Again, even if, let's just say, for argument's sake, that you, Betty, were in the hall. Dylan was in the hall, like you're describing, and Kohberger had to walk and go beside her. Why would she call the fucking cops? Why? You still won't tell us why she should call the cops, even here. Yeah, if you're in a home and after you lock the doors, it's uncommon for people to walk through the home and enter and leave the home. Call the cops. I'm on your side. She should have called the cops, I guess. But in a place with 4 different adults renting this place, having their own room, entering and exiting all through the day and night because they go out late at night on the weekends and all that stuff, and they have friends over all the time. Why? Like, you're describing a single home situation and then acting as if Dylan did something wrong when she was in a college home. She was in a college home with 4 different residents. One of the rooms, yes, they did share. Probably because the girls wanted to save money, they both slept in one room, but still, you get what I'm saying.
Absolutely. We also never got Bethany's statement in what she said or heard or saw only Dylan. Why? Good question. Good question. Why is the statements from Bethany Funk not in there? I don't know.
Well, it's probably related to the case, dummy. Maybe get a little bit of your true crime together. Maybe start understanding true crime a little bit. You know, cops lie too, right? When they're trying to catch somebody, they'll lie about certain details when they're trying to catch someone.
Don't know. Maybe because she had nothing to contribute. Maybe she was literally the only one that.
Maybe she had massive stuff to contribute that they don't want out in the public before the trial. Maybe
was utterly clueless, right?
Why isn't Dylan clueless? You've made Dylan unclueless when she was clueless. That's the issue.
But it still pisses me off. And again, this is something Dylan will have to live with, literally.
No, it's not. It is not. So it is not something Dylan will have to live with. Survivor's guilt, which is not the guilt. That is fake guilt. Surviving a situation like this is completely different from failing to save a friend. And it's 2 different types of guilt. Failing to save your friend is not survivor's guilt. Like if you just sat there and said, I'm not calling the cops for you so that you can suffer and die, and then I'll call the cops 8 hours later, ha ha ha, and then you go to bed. That's what you're building Dylan to be. And that's why she should sue the fuck out of you and have every dime from YouTube that you've ever made or you ever make go into her pocket. It would help her too.
The rest of her life. Because now that we know that this assailant walked right past her, she heard women.
He didn't walk right past her. Again.
Whimpering, and didn't even bother checking on her freaking friends.
No, you don't check on whimpering when whimpering comes out of the room every day and night.
/ roommates. You don't even have to be friends. But, I'm sorry. I don't know how stupid.
So Betty, let me ask you this. If you had a small dog that lived with your roommate and that dog whimpered all the time and you heard whimpering and didn't go check on it because you hear it every day, and then later you find out that person died and you didn't call the cops and check on them, everyone can hate you, right? But you're going to go around saying, you can't hate me. I didn't do anything wrong. That dog whimpered all the time. How was I supposed to know that that was a human whimper and not a dog whimper? That's what you'd be doing. That's why we all hate your guts.
And I'm going to say that. How stupid a person can be to see an assailant in their...
This is the act of you shaming a victim right here. This is victim shaming.
Effing house. Somebody walks right past you. You're opening the door because you're hearing whimpering, and you're watching a guy completely in black clothing walking through your effing house, and you go and shut the effing door.
Did she not know that there was a dog in a cage in there, Navy? Because it really sounds like Betty doesn't know that right here.
And so I got a question though. So does the type of clothing you wear indicate that you're a bad person?
Exactly. I don't
so
even
if I wear
it.
all black and I have a mask on and I'm just walking down the street, does that mean I'm a criminal?
Black. We don't even, how do we know that he had black pants on? I didn't think, did it say he had black pants on? Because again, I didn't read that, but maybe it was there.
Let me open it.
No, you don't have to, man. That's what I'm trying to say. She keeps describing him as if he wore black pants, black socks, black shoes, black hoodie, black mask. She did describe that. A ski mask typically would be black. But we already know that she keeps describing it. We already know that the mask wasn't black. Factually, the mask was not black. So she's not telling the truth because she's telling people that the mask was black. She's telling them that it was a ski mask. All right. I'll leave this up. We'll come back to it. But take into context a small example of what you just heard Betty doing to Dylan. But look, let's just start from square one. Let's just restart this because I want to catch people up to where we're at here. Let's do it. Let's do it. Damn it, my drink's gone. Do you know what drink of mine that is gone? It is Red Bull. And when Red Bull's gone, you can donate to the show if you want at paypal.me/Unirock, $UNIROCK, or $UNIRACHEL on Cash App, whatever you decide to do. If you want to donate, thank you ahead of time. Or if you have, thank you too. And thank you all for watching. Thank you all for being here. So we went live early today, and my internet, due to the weather, has been really crazy around here, acting up. We had to restart a couple times, but we're good. We're streaming. That's a good thing. So we have now been looking at, of course, the Vanity Fair article. We read it the other day, so we didn't read it again. But now we're kind of going deeper into Betty's response to the Vanity Fair article. One of the main reasons why I'm doing this is because I think that this is very big, that the fact that a media outlet has recognized the damage that Betty and others are doing, and just to kind of demonstrate to you that damage in case you weren't here, she writes, Betty reports, in quotes, so reports rumors and perpetrates harassment of innocent people, and that sentence sets the tone for how Betty was described in the Vanity Fair article. Described as a tragedy pimp, somebody who lies, spreads rumors, doesn't fact check, and causes damage to the stories that she covers. Of course, Betty, having this happen, has decided to go nuclear and lie her ass off in a stream, trying to defend herself, all of her friends, and how they do things, and failed spectacularly. It's a level of cringiness because of the lies she's telling and the way she's categorizing everything they've done. But it's even worse than that because she knows that with the mainstream media comes the eyes of YouTube. And as the mainstream media reports, it's one of the steps going from an outraged community filing reports to YouTube, trying to let the media know what's going on, to the media actually reporting, to that report causing more people to put eyes on what's going on, more content to come out, more people getting outraged, more media reports, until eventually YouTube comes in and deletes these channels. Ironically, one of her friends just lost monetization on his channel, and it's likely all related to the fact that they are breaking TOS with their content. They are clickbaiting, they're lying, they're victim shaming, they're attacking victims, family members, doxing, harassing, threatening people. And we've covered all of it up to now, to this point. And I think after this is all over, I do predict many tragedy pimps will lose their channels or monetization, thus causing them to find something else to do. Thus, this being temporary, this being a temporary ordeal. And our coverage of it and others will be the only lasting thing that comes from this. My YouTube report that I'll put out at the end of this will be the documentary on a community that no longer exists, like many of my previous community reports. I've reported on conspiracy theories, specific ones that came out that shocked and rocked YouTube, that were censored by YouTube, with the commentary that I've given in those videos as a record, a history of something that's gone. Thus, I believe that will happen with the true crime tragedy pimping community. So we're going to keep reporting, we're going to keep archiving, and we're going to keep moving, because with the new eyes coming in from Vanity Fair and from other reporters that are reportedly or rumoredly to be writing articles and digging deeper and tracking these people, they have decided that they're going to be good YouTubers now. And they're trying to make excuses for everything they've done and trying to be on their best behavior now that they're scared that the hammer's coming. That's what we're reporting on. That's why we're watching this. But don't get it twisted. We're actually more being entertained by the sheer cringe that they have to do this in front of us all. They have to lie. They have to change their behaviors and do all of it with us watching. And that's why they hate us. They know that we've seen them in their most tragedy pimping ways. So to see them start acting like they're not tragedy pimps and to see them walk it back so far and be on their best behavior shows the intent. It shows they know they're wrong. And it's so cringy. It's what I call cringily delicious. Back to it. If you want to support me, watching, subscribing to this channel and UNIROCK2 are the best ways. PayPal.me/UNIROCK and #UNIROCK and UNIRACHEL on Cash App are just alternative ways that really do help. They were pinned at the top of the chat, but we did have such a good comment in the live chat that I had to pin it instead. I had to replace my pinned message. Let me read it to you. So Night Owl said, we all have somebody said, we need kryptonite for these people. And Night Owl responded, we have kryptonite. It's called the truth. And it was such a good response to someone saying that in the chat that I had to pin it. The kryptonite to Betty and Molly and Ho Williams and all of them is just simply the truth. We don't have to go out and spend lots of time or energy on these people. We just need to laugh at them while creating a record of what happened. That's it. And we can defeat them that easily just by laughing.
As to why she heard screams in her home and calls all the roommates, but doesn't bother calling law enforcement. How she can see him.
What is she talking about? Called all the roommates. I didn't see that in the report, Navy, either. I didn't see that she called the roommates.
Something to do with calling the friends before calling the cops when she did get up and they found the bodies.
Well, that's the thing. She didn't have to call the cops. She didn't have to, because the neighbor had come over and called the cops and was already on the phone with the cops. That's why they called their friends. Once they came out of their shock, there was a man who'd already was on the phone with the cops. So they went and called their friends. They were trying to be consoled. They were trying to mourn with their friends. So I don't understand why it's controversial that they would call their friends. It's just insane. They're saying, well, Dylan should have been the one that called the cops. No, she shouldn't have. Dylan and her friend were in shock. One of them fainted over it, according to, I forget which reporter that was on scene. He said that he interviewed someone down there and they said one of the girls fainted and the other girl was out front of the house on her knees screaming, and this other guy called the cops. That's why the two girls didn't call the cops, according to reporting afterwards by the media, not by one of these fools. So when I hear people complain about Dylan not calling the cops, I just think it's ridiculous.
A masked intruder in her house and give him an 8-hour lead head start because she refused to call law enforcement. That's not.
There it is. There is no evidence that either of those girls refused to call law enforcement. Navy, wouldn't that be a crime?
Yes.
I mean, it is a crime. If I stumble upon a dead person on the road and I'm just sitting there looking at him for a minute, 5-10 minutes, and I'm like, damn, this is crazy, and I just walk away and I don't call the cops, I could be arrested. Like,
I don't know if you have a duty to call. I think you have a duty to help people, but if they're dead, I don't know.
You
would
do,
think
I
so.
think. Yeah. I think you do. I know this. I said that wrong. If I was in my home and I had guests over and all of a sudden they were dead and I didn't call the cops, that's a crime. And it does lead people that one of the main reasons why Betty does this, again, they need a story. And what is a great story? I'm not saying it's a good story, but what is a great story? As in a story that would catch people's eyes. One of the surviving victims actually was in on it. Because, again, these two girls, there's no explanation for why they would have knowledge that this happened, knowledge their friends are dead, and that they just didn't call the cops unless they were purposely giving Kohberger a head start. So for Betty's theory to work, it automatically incites, when she talks like this, the people listening become questioning of, they think that these two are perpetrators. They think that these two are in on it when Betty talks like this. It's a reason why Betty is in the wrong. Because it's not even based off of truth, one, but you see what I'm saying.
My fault, but that is the facts of the case. The facts.
No, it's not the facts of the case, and it is your fault, and you're just a liar. Nice try.
Not some conspiracy theory, Kathleen.
Yes, it is a conspiracy theory. Yes, absolutely. Because you've taken things that people have said and morphed them in and assigned meaning to those things that weren't meant. And so by doing that, you've created the conspiracy theory. So yes, you are a conspiracy theorist. I mean, shit, it could come out that Dylan worked with Kohberger. You'd still be a conspiracy theorist because right now we have to go by the data that we have, right? We can only go by the data we have. If it turns out that Dylan was helping Kohberger or in leagues with Kohberger and set this up and all this, then that would just be something that would be a twist and turn of the story that we didn't know about right now. Just because you guessed that Dylan was involved or that Dylan did something wrong doesn't mean that you're right, because the data you're pulling it from doesn't say these things. Now, Navy, I want to ask you, I don't know if you were here earlier so that I could ask you. Shit, I just lost it. Motherfuck. It'll come back to me. Hold on. Let me keep going.
So that you know. Don't be all jelly over me. You know, I get a lot of people. A lot of people. So jealous.
Jelly? Why would anybody want to be you? Why would anybody want to be you? Why would anybody be jealous over you? You're not famous. You don't get good views. You're not popular. The only reason people even are watching you at all is because of how cow you are. They watch you to cringe at you. That's why your chat moves so slow. Why you only have a few people in your chat at any given time. I mean, no, I don't want to be you. Because if I were you, I'd have to get views by acting a fool like you. I'd rather act a fool like me to get views, being silly, making dumb jokes.
So jealous. I get it. I travel the country, I cover these cases, and I pull views from other people. I get it. It sucks.
You pull views from other people?
No, you don't. No,
How does she do
God
that?
damn.
I know, it's so
delusional?
delusional. I know, it's just pure fucking delusion. The whole thing, it's just pure delusion. Like, man, before you came in too, and I know you were listening, she was being so delusional earlier. Like, it was just off the charts delusional.
But you know what? They do it to me too. And guess what? I gotta deal with it, right? I gotta deal with it. It is what it is.
They do what to you two? What? What do they do to you two? You're not even making sense now.
Yes. Good morning, beautiful friends. And Andrea, check your messenger later when you have time. Gotta go on way to the doctors. Well, good luck with the doctors. I hope you get some good news. I hope they take those staples out. I hope you can start dancing.
No, you don't. Because if she was someone that was close to you, you'd beat the shit out of her. Liar.
In the midnight, right? I want you dancing. I want you on your feet. Thank you and God bless. And we'll be praying for you to have.
No, because if they danced around you, they wouldn't be able to dance after you got done with them.
Great news from the doctor. Everybody throw some prayer hands up in the chat for Miss Jennifer L. and everyone else struggling at this moment. Because we haven't, we've got Emma.
Well, how about instead of throwing prayer hands, they just say a prayer for her? Like, wouldn't you throw the prayer hands after you said a prayer?
Sepsis kills.
No, you can throw prayer hands while praying.
Well, no, while praying or whatever, but she just said to throw the prayer hands, right? You still need to pray to some extent. Yeah.
We're feeling well. We got Ronnie. Ronnie hasn't been here in a while. I hear she's not feeling too hot lately. So we just want a big shout out to all the people that are struggling in this chat. and all the people that are just having a great day. God bless.
Well, you love making people struggle, so I don't know why you're saying they shouldn't struggle when you are a person who causes people to struggle. Like, this dude had to struggle to get your hands off his neck while he was losing consciousness. These others had to struggle due to you beating the shit out of them to where it was a battery. I mean, that's bad. That's not just a normal beating. That's a pretty bad beating.
Bless each and every one of you.
Oh, you're just shaming her, Uni, for beating people.
Didn't she pull a thing earlier? Like, I think you were talking about where she claimed to be the reason Brian Enton is the person he is nowadays, right?
Yeah. She is the reason Brian Enton. Nobody would talk to Brian Enton. Nobody would talk to him. Brian Enton said good things about her, and Brian Enton. Nobody wanted to talk to him, but she did, and then she got Brian Enton interviews when nobody would talk to him. So she's the reason Brian Enton is famous. She is. Because he met her, he became famous. That's what she said. Now, there are so many more things. I just can't go through them right now.
I'm definitely controversial. You know what? If you are,
no, you're not. Is abusing people and beating people and taking and stealing from people and lying from people to fraud them controversial, Navy? I guess it is, right?
You would think, right?
I mean, like. Yeah, you hear about a YouTuber being controversial and you expect that it's their content that's controversial. No, your content, I guess, is controversial, but it's more controversial in the way of just you being a horrible person, which most people are controversial because they have a crazy religious thought or a crazy political thought, right? The Quartering is controversial because he's right-wing and stuff like that, or Tim Pool is controversial because his beanie actually is stuck to his head. I don't know, but you're controversial because you attack people, lie on them. I mean, it just is different kind of controversial.
Physically attack people.
Physically controversial. Is battery controversial? I mean, I guess. Domestic battery, constant domestic battery.
I don't think it's controversial. I think everyone agrees it's wrong, and that's why it's against the law.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. There's a different word than controversial for Betty. Because I don't see what she's doing is controversial. Evil, vile, wrong, bad, you know, taking advantage of others from the baseline all the way up to the extreme. It's just all she is.
Probably not your channel. Kathleen, you probably wouldn't last a day over here on the Bullhorn Betty channel. I'm just saying.
Kathleen, okay, so another really cringy thing she's doing is she's taking Kathleen, the person that wrote that article, and acting like the reason that she wrote the article is that she has a personal thing against Betty. Like a personal thing against her. And again, a personal thing would be because of who Betty is, Kathleen is against Betty. But that's not why Kathleen wrote what she did about Betty. She wrote what she did about Betty because Betty, again, I don't know how this is personal at all. Betty perpetrates harassment of innocent people through what she does. She is harassing people to make her videos, to be live on streams. She's harassing Dylan in this stream. I'm sure she threatened her, Navy. She threatened the woman that wrote that article in this video. Now I don't know if the email she sent was a threatening email. I would assume it is, right? Because she threatened nonsense.
That's what I'm saying. If we go off what like her voicemail to nonsense, you can almost guarantee the email probably says something similar. And this right here, this stuff right here, and this is going to be hilarious. This stuff right here is what's going to hem her up in the end. She's going to send the wrong email or make the wrong phone call to the wrong person, and they're not going to put up with it, and they're going to get her in deep shit.
I hope that's Kathleen. Kathleen's going live tonight in like 6 hours, 7 hours about her article with the channel. Right. Rocket Science, True Crime, or True Crime Rocket Science. So I hope she'll mention Betty's email. You know, wouldn't it be great if she read the email
or showed it?
Should. Well, she should. Like Nonsense said, if there is any kind of threat, even an implied threat in there, then she should read it. Because that's the only way you can stand up to these people, is to take their doxing, their threats, their harassment, and make sure everybody knows about it. Because it's already Betty, Molly, all of them have had a huge negative since people have started calling them out in the last year. with people like Toasty and Heels in the Air and people that have done it before then, it did a lot. And then when more and more people came in, it's just really, you know, had an effect on them because their audience members and random people on YouTube now, when they, you know, they go out, it's like I always say, people can make all the negative videos about PewDiePie they want. Why doesn't it affect PewDiePie? Because when you click PewDiePie's videos and you see his content, you know what he did and didn't do. Got me?
Yeah.
Just like with me, like you get people making negative videos about me. So people are going to click, they don't just see a negative video and go, oh, I'm never going to watch that person. They actually click the video and then they're going to click the video of PewDiePie's and they're going to click the PewDiePie hater. So there has to really be something there in order for them to have a negative effect. With these people, they've done so many fucked up things. When people click those videos, they see all of those things in their face and they're like, oh my God, I can't believe I ever supported this person.
But I'm willing to talk to you. Let's talk to you. I'm willing to clear up any misinformation you may have about Bullhorn Betty.
Misinformation? You just did what she wrote about you in the response to her. She's doing it here. She's lying about Dylan and attacking Dylan here while saying, I don't lie on Dylan and harass Dylan. It's so incredible. Because Dylan, she brought up the whole reason Betty started to talk about Dylan and the whole reason that we were listening to Infamous's video where she recorded Betty doing this is because in the article, Kathleen wrote that Betty attacked one of the surviving victims of Kohberger, Dylan, in vicious, nasty ways. You know, that whole thing. That's why we started talking about it. Now, Betty is saying that claiming that she attacked Dylan is misinformation. Claiming that she lied on Dylan is misinformation. No, it's not. You did it. We've got the proof right here. This is why we watched this.
It was a whole stream where y'all sat there and said she wasn't a victim.
Yeah, they sat and argued about how Dylan isn't a victim nonstop. And we were like blown away. We're like, she's not a victim of her friends being murdered? Like that in the bare minimum, they're victims of. They're not a victim of the break-in. They're not a victim of having their space violated by this person. Because yes, they are renting those hallways. They are renting those the doors. They are renting the home that was burglarized and that was invaded and that was where just as easy. And this is another thing, you know, the reason Dylan's alive is simply because this dude didn't know that Dylan was there, didn't bump into Dylan. Now, I know she says that the guy bumped into Dylan. He didn't. Kohberger didn't bump into Dylan. He walked by Dylan's room that she was inside. That's completely different. And again, we don't even know how much the door was open to where if he knew Dylan was there. We don't know that. She does. She says she knows. We don't know. Normal people don't know. Though Dylan is still a victim of all the things Kohberger did. Like, oh my God, it's crazy, bro. Okay, let's keep going. Let's keep going. I'm going to eat a little bit of my salad while we watch this.
I'm happy to do so. So, and I have a funny feeling when it comes down to it, you know, it's going to be something really stupid. Really, really stupid. But getting on with everything.
Wait, she just said that the misinformation or the reason that was written in the Vanity Fair article is something really stupid? How's that?
Here she is, just for everybody to know. She has been found. She's been found safe. Thank God.
You notice how she keeps going between Kathleen and how this kid's been found safe?
You know, this could have went really bad. We know the boyfriend story. I didn't say it, you know, yesterday, you know, because I'm trying to be, I'm trying to make sure.
The boyfriend story? What are you talking about?
Sure that the rhetoric here online is tampered down. And no, I didn't need a Vanity Fair article to do it because I really think it's unfair. I really think it's unfair. Even the stuff, like, I don't mind talking about, and we even opened up the chat going through this Idaho 4 for Kylie, Rodney, and the Idaho 4, so you guys could vent your thoughts in here without taking them to them, because that was the worst thing that can happen, is reaching out to...
What? You reached out to the family, dummy!
The people, especially when we don't really have a whole lot of information to point a finger at any one person. I mean, look at all the time people did by pointing fingers at Jack Showalter and Jack D and Jake and all that, and none of them had anything to do with it.
You see what I mean by the cringe? Where she's acting like making contact and reaching out to people is bad to do and all this stuff, when she got a family member of a victim fired from his job because he didn't want to interview with Betty. You know what I mean? Like, what? I feel like I'm in crazy town when she's talking. I feel like I'm in crazy town.
It is crazy town.
Straight up. Yeah. It's just amazing to me. Unbelievable, even.
This, yet they were getting death threats. Those are the types of things that I don't like seeing on here. I think that's just going entirely overboard.
What do you think? Why do you think Dylan got some death threats, Betty? Why do you think these people get death threats, Betty? Why do you think the people that watch you get so riled up that they do this, Betty?
In my opinion, it just is. But she's been found. We don't know what she's doing, but we do know she's had past drug history. So there may be more there as to why she disappeared. You know.
Why are you talking about a non-public figure in this way before having a reason to? If you don't know if the drug history is related to anything, then stop blasting the private details of this person's life unless they relate to a public event.
Potentially, I don't want to, I don't want to say anything negative about her, but we know that there were other things going on in her life. So
I don't want to say anything negative about you, but why do you beat the shit out of everyone you live with until you have battery charges? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 domestic battery charges. By the way, Betty, you said all this happened 20 years ago when this last one was like 4 or 5 years ago. Also, you said there was only 2 of these and there's at least 6. Sorry, go ahead, man.
Oh, no, I agree with you 100%.
She was found. Her boyfriend did not hurt her. And I got to say, my commentary was going to be...
Why did people think that the boyfriend hurt her?
Much different on this case today had she not been found yesterday. Because here's what. I had an opportunity.
Anybody know? Was Betty trying to say that the boyfriend had kidnapped her or something? Is that why Betty's walking this back now? What happened?
To listen to the interview that T-Rev had with the mom. And it really kind of changed my entire perspective on what may have happened to this young girl. So we were going to be diving a lot deeper into Paul's background.
Why are you even talking about what may have happened? The police will tell us what happened. You know, like we'll get the information from people who can actually investigate it.
To find out, because we did.
Yeah, Voodoo made dolls. Is Voodoo in here? Because I could just go straight to Voodoo's channel. Is it on your channel, Voodoo?
Yep.
Oh no. Oh no. Is that Molly?
Yep.
Hey everybody. Okay. So as you see here, and it's me, you can tell by my tattoo. We are ready. I decided not to do this live, but it'd be better if I did it in recording.
I'm just glad you did this. Thank you, Voodoo. I want to see what's up here.
So in case I messed up, I can start over, this and that and the other. So, but Marissa has already been prepped. These have already been done. These are...
I am giggling because I know how Molly's going to react to this. Oh my God, it's a little frowny face. Oh my God, I know how Marissa's going to act. Guys, tell me, how's Molly going to react to this? How is Molly going to claim victimhood for years, Navy? Like...
You don't read that crucifix again.
Oh Lord, this is awesome.
Start to take the harmful thoughts out of her mind, okay?
Yes.
The thoughtful out of her hands and fingers so she doesn't type.
Do me a favor, when you do the Betty doll, try to do the hands and fingers so she doesn't choke. Like whatever you can do to help her not choke. I'm
she
sitting
doesn't
so
walk
serious.
anywhere crazy to do any harm, okay? So
I'm down. I am down.
prepped when it comes to other things that I wanted to do that have nothing to do really with this, the binding spell. Alright, so here comes the first one. And
Voodoo Sue says she is working on a Betty doll.
Oh, Sue, as soon as you get it done, let me know, okay? And make sure, mods, you're sharing the link to Voodoo's channel, please, so that people can subscribe. Excellent. Because, while being a Christian, which I am, and have been for a good while now. And you know that I was an atheist for a while. I was a Christian as a kid, then I was an atheist, now I'm a Christian again. It's going to be a controversial thing for me to say, but in my religious awakening, my thoughts, because I do logically believe in God. I believe in God due to logical reasons. Some people say that's impossible. I can make that argument. If anybody wants to debate me about how believing in God is illogical or something, I would love to do that, because actually I believe in God because of logic. So, because I believe in God, because I do believe in the supernatural to an extent, I think that some of these types of old world or ancient techniques might even have something behind them. I do think it's possible for voodoo, for evil spells and stuff like that to be possible. I'm not saying that they are possible. I'm saying, though, that because I believe in an afterlife and that there is another plane of existence in heaven and hell and all these things, why is it that those types of energies or those types of things couldn't cross over into our world if you have the knowledge of how or how not to do it, right? So, I've never seen anything to make me think that someone can cast spells or anything. I'm just letting you know why I do think that it's possible. That's all I'm saying. So,
my hand is gonna.
But I definitely respect everybody's religion, everyone's beliefs. I respect that from all of you, just so you know, regardless of what religion or atheist or whatever. I respect it massively, because I think that all of us should be around each other, discuss things with each other so that we can understand why people believe what they believe, and maybe it'll help us figure things out, right?
I have to go over it, just gonna have to. These are black painted pins, not the red ones. She has red ones, like I said, in her head here, and she has 3 that are in her mouth, and the red bells. These are,
oh my god, anything that could help Molly and Betty. Anything.
Not buttons. These are just bells that are glued over her eyes. Then there is salt, because everybody loves salt in their eyes, right?
Yeah.
Salt mixed in with the Elmer's glue, which is already a salt.
Salt, though? Doesn't salt keep away bad thoughts or something, maybe? Isn't that like an old saying or something?
It's supposed to keep away evil, I think. I don't know about bad. I'm assuming bad thoughts can fall in there too. I don't know.
Like, I know that it's sometime people used to put salt outside their door, or maybe it was something else they put outside their door. I don't know. Vitamin D is one of the most important things. I have a deficiency in vitamin D. I don't know how. I eat so healthy. I get so much sun. But I'm trying to eat even more healthy. I'm trying to get even more sun because I have a slight deficiency now. So, you know, it happens as you get older, I guess. Please do me a favor, Voodoo. When you update your story, let me know. I want my stream to follow the story of how you do this.
She just released the binding spell video, like about a few minutes ago.
Can you throw it in general for me so I can pull it up? Do you mind?
I can.
Thank you. Oh, hell no. While you're doing that, we got to hear this.
Welcome back to the arena. Hope you're all having a fabulous Saturday and getting the R&R you deserve.
Definitely Exposure Arena, and I'm glad to I'm glad to react to your video. I hope you don't mind. I hope nobody minds, but you know, I'm glad to have. There's such a good community.
Enjoy your matinee show.
There is some problems, primarily with the Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow case in Idaho. It's very upsetting to me, but I heard that the judge has ordered no media whatsoever.
Because of you. Because of people like you. You. Tell me that's not why, Navy. Why else is the judge doing this?
Oh, no, it's 100% because of her and everyone else that's throwing out so much misinformation on this case.
It is. It's the misinformation. It's any creator. I'm not saying that a creator can't talk about possibilities or theories. Those are good creators, right? If they're doing it respectfully. letting their audience know, not getting angry at what you think may be happening or not framing people, making sure nothing you say carries negativity to the survivors and all of that, unless we have a reason to later with facts. Those people that are carrying misinformation, the thing we've been showing you from Betty, are the reason why, not just in this case, but many different towns and cities. I think Truth Teller said it earlier. I just didn't get to read it out loud. They have changed laws in Florida and other states to where people like Betty and Molly and Ho Williams and JLR cannot go there, cannot do what they do. So the people that are doing the misinformation and the performative BS and the people that are irresponsible and that are controlled by anger and hatred and personal feelings while doing these things instead of an unbiased reporting, and that is why the reporters have to have an unbiased reporting and don't do what you do. You are the problem. You are the reason. And it's funny. It's so funny that they're sitting here seething over the fact that they can't sit down and broadcast the Kohberger case, because the reason that they don't want them to broadcast it is because they lie so much.
I think that's truly a violation of people's rights.
You don't give a shit about violating anyone's rights, you liar. You need to start worrying about basic human rights being violated from people.
You know, it is a public trial. It should be disclosed to the public. But I found.
Well, I'm glad you feel that way, so you can't be complaining about blank screen. I don't want to hear you bitch about blank screen sharing this then. You get me? Oh, I mean it.
Out that they are not going to have any live coverage of that case.
I think it's pretty safe to assume that Idaho is done messing with tragedy pimps.
Yep.
What do you all think?
Which I think is a travesty. I truly think it's a travesty. And
God, I love these filters, bro. Don't those things look good?
Oh, they're amazing. They're perfect. They're exactly perfect for what's going on.
Yeah.
I think people have a right to know what happened.
Your reasoning for wanting an open trial is completely different than the general public. You, Molly and Justin have been banking on this trial since last year.
It's such a great point, Exposure Arena. They want it open. They want to use the excuse of rights and all this garbage. The reason you want it open is to profit from it. You don't want to profit from you reporting it good. You want to find ways that you can make money by upping what you're doing and separating what you're doing. Like, okay, here's an example. Myself and everybody in our community. What I want is for all of us to do our content, and then whoever does better content will know, because the most people will go watch it and share it and like it. It's a fair ecosystem decided by you. They don't want this. They want to put up gates and gatekeep who and who can't talk about something. And they want to scare people away. They want to get mad if they... How is it that you and your friends file the false strikes that you're known for filing and shut down the conversation that you're known for shutting down if you have such a feeling of violating free speech and coverage of a trial and rights? If you felt this way, you would be perfectly fine with anybody covering you, talking about you. So it's such a lie. It's a lie that's exposed by so many different points.
Many lives talking about going in fact.
So I'm not sure how we're going to handle that particular case, but I did find out that unless you're there, we're not going to be getting any coverage on that case.
Good. I don't care if they change it to where only reporters are allowed to go in and cover these things because of you guys. I don't care if that's what they have to do to stop y'all. And I mean y'all as all of these people on TikTok, Twitter, Facebook that go around lying, clickbaiting, bullshitting on these issues. I don't care what they got to do. If it means that we only can have, approved reporters covering these cases from the trial, then fine. And I think that is a travesty, but I think that sometimes we have to give up some of our rights in order to prevent people from taking advantage of others. And the people that have these crimes perpetrated against them aren't around to be able to defend their own rights anymore. Someone has to step in and defend them from y'all lying about what happened to them. It ain't me.
Okay, so you guys saw by the other video how she was already prepped. Okay. So each ribbon needs
I'm recording this one. I got to record our reaction to this, Navy. So we can normal reaction. We don't have to be quiet for this recording, but I want to upload some of this later. So here we go.
Okay, so you guys saw by the other video how she was already prepped. Okay, so each ribbon needs 2. Marissa is already been Marissa'd to know that she is Marissa. And Marissa will no longer speak harm or unkindness or hurt.
Yeah, boy. This is both from Voodoo Sue. Both of the Voodoo videos are from Voodoo Sue. Okay? Make sure you go sub. Make sure you share Voodoo stuff so we can get more people out there seeing Voodoo Sue taking some steps to hopefully prevent them from harming people with their hands, their voices, their legs. Hey, we've got to do extreme. These are extreme times. We need extreme measures, y'all.
To anyone.
Oh my God, bro. Molly's gonna have a fit.
She is gonna have a fit. Well, I'm hoping that we won't be able to hear her because her voice won't
Marissa
work because
will no longer want.
the voodoo.
Bro, could you imagine? What if Molly loses her voice tonight? What if she loses her? Oh, bro, I'm gonna literally be freaked out if she loses her voice.
Speak any kindness or untruth to anyone.
What if the next time Molly goes live, she's like the nicest person you've ever seen?
I'm gonna lose my shit.
Marissa will no longer want to speak any unkindness or hurtful things to anyone anymore.
Oh my God, she's gonna flip out. I know, Scorpio. I know. I'm just hoping, right?
Marissa,
It's gonna be so good. It's gonna be so good to hear it. Like,
it feels
always
worthy
gonna claim devil worship and all this kind
or
of
at
stuff.
the
It's gonna be hilarious.
epitome
Yeah, El Glow. I'm going back to it. I'm going back to it right
of
after
what
this.
she feels like, as if her shit don't stink.
That's right.
And she will no longer speak those things
Voodoo, I do not know what kind of keyboard you have right here, but it is beautiful.
to others as if she's somehow better than anyone else. Because no one is better than anyone else.
Yep. No, that's a good point. I love that tattoo also, by the way, Sue.
And there we go, people. Now let's see how well this works. As of 3 p.m.
Here's to hoping.
This is my old kitty cat. It's my old kitty cat.
ish, March 11th.
It's an
Safari
old style
Dream says
gaming
it's-
keyboard. Yeah.
That's cool looking.
I know. I love it. I love it. Oh, nice.
2023.
Old dumpy dumper.
This day
Oh,
fall,
Sue.
she'll be known only as the Dumpty Dump.
That's great, Sue. Keep us updated, please.
So if somebody is in Idaho,
Here we go.
if
Oh,
somebody's in the area and you would like to be our correspondent in Idaho and can take the time off for the trial, please reach out to me at Bullhorn Betty. I'll be happy to send you. I will have to do some things, but I'm happy to send you some press credentials. Happy to send you some press credentials.
You have no authority to print out your own fake press passes, let alone give anyone else clearance. These people.
it is so true. Like, this is such a LARP. It's such a lie. And I make arguments every time I state why. Betty won't address the arguments because she knows I'm right. press credentials aren't just Betty wants you to believe that a press credential is literally just her it's any entity saying you are press. That isn't what a press credential is, dingus. It's an entity that has a reputation, it has training, it has an ability to determine where someone is unbiased, where someone is trained, where someone has credentials to be able to wear that pass. When you have a pass, if it says Bullhorn Betty on it, it's not even worth the damn plastic it's printed on. Because you don't have a credential, you have no training, you have never been to college, you have never gotten a degree, and you haven't even taken basic training in ethics. And when I made the ethics argument, Betty started to really, you could tell she heard my argument on reporting ethics, the ethics in reporting. Because I bet you she Googled it. I bet she went to Wikipedia and looked it up. Because I went and did a full breakdown on the ethics around reporting and why certain ethics apply to reporting and other considerations of ethics do not apply to certain kinds of reporting. And of course, that is what gives the credential to the printer of the pass. I could print a PES pass. You could print one. Any of us printing one would have more credential than Betty, because Betty's reputation is of harassment, verified by the mainstream media, verified by Vanity Fair and the reporter who has this reporter does have a credential. I mean, I might not like Vanity Fair's some of their other reports, but some of them are good, some of them are bad. Whatever they have done since they've been reporting, though, is the credential that they have. It's the reputation that they have. Betty has none of that. And when her stamp is on something, it says, hey, I harass people. Hey, I lie. I spread rumors. I attack people. And I've choked out a bunch of people and beat a bunch of people and shit. That's what it says, Betty. And that's why your press pass means nothing.
People are going to catch a charge messing with you. Wow.
Go ahead, bro.
I'm going to say this right fast. You have more of a chance of becoming a lord by buying a piece of land in Scotland than you do becoming press because of anything Betty sends you.
Mods, can you share Voodoo's channel? Some people are having trouble finding it. Also, you might want to search Voodoo Sue space Molly Golightly. Since she made a video on Molly, it'll help pull that up to the top. No, but you're right, bruh. You're right. And y'all, hey y'all, I'm gonna drop my PayPal link down because I have to. Try at least to get a couple PayPal donations tonight. I probably won't, but I'm just going to try. So if you want to support us, it's down there in the chat and it would help, but it's not required. And we're going to keep moving here. That sounds like work, says Tom. You know it.
That are temporary in nature, and file any kind of request with the courts that need to be done.
What in the hell are you talking about, buttface? What?
I just love how she's trying to act like she does everything by the book and legally, since YouTube is bringing the hammer down on them all.
Yes, YouTube is. Hey, Betty, knock, knock. There's a YouTube hammer at your door. The YouTube is starting to look into you tragedy pimps. And you just, what do you think happens when Vanity Fair and some of the reporters there, they put out this really consuming article, an article that took a lot of work and time and effort. And they realize that there are a group of YouTubers profiting off of harassing people in tragedies. It is ethical for those reporters, once they've discovered this, to make YouTube aware. And I think it's funny that they are making this report. While they're typing up this report, Dolly loses monetization. I mean, for all we know, they could have just let YouTube know that these people exist and not given them specific channels. But either way, though, I do find it relevant that YouTube is starting to act in your tragedy pimp community the moment that this thing comes out, right around the time that this comes out. And we do know that before this came out, a lot of time was spent prepping it. So at what point in the article would Vanity Fair have reached out to a contact at YouTube or sent their report in to YouTube to say, listen, you guys have a problem where people they probably did it for TikTok. They probably did it for YouTube. And one of the first things YouTube does, they find grievous channels that just really fit the mold of what they're doing, and they start taking away their monetization so that they can build a case, they can build, proof so that they can come in and delete your channels. And it does take YouTube time because they want to legally protect themselves. They want to do it by the books, and that's why it takes time. But I do think that this article and certain members of your little troop getting issues happening, I think you're nervous. I think it's coming.
This act won't work. They're going to look in the past leading up to this. But nice.
Yes, they will not start with today's video. They're going to go back.
Try.
Yes.
But if you guys are interested, if I can just have one person or two people that kind of report back to the Bullhorn Betty channel.
In other words, go out there with fake credentials and do all the work so she can stream it and make the money off your.
Yes. 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 You're employing these people, Betty. How much do you plan to pay them? How much do you plan to pay them? Oh, nothing. Really? Why is that? You get to make money. You're going to make money. Why aren't they going to make money if you're employing them to do... Remember, Betty, you said that the reason you're different from everybody else is because you put your heels on the ground. Well, if it ain't yo heels on the ground, that money should go to whoever's heels are on the ground. But it's going to be on my channel, says Betty. No, you said the heels on the ground work is what makes your money. It's what makes you different. It's what makes you better than the likes of me and others. You shouldn't be making any of the money. It should be whoever has their heels on the ground.
Work. It's going.
Oh, you don't apply? You don't apply the heels on the ground application? You don't apply the rules of the heels on the ground that makes your channel better than everybody else? You don't apply that when it comes to this scenario, huh? Wonder why. Wonder why that is.
Even lower than her doing it. Surely people are not this naive, are they?
Related to this case, it might help so I don't have to spend the additional funds to go out there to cover this case. It might be beneficial to this channel, but hey, if you guys want to send me out to cover this case in person.
Why do they have to send you, dummy? Where are your profits? This isn't how business works. You don't go in and just e-beg your freaking ass off to your audience and then say, well, if you give me enough money, I might go, or if you don't, I won't. You know why you're not going to go? You know why you're trying to send someone else? It has nothing to do with what you're saying it does. You aren't going because you know you have a reputation, and they're not going to let you in that court the minute that they see it's you. You already know that if you even try to get it, even if you do get in the first day, you know people will send all the evidence of what you've done in to the court, and they won't let you in the second day. So you know you can't go. You're trying to find someone else to go, which completely destroys everything you've ever said about you being better than other channels because you show up. You're the one there. You deserve the money. So that would mean whoever goes deserves the money, not you. Whoever goes is the one that gets it, not you.
You know how to do it.
Well, there's the confirmation. You go on your own dime, do all the work, and it will be beneficial for her pocket. Are they?
Yeah, and then if you even if they pay for Betty to go, she's still going to make the money, but you're the investor. You notice how she's scamming the shit out of everybody here? It's not like she goes and does content like I do, and then if I make more money in a certain month or something, I try to go and say, okay, the extra money needs to go to better equipment and go to other things for us, right? Or more work, more content, more publishing, more stuff, right? No, she needs the investment up front so that she knows it ain't going to come out of her pocket, right? She doesn't go there, do a good job, earn the money like Brian Enton, right? You don't go there and you do a bunch of reporting and that's why you get paid because you've done so good that it generates money. Oh no, you've got to have people crowdfund you to go so that then you can profit from what you do there. And when you don't make enough money or when the case doesn't fit your bill enough to get you more money coming in, you lie. That's when you spread the lies and the rumors. That's when you say you've got audio from the scene that wasn't from the scene, or when you saw Brian Koberger when it wasn't him.
They can send her thousands to go on another free vacation. Reminder, people, you just sent her on an all-expenses-paid vacation to be a simp.
Hope says, I believe the point is to limit the fake news. Can the court have a list of legit approved reporters? Yes. So the court can give seats, as we saw in the Johnny Depp trial, Navy. Remember when we were watching certain people trying to get into the Johnny Depp case, but they weren't allowed? They did that by they got in line. But then, even if you were in line, certain people were or weren't allowed in due to certain reasons. So then they assign seats and things like that. But the problem is the court's going to have to be fair. The court can say, we want to restrict people that are going to lie about this, spread misinformation about this, or cause us to have a mistrial due to leaking information or not following rules. So they can say, we want people who have a reputation that they report things factually to be allowed in, or people that are from the area that actually lived in the area, like that own a business or that work in the area. If you want to take time off work or from your business to come in, we need to verify things. These things are possible. Now, the problem is there should be a press availability that doesn't restrict press based on anything more than those types of things. Are you feeling me? Like, they have to have a right for press. There needs to be a right for people to be able to get in so they can report what they're seeing, so they can talk about it, so that people can have access to the information. But they also can restrict people that would lie or would fake things to profit just using the fact that they're there. Betty, Molly, they go there and they say, I'm here, so I know more, but then they constantly lie, right? They need to be able to stop them. It creates a bad scenario, doesn't it?
Well, I guarantee you probably what's going to happen too is a judge is going to like restrict the ability to record, right? Now the court itself can record, right, the case and stuff like that, but they won't let outsiders do it. And if people get caught doing it, they'll get banned. And
yeah, but see, then the damage is already done. So what this court is doing, they're trying to take steps to where they can get ahead of the game there, and I'm all for it. Jessica says, how can she give anyone a press pass when she's unqualified herself? Make it make sense. Oh, definitely. And remember,
can make it make sense.
When you have somebody trying to claim that they can do something like that, remember to go check what it's about. This is about reporting. And then ask yourself, what is it that determines what you should or shouldn't do in this area? Well, in reporting, it's ethics. Basically, that's why you don't come in and say, I don't like Dylan, and I think Dylan should have done this, so I'm going to attack Dylan, and I'm going to say bad things about Dylan. Because, again, people that watch you who aren't, for some reason, smart enough or able enough to be able to just draw their own opinion, and they're going to mimic you, are going to attack Dylan. And you got to know these things. And thus, why certain things like tragedies and certain things like shootings and these things should be covered by people that have ethics training. Brian Enton is going to know that if he has a personal bias, like if he looks at a story and he says, man, I think that Dylan has something to do with it, he knows he can never say that on his report. I promise you, reporters constantly think things like that. I promise you they do. I know for a fact that they do. And they'll even take people that are very close to them and have conversations like that. Though it is about the ethics, whether they take it to their show. And that's one of the issues, because dramatizing, taking a feeling, taking a guess and dramatizing it is appropriate in other scenarios, in other settings. It is the gravity of the situation that makes it inappropriate. And because they have no respect for other people, even in their personal lives, they damn can't have any respect in their doing this, right? Are you feeling me? All right.
For Trump.
You guys can put Daybell Vallow on any kind of funds that come in if you guys would like this.
This is just pure e-begging. This is just pure fucking e-begging, and I don't like it. It's e-begging using a four-person murmur or something. It's, multiple murmur to e-beg. Hey, you want me to cover the murmur? You got to pay me money. What happens to the money you made last month, Betty? You were bragging about having all this money, bragging about having all these views, bragging about being supported. What happened to it? What'd you do with that money where you can't use it to go to Idaho, where you can't use the previous month's money, the previous bunch of months' money to fund what you're doing? This doesn't make sense, Betty. We know you make money. What does she spend her money on, bro? Where is it going?
I know it ain't four-star hotels.
Exactly. We've got a dark side Phil situation. Darkside Phil is a dude who makes a shit ton of money on YouTube. He makes 6 G's a month just from YouTube and another 6 G's base in donations. Next month, he'll be begging, even though his bills don't even exceed like $2,800. He'll be begging, saying that he's broke. And everybody's like, where's the money, bro? And they found out that he has a very severe gambling addiction. Betty doesn't have a severe gambling addiction. She's making a substantial amount of money. I don't think it's a lot. I think I make more than she does, I would bet. But anyway, she's still making some money. Where's it going? Because she's up here saying she needs it to just do... Remember how going and putting your heels on the ground is the base thing that she does? Why in the world do you have to e-beg to do the base thing that your channel's supposed to do? Just admit that your channel's failing. Just admit that the money's drying up. Because you said that you were rolling in it.
There it is. Support the next project. Venmo, Cash App, and PayPal.
That is straight wrong, bro. This is wrong. You want to villainize Dylan in this situation and then tell people that if you want me to go cover this trial, you've got to pay money to these places. I hope Vanity Fair saw this clip. I hope Vanity Fair is seeing this. I hope Kathleen's seeing this. I hope other people that are covering you guys out in the media are seeing this, because you are using this tragedy to e-beg right now, and it's wrong. This is this e-beg pisses me off more than a lot of other ones, Navy. Like a lot.
Oh no, 100%, yeah. And the fact, well, because it's combined with her begging for money, and then also basically trying to get people to do her damn work for her.
Yeah,
like she doesn't want to do a damn
thing. Fuck? She exactly, like, for number one, the thing that your channel is doing is it should be paid for by the channel's money. Like with me, you know, getting a very nice device that I can edit and do YouTube work when I'm not sitting in front of the computer, thus helping me do a lot more stuff, since the kids, you know, take me a lot of places, and other family members. But the point here is, you know, getting in a car and driving to Idaho from where she's at shouldn't be that expensive. It shouldn't even be $500 to go get a hotel for 3 or 4 days and to gas money to go there. Especially when we know that the last place she went, oh my God, that was Idaho. Isn't that crazy? She got a hotel for, I think it was like $50 a night. It was a very, very cheap hotel. And she stayed there for a good minute, remember? Remember, the reason we know that is because she tried to use her audience to go do review bomb that hotel, because she rented a room where they kept other people from renting it, and then she showed up a day late. So they charged her for all of her reserved days. So there was an extra day she got charged where the room sat empty. And she said, I shouldn't have to pay for the empty room. You should. So she had her audience go review bomb that hotel. And by doing that, we knew what hotel it was and looked it up. And it was like $48 a night or something super low like that. Running Bear says, YouTube doesn't stop this crap going on. Someone is going to end up getting hurt. Well, Running Bear, I do think we should give YouTube about a month, especially since Dolly Vision just lost monetization. Because Dolly Vision losing monetization is directly tied to the content Dolly does. That's a fact. So it means that there is a team at YouTube looking at channels that tragedy pimp. Now, if they do their job, they're going to find people around Dolly that are doing things either equal to or worse than Dolly, and they're going to act on them too. So the first step always is to yank monetization. In fact, the Q guys, when I covered the Q story, I was interviewed by the mainstream media because I debunked Q. And so all these places contacted me and interviewed me. And right after that, they started to pull monetization from all those channels. And I believe it was about 3 months later that their channels all disappeared. So this is, I think, part of it. Anita says, I missed so much of the show. I'm sad. Anita, don't worry. We're just now really getting into it. You did miss something really good. It was the voodoo part of the show. But I recorded it. So I'll upload that very, very, very soon. Like I wanted to say tonight, but it probably won't be tonight. Don't worry, though, because we're just now getting into it. Also, hey, guys, since we do have a little break here, I'm going to grab a drink. Navy, do you want to talk to the chat or you want to take a break, bro? It's up to you.
I can talk to the chat just fine.
Okay, I'm gonna actually change my shirt too, so give me like a minute here.
Okay.
Just so I can get a little more comfortable.
Good deal, Bubba. Jessica, I don't think he's permanently banned. I think he's just demonetized. I don't think they've taken his channel away. What's going on, Running Bear? Tank the channel. Say a whole bunch of stuff I shouldn't. Yep. Ms. Leah, I did not have a chance to watch the Courtroom TV thing myself yet, but I did grab an article that kind of went over the what was happening. And that is well, I like to say it's surprising, but it's not. It's right up JLR's alley to do this stuff, and I'm hoping they arrest him again. I'm hoping he's gonna push the limit again, and they're gonna have to arrest him for stalking. But but I want to watch it. The only thing is, I don't know. I was hearing some people earlier say that Court TV loves to file strikes on people. So we'll see what happens. Talk to Uni when he gets back. But I have an article for that too. Oh yes, ma'am. I would love. He is like they're all like it's no surprise that trash human beings find other trash human beings to hang out and be friends with. Dolly was just saying the other day that her and JLR are friends and all this kind of stuff. And she likes to jump on his channel and in the live chat and stuff. And it's just sick. They're all sick in the head. They're crazy. Dolly Vision got demonetized, Chris. But the thing is, the demonetization is actually probably one of the best things that can happen for them because this is what they do. They want it for money, right? So they can't get any money from it, you know, other than like the Patreon and stuff like that. But yeah, they can't get any money from it. They're not going to do it anymore. I know Molly, like if she get demonetized, she'd leave and do something else. Yeah, he had it coming, 100%. JLR's got it coming too. You know, he's about to get his ass arrested again, and you know, and he can't sue anybody anymore, really, without a judge's permission. So, you know, how bad do you have to be? How many lawsuits? Like they said, somewhere around 2,800 lawsuits, but they think the actual number may be up into like 4,000. It is crazy. 4,000 lawsuits. I mean, the man sued I'm pretty sure he probably sued God. So who knows? See what else? Oh, Hope. No, I watched Deets' video on him. Yeah, it's that's what I'm saying. Like I was watching that video. Because who was I watching it with the other night? Oh, it was on with Queen Bee. You know, I think I was on her panel, and we were watching the video together from Deets on the Streets, and it is absolutely crazy. It is absolutely crazy. Are you serious, Scruple? Dumpy Dump? Oh, that he's giving away moderator. That's crazy for $2.99 a month. No, he is. He is on. As far as I remember, Kelly, I think he is on probation. So he's got a PO and
who is?
JLR.
Oh, really?
Yep.
You'd think his PO would have an issue with what he does online.
I think his PO would have an issue with what he just got reported to the cops for doing in real life.
What was that? The doxing?
No. So you know the Murdaugh trial that just happened, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the last surviving son, Buster Murdaugh, and his girlfriend have both filed police reports of them being stalked, followed by JLR.
Jesus
H.
H.
He's taking
Christ.
pictures inside the home. That's how Buster found out. That he was taking pictures inside the home, like their private home, and then posting them online. And that's how Buster found out. And then his girlfriend called him. No, like from the outside, but he was like right up next to the window, like taking pictures and stuff or whatever.
They
And
need
then
to,
the girlfriend called the
Ooh.
sheriff because he was following them. He'd been like following them around town and stuff.
bro, he needs locked up for another 10 years. And you know, Betty and all of them, in my opinion, they need it too. Betty needs locked up for what she did to nonsense. You shouldn't be able to do that shit.
So we dropped it. I dropped
everything is broken.
It is. Let me find see if I can find the video again, because I had someone had sent me, or Miss Lee had sent me the Court TV interview. They interviewed JLR.
Why though?
Because he was supposedly stalking.
Oh no
Murdaugh.
way! No,
It's
okay.
at the bottom
yeah,
of General Ozzy. Yeah, Ozzy Trisha. It's at the bottom of General.
Dude, let's hope that not only. Dude, this is what we need right here. This is what is going to lead to the TRAG pimps going down. We need to record us listening to this segment here. Let me get it prepped real quick. All right, we're going to actually record us listening to this segment. Also,
Cool. I also have the news article from News Nation that kind of gives an overview.
Yeah. Drop it. Banfield needs to wake the hell up. And the others out there who are in this space need to wake the hell up. And they need to talk to UNIROCK. Because I can give them so many clips, so much evidence that they need to be reporting on. They could do short reports, man. These people need to be blasted. People like Banfield could actually do something good by exposing the tragedy pimps. Menace. Wonder when JLR is going to sue Alex Murdaugh's front yard. You know, I looked it up, bro. All you got to do is type in JLR, which is Jonathan Lee Rich's space lawsuits, and you can read. He has a Wikipedia article. That is how. Now, anyone that would look at JLR after what he's done, he is an embarrassment. Okay, it's fine if you want to be a little douchebag soy boy embarrassment like he is. That's fine. But don't be going around mixing yourself into these tragedies just because you can make a buck doing it. And you know that's why he did. That's why he did this. When he first popped up, in the Gabby Petito situation, they're the ones that are always acting a fool every time they pop up. Every damn time, bro. They have no respect. They have no ethics. They have no anything. They're just sick fucking sickos. I am so sorry, people. I'm back. Hello, guys. Hey, Menace, you're always welcome in here, bro. I know you're busy a lot of the time, but just so you know, man, you're always welcome in here in the Omega. If you can't get into the Omega room, you can jump down into Butterbot and I'll pull you up. Nick is more than welcome to jump in also sometime today. The JLR is the Sobsit of the journalism world. He is. He's also a little commie bitch.
And he likes to steal people's identities.
Does he? I didn't know that.
Yeah, that's one of the first things he went to prison for, was because he would steal people's identities and then go and take money out of banks and stuff.
And he was running a scam back in the early internet where he would do something. He got wire fraud charges and he got 10 years. And while he sat in prison, according to some reports that I've read, that's when he filed a lot of lawsuits against things, hoping that he would win something or something like that.
Yep.
And this is why JLR, I'm working on that Acerthorn video, because JLR is in the Acerthorn video. Acerthorn is another dude that did what JLR did and sued a bunch of people. Acer, though, sued him for a bunch of other reasons. We'll get into it. We're going to react to this now. And before we get going, before I hit the record button, before we build this segment so that it can be uploaded later, I need y'all to hear me shill. If any of you want to support us, I'm going to drop my PayPal link down below. Actually, I copied something, so I have to type it again. 1 second. And I'm only sharing it in case you... Damn it, I just messed that up. Nope, there it is. Control Z. The undo button, anytime you mess up typing something, Control Z will undo it. So never feel like you just, oh God, I just lost all that text. Control Z. I do have to shill. Okay? I do have to at least try to get a couple donos. It's paypal.me/Unirock. Of course, you don't have to. Hit the like button, hit the dislike button, sub here to ROCKALOT and to UNIROCK2. And I'm saying all of this because we're about to roll into a recorded segment. So what you say while we go over this segment will be in the upload. Keep that in mind. You're part of the video with your chat being in the video. In fact, before we get going, I need to resize the chat really quick so that we can see more of you guys. So let me do that real fast. And I can do it the easiest way, just like this.
It was like Jack's mom said, he pretended to be Adam Lanza's uncle, I think.
Adam, oh, yeah.
Yeah.
See, this is the thing about these people, bro. They're not honest. They are dishonest. So they don't get to sit here and play as if they're media. You know, he wears a media hat and all that garbage, bro. Like, it's so disgusting. Yeah. Like, I hate fakers, because the reason why he does it is because he doesn't go to college. He doesn't get any type of education so that he can... It's almost like stolen valor, of course, but it's not as serious because he's trying to steal valor. He's trying to steal the thought process that he has a degree in journalism, that he knows journalistic ethics, and that he's unbiased. That's why they LARP like they do. Instead of just being normal people interviewing, I'm a YouTuber. Anybody that asks me, even when I fit the bill as a reporter back in the day on my main channel, I still told everybody I was a YouTuber and I wasn't a reporter, because I'm not delusional to say that I have all that training and all those degrees, and I don't want the respect. I want the respect to go to people that deserve it, not to just, you know, you can respect me for reporting and how I report, but it doesn't mean I'm a credentialed reporter. I'm not. Okay, here we go. Let me hit the record button and move in after I share my links. I have to add UNIROCK2 and ROCKALOT to it. I'm so sorry, guys. I meant to. UNIROCK2, ROCKALOT, sub, and like. Let me copy that and throw it out. Let's hit the record button and roll in.
Stand up, Buster.
I do.
Is that Buster?
Yes, sir.
And is Brooklyn sitting next to him? Can you stand up, Brooklyn? Is that Brooklyn?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you, Your Honor. That's all the questions I have.
So there's Buster Murdaugh and his fiancée girlfriend. I'm not exactly sure of the status. I don't think it necessarily matters, but...
All right, guys, what we're doing is recording a live clip. We're looking at the claim that Buster Murdaugh is being stalked by a tragedy pimp known as JLR, or Jonathan Lee Riches. You may remember him from the Gabby Petito story. When we were covering it, he kind of popped in and out with Molly Golightly. Navy, do you know who Buster Murdaugh is, or do I have to look him up? If you know, I won't have to look him up.
I know. So Buster Murdaugh is the the surviving son of Alex Murdaugh, the man who was just convicted of killing his son and wife, one of his sons and his wife.
Okay, yeah, he's the surviving son. Okay,
he's the surviving son, yes.
What I want to try to understand really quick is, why would somebody stalk Buster Murdaugh, though? Like, why? Well, what's the gain? Is it just to try to tragedy pimp some of his info or something, or? Probably because of what just happened. Like, it wasn't, so this whole Murdaugh trial thing didn't just expose a man doing something like that, because it also had to deal with corruption, long time history with corruption within the court and throughout the history of the town of South Carolina. So it's like a huge thing. Like it's like a historical thing. It's like this Southern family finally gets taken down for corruption and stuff. You think it'd make a good video? That whole thing? You think there's enough there? It might be. I mean, it was a huge thing. Everyone was following it, kind of like they followed the Depp trial. All right. We'll have to take a look at it. We'll have to take a look.
But they're together, and that's Brooklyn. Brooklyn White is her name.
Dude, I have to say it. This stream is looking good, bro. Damn. Like earlier, we were having connection issues. It seems like it righted out because it looks crystal clear.
And there they were identified in court.
Hey, stream, let me know. Do you think everything looks pretty crystal clear right now? If it does, let me know.
And Buster, if you've watched the documentaries, there's Buster seems to be somewhat implicated in a prior incident involving a young man named Stephen Smith. Now, no charges against him. I believe there may be an investigation going on, but he hasn't been charged.
And that's what you've been talking about, right, Navy? Him mentioning that is what you were talking about?
Well, I was talking about his dad's trial, but yeah, there was also, if he's the one, I think, if that was what they're talking about, there was an incident with a young man, one of their friends or whatever, that ended up being like passing away or whatever, because they were on a boat, if I remember correctly, and So people are starting to look back into it to see if there was any kind of like cover up with what happened, I think. So I know that's what they were talking about at the trial.
Yeah, he's mentioning corruption here, so it could, a prior incident, but we'll see.
It's all connected together. It's all connected together. It's like the whole family, like the history of the family and stuff. And because they're like his dad, Alex's dad or Buster's like grandfather, I think was a judge, like a sitting judge, and then you have Alex who is a lawyer, and it's this whole thing. It's just this like history of corruption.
Katie says it's much better than it was earlier. Thank you, Katie, Alexis. Appreciate you. Dead says, Legato, Buster did some suspicious stuff, like taking guns out of the house before the SLED agents arrived. He was caught on a drone with Alex's brother. Yeah, but I mean, I could understand. Okay, I'm a gun guy, but I can understand. Like, he must have known they were coming and he didn't want them confiscating his weapons or something, right? Now, if they were illegal, if it was illegal for him to have them, of course, I'm not approving of that or anything, but I'm just saying, like, you don't want no one taking that M4. I've got an M4 that's my baby. You know, I keep it under, I shouldn't even tell you where I keep it, but I keep it under my mattress. So, you know, I can't sleep at night without one. The military kind of bangs that into you. So, yeah, but then again, I get it. I get it.
But a lot of people are wondering, you know.
Oh, hold on. Shanna, Brianna says, the boat case was Paul. Okay, Stephen was killed years before then. He was a friend of Buster's. He was gay. The two had nothing to do with each other. Thank you, Brianna, because I really don't know anything about this. That's why I'm asking Navy. I'm not like the tragedy pimps. I'm not going to come up here and pretend I know something about a story that I don't know anything about, you know? But if I do want to know something about a story and I want to learn it, I will let you know, so.
Oh, what's going on? And I want to play you this little clip. And this is after, I believe this is after the conviction of Alec Murdaugh. And we hear a voice in it talking about Buster. Take a listen.
Ooh.
How does Buster feel about you being found guilty?
Oh,
all
shit.
right. And we paid attention to it when we heard that, because a lot of people have been talking about this, about what happened to Stephen Smith. Is this going to be the next case? I think Chanley Painter's.
Dude, Navy. Why is Court TV slaying it? Are they doing better?
I don't know. I haven't watched Court TV in a long time, so.
I know, me either, but dude, this guy seems to be slaying it. Chris says stream looks much better now. By the way, Vinny Pilato from Court TV is friends with MGL. Uh-oh, that ain't good. Infamous says it's many generations of them controlling the prosecution part of the community. Ah, gotcha. Dolly Vision says, is that all y'all got weak? What?
Spoke with Stephen Smith's mother. But now let me show you what's been happening in
somebody big mad decided to come to live chat. You know how it is.
What is that? One of the tragedy pimps? That ain't a fake
Dolly
account?
Vision.
Really?
I went and checked it. Yeah.
That's the real Dolly Vision? Oh, damn.
Someone following or harassing Buster and Brooklyn. So we looked it up. We've got part of the police report I want to show you. And this is what the police report is saying. On the evening of 3/6/2023, Brooklyn White exited her residence and witnessed a reporter looking into the windows of her vehicle. White is familiar with this reporter, who she identified as Jonathan Lee Riches. White explained that for the last few weeks, Riches has been following her and Buster while at the courthouse in Carleton County, South Carolina.
Okay, you're saying that they did file some form of charge for him following, for JLR following them around, right? Navy. That's what this is going to be about.
I just heard about it, so I'd only gotten to read a little bit of it. From what the live chat was telling me, apparently Buster is filing charges against him.
Thank God. This is how it starts. This is where the scales start tipping against people that would do this kind of, like, it just, this, you know, we as YouTubers or people that look at anything remote on the internet, we're supposed to have a respect for people and look at them as regular people. Like, we don't just look at them as an entity on a screen. We try to say, listen, this is a person. We want to respect their privacy. We want to respect the details we cover. And of course, it's a selfish thing for us to do that, because we have to do that to respect our monetization, our channels, and the fact that we don't get sued or something down the road. When you start letting yourself breach the line, you end up not realizing when you break it other places. When we were looking at Betty, You recall how I talked about how in her life, like in her regular life, and I mean on YouTube, like the things she talks about, you know, she's very much forceful and not respecting of other people. She doesn't talk respectful to people, like I showed when she was at the home of the family members that had the pact. Remember that tragic story that we're just not hearing about now? I'd like to find out more about that, actually. It was a very sad story. And, you know, if you remind me, Navy, we should go look at her YouTube channel again. We never finished watching her video. I kind of want to.
Okay. Oh, sounds good.
Anyway, my point is, Betty will, like in person, when you see her interacting with other people, at Ashley Furniture is a good example, being extremely disrespectful and nasty. When she was told that she's trespassing on that family's property, she tells him to mind his own business and to stay out of it, while she's trespassing on the property of a family that just did this. And you think they would want to respect that family. I think it tells a lot, and it shows a lot why they're willing to push other boundaries and why they're willing to not respect basic rights. I don't care if they just killed themselves in a suicide pact. You can respect that that's their property and respect that that is trespassing what you're doing, and that if a neighbor wants to come up, you should be kind. You should be respectful because you're invading. That's not your place to be there or to do these things. And as you see, by pushing those boundaries, you get to a point where someone like JLR is going around just stalking these people because they are part of this story. And for whatever reason, because they're not trained, because JLR is not trained in journalistic ethics, because he never went to school and learned what is appropriate and what is inappropriate, there are times when you can push that line and not usurp or move on to someone else's rights. There are other instances where it's completely inappropriate. And when you're just some basic dummy that goes around filing lawsuits on the planet Pluto, or thinking that you're going to be, you know, going around screaming for justice, for my YouTube channel is going to get you justice, yay, you know, you end up forgetting where those lines blur and doing something like this.
She's aware of how Riches found her. She's unaware of how Riches found her residence. White showed me a YouTube channel called Jonathan Lee Riches Investigates, which includes videos.
Yeah, boy. Riches might have just taken care of himself. Riches just might have taken care of his YouTube channel, because if he committed a crime, if he did something wrong and then used that on his channel, he will lose his channel because
Riches has posted.
And here's the thing is that he is, from what I understand, we were talking about this in the live chat, I think he's still on parole. Parole or probation, one of the two. And either way, like he cannot afford to get in trouble with the law.
Too late. He did it, and it's filed. It's too late. I think we're good. I think we got this one on lock.
Heckling Buster at the courthouse. Buster has requested to not be listed in the involvements or any subsequent reports due to privacy concerns.
Which makes sense. You literally have people, because they can't actually put on a good show. They can't attract people to their show to donate or to support them using personality, knowledge, the style of how they do it. And because they can't do that, they fall to basic tricks of low calorie, which basically that means either making themselves look a fool and exposing themselves, or just acting ridiculous, or even as far as JLR is going, where he's stalking people. He's a creep. It's a fact. You don't go around stalking someone's home or stalking people that are involved in this and then say, oh, you can't call me a creep. You can't say that I'm a bad guy. Yes, we can, you freaking creep.
So,
and he's probably eats and drinks a lot of soy too.
I look at that and I say, wait a minute, I know who Jonathan Lee Riches is. He's got a YouTube channel. He covers all true crime stories around the nation. As a matter of fact, I spoke to him at the courthouse one day. I think he was streaming live, and we were talking while we were waiting for the verdict.
Bad idea, dummy. Why give these people... See, this is, you know, you want to go and take what you do, and the fact that you're on Court TV, the fact that you can get, you know, 18,000 views in 4 hours, and you want this leech, you want this guy who is so desperate, he would do anything. He would roll in shit if it meant that he could grab a couple little pieces of clout sweat off of someone bigger than him. And you just want to give him access to what you do and what you've done, and you want to feed him his ability to manipulate more people through his channel. to lie to more people, to misrepresent what it is to be press, to misrepresent what it is to be, to go to college and get a degree and have journalistic ethics and to have the wherewithal and the know-how to do what they're doing. I mean, you just want to allow this pleb to come in who literally does manipulate these things I've just named to make money off of what he does, and it's just wrong. Maybe you should wisen up a little. I don't even see this. I want to say this dude's name, but I don't see it up here. Dude who's
Vinny.
on the screen. Who is it?
Vinny.
Vinny. Maybe you should wise up a little. Wisen up a little,
Well,
Vinny. I mean, for God's sakes.
He is friends with MGL, so or at least she claims it. Right? She claims it.
She claims it. Like, have they ever broadcasted together? Has he interviewed her or anything like that?
I don't know. But she's the one that he's always talking. He's the one that she's always talking about.
Kirk says, read the comments on Court TV. People are not impressed with JLR. In fact, they are disgusted. Politan is buddies with Moose Knuckles. He knows they're fraudsters. Here's the deal. I don't want to just assign to Vinny that he's friends with Molly. I know Molly will say that. He could have... Look, Betty and Molly and JLR and these tragedy pimps, what they do, they find somebody that, you know, works for Court TV or has some position, and they'll go and have an interaction with them several times because they bump into him. Like Brian Enton with Betty, like Vinny with Molly. Now, I'm not saying Vinny isn't friendly with Molly. They're not friends. I'm sorry. Vinny's not friends with Molly, but what Betty did with Brian Enton basically is bump into him a few times. Of course, Brian Enton's going to be respectful. He's going to be normal. He's going to treat everybody the same way. So they take that good treatment from Enton that one time and turn it into a friendship when it's not. They're not honest. They don't honestly represent anything about what they do. So of course they're not going to honestly represent their interaction with someone who may have a few drips of clout they can grab. Now, I'm not saying that that's the case with Vinny and Molly. Now, Vinny could be influenced by Molly's beavers, as we call them here on the show, that she likes to flop and flap around here and there. So, as you've seen in the video from a while back, when she was wrestling the beavers, but Vinny could just be impressed by that. Vinny could just be maybe being a little bit nice, and Molly could be exaggerating it. All I know is Vinny needs to get his shit together, because these people that go out and try to build this impression are just doing it because that's a hook. Right? You don't never see them trying to build impressions that don't involve them making themselves look richer, look better, or giving them some type of boost in the clout game. You get me? And these things need to be avoided. We need to avoid giving anything, because it's manipulation. Because let's say that I bumped into Brian Enton 7 times. I might mention it, but I would never call him my friend. I would never say that I made his career. Like, that's why you got to be careful interacting with narcissists. People that are somehow, because they have a YouTube channel and people watch them, they don't even care how or why people watch them. They think that it's just immediate impressiveness or immediate clout. And in reality, it's not. And I hope I show you this by streaming on smaller channels. Hopefully I've shown people that it's not about that my main channel sitting there with 40,000 subs or UNIROCK2 sitting there with 20,000. It's about, hey, thank you, Cherie. Are you back? Good to see you. Did you get any rest? Because I think I streamed the whole time you were asleep, but I don't know. What I hope to show people is that it's about your show. It's about what you do, because if you're good at it and if people like it, they'll follow you. You know, they'll... It won't matter, because that subscriber number really does not matter in the long run. Sure, it helps you give a base of notifications when you upload. That's one benefit. But when people stop clicking those notifications for a few weeks, they don't get any more, and they're just like everybody else out there. So my point is, so many people will look at a subscriber like Molly with 80,000 subs, right? And they'll go, ooh, she must be good at what she does, or she must be cool. I'm going to click subscribe. And then they realize, like, if they actually looked into why she has those subs, lying, clickbaiting, all the other crappy things she's done, which probably encompasses 90% of it, we already know that she went from like 42,000 up to 80 through lying about Dre McCrae. So there's nothing proud about that. It's all about the details. I said it earlier. It's about the context. And people that do the messed up stuff will never honestly or accurately relay that context.
So I said, let's get the other side of the story.
Well, right fast. Hope had said too that she was listening to Deets on the streets, and one thing JLR bragged about doing was writing false news articles and making them look legit.
Exactly. And I'd love to have that clip if we ever can get a hold of it.
So joining me tonight.
Oh, I already did. Yeah, I did it earlier in the stream.
In Tampa, Florida, host of Jonathan Lee Rich's Investigate.
Look at his hat. You got this little soy boy trying to pretend that he didn't sue the planet Pluto. What is going on?
How dumb must you
What
be?
is happening here? Look at this hat. Oh my God. And it's such a perfect representation of him trying to play media, trying to play reporter. His hat doesn't even fit. It doesn't even fit. You know why it doesn't fit? Because he's not media. He's not the media. There's nothing about this man that equates to media, unless maybe he's performing some lol-cow-ass performance. Hey, let me pretend to be a reporter. Ironically, you know, maybe he's an Andy Kaufman super genius. Maybe he's doing this all for comedy and we just don't realize it. Could that be it, Navy?
It has to be, because like the other aspect is that he thinks it's serious, and he really sees himself as an arbiter of the truth, and that just kind of hurts my brain.
It really does. He has to be a Betty.
He's a Betty that loved to sue people.
Oh God, Betty likes to sue people too.
Yeah, but not like 4,000 times.
Oh, I know, dude. Well, when you're sitting there for 10 years, a lot of them were probably filed then. Since we know he filed some then, I'm sure he had nothing to do but file them. I mean, that is something you can do while you're there, right? And I don't know, maybe, can you actually go to court? Can you get out of prison to go to court if you file a lawsuit? Could that be why he was doing so many? It's like, well, I can get out of court for a day. Or get out of prison for a day.
When it has to do with your case, yeah, you can't just file lawsuits to get out of court or get out of prison.
Okay.
Because if you do anything else, you have to get permission from the prison and from the court to be able to do this, right? He got banned from, obviously, he got banned from filing lawsuits.
That's what a vexatious litigant is. A vexatious litigant is where they label you as someone either filing frivolous lawsuits. Most of the time, to be a vexatious litigant, you go into the law and you think it's a condition of the Dunning-Kruger effect, okay? Dunning-Kruger effect being where you aren't an expert. You're not even the basics when it comes to what you're in, but you act like you're the most expert master at what you're doing. And vexatious litigants look at certain parts of the law, or they'll listen to like a video, a YouTube video or a media video that explains parts of the law, and they'll think, oh, that means I can sue this person. So they'll take one tiny line or one tiny paragraph that they have from the law, file a lawsuit, and they'll try to say, haha, I can get something because of this. Acer Thorne, it's one of the most insane stories I'll ever show you once I show it to you. He was trying basically to stop people from playing a YouTube video that he accidentally streamed. He accidentally turned his camera. Remember when I walked away and my camera followed me and it accidentally showed another part of the office? He did that, but unfortunately he was eating raw hot dogs while wearing nothing but a small skimpy pair of shorts, and this man had never shown anything of his body or anything because he's not that sexy. He's not that good looking. So he was very embarrassed, and he was taking these hot dogs and going, raw fucking hot dogs, bro. And then the most craziest thing happened. He walked away from his camera and he mimicked murdering a woman that he was mad at, okay? So he's mimicking strangling and murdering this woman alone in his effing room on an accidental live stream. Now, because this live stream got out, he decided that he was going to go grab parts of copyright law and try his ass off to sue YouTubers that laughed at him or broke down parts of this. Also, he started to sue YouTubers that just, debunked other videos that he had. Now, that is why he's a vexatious litigant. The parts of the law that he pulled from, if he would have kept reading, some of them literally said, this is a misunderstanding of people in the law. So he thought he was filing something in the law, but that was actually saying it's the opposite. This is not allowed in the law, and he was filing it. Because again, these people aren't Dunning-Kruger with just a media hat on thinking that they're a reporter when they don't even know the first bit of journalistic ethics. These people think they're experts at everything they touch and everything they do. Now, if I wanted to really bore you, I would give a psychological explanation why these people turn to the Dunning-Kruger effect, but I won't completely bore you. I will just bore you in a minor way. So the Dunning-Kruger effect and people that are prone to use it, like I just explained, psychologically happens because, like with the white lie that I always talk about, you know how you tell a white lie and then you keep telling a white lie and you don't stop yourself, you don't actually pull yourself back, you don't actually put yourself in check, but you do the opposite. And you tell more white lies, and those lies get bigger. Eventually, if you don't check yourself, if you don't fix it, you become a pathological liar. And being a vexatious litigant and being going into the Dunning-Kruger effect is much like going into the Dunning-Kruger effect in other categories. You do this because you got so used to lying, you got so used to misrepresenting yourself, you got so used to thinking you could manipulate people to make them think you're smarter than you actually are, that you start doing it naturally. Okay, sorry, I'm eating and drinking, so I'm sitting here hiccuping, but you start doing it naturally. It starts becoming a natural part of your mind, of your psyche. Faking people out, making yourself seem a little bit better than you are, turns into making yourself seem like an expert if you never put it in check. Just like telling the white lie eventually turns into you being a pathological liar. Thus, why laughing at these people should be our top priority. A lot of people will say, don't make fun of other people. Don't laugh at other people for doing dumb things. When they do it on purpose, yes, you should, because it will train you. It will show others. That's why we laugh at them. It's why they become laughing stocks, so that you never become like them. Only in your worst nightmares should you ever hope to ever become in their situation. Such a faker, such a liar, such a manipulator, such a con man, such a scammer, that it becomes part of your personality, because you will die alone. You will become that thing that every other person never wants to be. And that's what Betty and JLR and Molly are.
It's on YouTube. Jonathan Lee Riches is with us. Jonathan, great to see you.
Great to see you, Vinny. Thanks for having me on. Happy Friday.
All right. So what's your side of this story? We've got this allegation that you're following, perhaps stalking these folks at the court.
Okay, before we go on, I want to know, did this guy, is there any evidence, like has anybody seen his channel? Did he stalk and follow these people? Did he do this? Because, I mean, if he uploaded it to his channel, obviously he did. Dietz has all of the background on him. He started with phishing scams and went in person to banks and stole people's life savings. Kirk, I've heard a lot of it. We'll get into it at some point. I'd rather him actually be deleted from the platform due to stalking these people and getting in trouble for it before I go into him, because I really don't want to go into him right now. We're too busy with the other stuff we're looking at. I've already promised you guys, eventually I will put a history down for every tragedy pimp. There will be a YouTube video for every tragedy pimp that shows the truth of what they've done, the truth of what they are, backed up by the history of their YouTube videos, whether they like it or not, because they posted this shit publicly. And they care about rights, don't they? Isn't that what they all scream about? How they should have the right to do what they do. They should have the right to commentate on what they commentate. They should have a right to be able to give their opinion and to speak. Well, I should too. If you put, I don't even want to go after any details about their persons at all. I don't care anything about what they do off of YouTube. All I want is what they got on YouTube and the internet. And I'm going to create a history of what they've done and slap it down on the channel and move on to the next one. So they don't have anything to worry about me. Look, they're saying that they do good things. They're saying that they are great YouTubers. They're good people. You should support them with money. They're so good. You should work your time and give them cash for the content they do, because they're so good at it. So they should love the fact that someone's going to come in and put the commentary down and the history down of what they've done online, right? Because I'm good at this. This is what I do. And I ain't no Dunning-Kruger motherfucker, because I've got the background videos to back up what I'm saying. Safari says he has a few alias names on here and contacts people through emails and doxes also. Yeah, I don't check any emails or social media. I know he's a doxer, because didn't he just try to dox? What channel was he trying to dox? Deets? Was it Deets, Navy?
Deets Street. Yeah, Deets on the street.
Maybe we should jump over to Deets after this, because I kind of want to know about that.
Dropped it on the bottom of
Courthouse.
general.
Excellent.
You're looking in the car. What's your version of what's been happening here?
So that's 100% not true, Vinny.
Okay, it's 100% not true. He didn't literally, Vinny just asked if you followed them. Did you look in their car? And you just said that that's 100% not true, but didn't he upload videos of this to some degree?
I'm doing what every other media outlet is doing down at, first off, I don't really know who Brooke.
You're not a media outlet. You're just a YouTuber. You're a YouTuber, bro. You're a dude with a phone. I bet you don't even have a fucking PC. So where's your fucking studio if you're a media outlet? Where are your employees if you're a media outlet? Because if it's just you and you've got a fucking phone, you can fuck off, bro. You're LARPing. You're LARPing. The girlfriend filed a complaint in which she outlines what he has done. Ms. Leah, do you know where I can get it? Or has anyone broke it down? Because I'd like to look at it. I know, Nerd Angle, but he has a media hat that doesn't fit. He has to be media, bro. He has to be the media. What am I thinking? Oh my God, I'm so atrocious because this dude's got to be the media. He's got to be the media. I mean, you don't have to look for me, but if you want to, you can. If you do find anything, because I'd love to know what they allege that he did. But I mean, he's telling us that it's funny because he said it's not true that I followed them, and it's not true that I looked in their vehicle. Did he not listen to what Vinny said? Because he seems like he's admitting that he did follow them and he did do these things, but he's the media, so he's allowed to, is what it seems like that's his answer, right?
Brooklyn White is. I can, not to be mean, but I can care less about Brooklyn White. I'm more about Buster Murdaugh. I'm more about Buster and his role in possibly Stephen Smith. So
wait a minute. So you're trying to solve I thought you were the fucking media, dummy. Are you trying to solve a case? Because that would be an investigator. That'd be a detective. So what are you, bro? Oh, hold on. Wait, you're the media company. You're the reporter. You're the producer. You're the detective. You're what are you? You're a policeman too, right? Are you Janet Jackson? You are, right? Are you Pluto? Are you the Statue of Liberty? Okay, good. I see it. I see it. I think I have that one. Nope, I don't have this one. Holy shit balls.
while they were at the trial, I would ask Buster while he was going in and out of the court, what happened to Stephen Smith? Did you murder Stephen?
See, why are you asking these questions? You're acting like paparazzi, dude, but you're wearing a media hat and trying to pretend to be a reporter while trying to pretend to be a detective. Why don't you just calm your tits and actually do something real instead of, or just admit that you're fucking around? Like, what do they have? What is with these people that they can't just admit that they're fucking around, bro? Why can't they just be real with everybody?
I don't know, because it's a joke. I mean, it's just a big joke. And so I'm reading one of the articles, and they said that he was actually pulled over by the cops following them on the road, like on the highway. And the reason he was pulled over was because he was speeding and making illegal lane changes, which means he was trying to keep up with them. Right?
The motherfucker just said on to a reporter on the record, he just said that he wasn't following them. Like,
yeah,
is that in one of these articles? Because we're about to.
Yeah,
hit
so
okay.
I'll drop the article. Well, I'll drop the second article, but it just says right fast.
I got two.
White contacted police stating that they were being followed by the media in a gray Chevrolet SUV, and he was pulled over for those charges I was talking about.
The hat, bro. All they could see was this giant fucking hat and this little tiny soy boy.
Yes, sir.
They're like, dude, it was the media. All I could see was a media hat. I didn't even know there was a person under there. I thought I was freaking out, man. I thought this giant media hat was stalking me in this crappy car. It ends up there's a person under that hat. Oh my God. Wow. So I've got the two articles. One is Buster Murdaugh's girlfriend files complaint against media. And then I've got Buster Murdaugh's girlfriend files second police report claiming media harassment. This is why JLR and his friends should stop LARPing as what they're not and just admit to being YouTubers. Just admit that you're a person with a phone. right? But if you really are trying to solve a crime but while claiming to be media, you've already done yourself in, dummy. Because the media doesn't solve crimes. If you try to solve a crime, you don't know how to collect evidence. You don't know how to prove what steps you've taken. You don't know how to do these things, bro. Be real. Just be real. I'm just being real with you. Be real. Vinny is one of them. I'm pretty sure he has more than one media hat. Yikes. Well, I hope the others might fit because that one's like 52 sizes too big. Or either that or he doesn't eat enough pork chops.
Stephen Smith. And then I also asked other questions about him getting kicked out of law school for plagiarism or whatnot, but he would never answer. He was.
Why would he? Why would he answer you? You're not the media. You're a LARPer. You're a fucking liar. You filed a lawsuit. He doesn't owe you shit. And you filed a lawsuit against Pluto. I don't give a fuck. I don't give two flying shits whether you're trying to be a reporter. I don't give a shit if you're trying to be a fisherman. If you find out that the dude fishing in a fishing boat catching fish filed a lawsuit against Pluto, run. Okay? Because he's not a fisherman. He's fucking crazy. I don't give a shit if he's working at Walmart. If you find out the Walmart attendee filed a lawsuit against Pluto, immediately you know that they ain't really a Walmart employee, okay? They faking that shit. Like, the next thing we know, we're going to go into a Target and JLR is going to be wearing a Target hat. Like, I work at Target. I work at Target. And all the employees are going to be like, damn it, get out of here. Give me my hat back. And he's going to run away like, ah! Right? We're going to go into McDonald's, like, we're going to pull up. Dude, that would be a great skit, bro. That'd be a great skit. Like, everywhere you pull up to during the day, JLR is like working there with the hat on. And you're like, bro, you don't work here. And he runs away like, ah! That would be a good skit.
Always quiet. He would just stare straight. And a lot of my subs and a lot of my followers on my Jonathan
are idiots for following you. Do they know what you've done? Do they know who you are? Or do you have to fake that shit and hide that shit from them so that they'll stay subscribed? Because imagine if you found out that I filed a lawsuit against fucking Pluto, George Bush, 4,000 lawsuits, and I was serious about them. Like, I seriously did it. Would you even listen to me anymore after this? Would you even? No. You wouldn't listen. You wouldn't donate and listen to me and all that shit. For fuck's sake, man. I mean, shit, dude, when I go online and I'm watching some shit and I'm trying to do some shit, you know, like if I find out that the person that I'm watching is like a complete and utter fucking liar to the core of everything they're presenting themselves as, I unsub. I'm done. I don't know how anyone else feels, but you know what I'm saying? Like, isn't that a little bit of a violation of trust? Like, it's kind of like a, you know, I don't know how to explain it, but you get me.
Lee Rich's Investigates channels are suspect of that. They want to know why he doesn't answer that question.
No, they don't. Nobody gives a fuck, bro. You're not, like, seriously, what are you talking about? The police, if you think some dude did something like this, call the cops. File a report. The last thing you do is stalk them and follow them and shout things at them. That's just you being a dick. That's just you being fucking rude. That's you acting like the paparazzi, but I thought you were covering crime. Because the last time I checked, the paparazzi follows celebs around acting like fools. We don't need paparazzi when it comes to people experiencing tragedies, being murdered, losing a family member. We don't need rude, disgusting people, fakers, LARPers, liars in that area. Because these people have experienced some real trauma. They have gone through enough abuse. The nature of the case shows that not only the person who was killed went through the most ultimate abuse you can go through, but that their family is going through abuse and other people around them are going through abuse. And I get it, bro. You're just some fucking street thug who's like, I don't give a shit what they've gone through. I'm going to act how I want if it gets me views and clicks. Well, yeah, that's our issue. Because we're trying to sit here and actually have a show and actually be a YouTuber and not be all these things and fake all these things. And you being on our platform, you being monetized on our platform, lowers our platform. It actually exposes the platform because they let someone like you through to make money here by exploiting others, by lying on others, by bullshitting others, by pretending. That's the issue. Okay, Buster Murdaugh's girlfriend files complaint against the media. I need a favor, y'all. Can I get a mod? And I hate to ask, can you move the relevant things I'm looking at into the Molly room for me so that I can keep them for video usage? Okay, News Nation says, and this is from Cassie Buchman, a few days after Buster filed a police report complaining about the media, his girlfriend has made a second complaint about the press. And again, I can't wait until they find out that this isn't the media. This is a faker. This is a liar. The media is trained in journalistic ethics. The media has to be able to be proven and have to be educated. The media isn't a Dunning-Kruger dickhead who's never done a push-up pretending so he can make a couple bucks on YouTube. Murdaugh says the eldest son and former South Carolina lawyer Murdaugh, Alex Murdaugh, who was recently sentenced to life for the murder of his wife and younger son, Paul, contacted police after being made aware of a photo of him published in the New York Post inside his home. He and his girlfriend were reviewing Ring camera footage when they saw a suspicious gray Dodge Challenger at 6:40 on March 4th, News Nation local affiliate WSAV reports. Now, Buster Murdaugh's girlfriend is saying reporters' behavior has become increasingly unsettling and frightening to her, according to WSAV. Thank God we finally have someone, a victim of the tragedy pimps, standing up to them. Thank God. Randolph, hey! I need you on my show soon, damn it. Where you been, buddy? Good to see you, man. Glad to see you. All right, let's keep going. So, the police report said that Buster's girlfriend left her house and saw a reporter who she was familiar with looking into the windows of her car. See, this is why he shouldn't be able to call himself media or reporter. It shouldn't say media. It should say creep. It should say stalker. It should say dipshit. It should say harasser. It should say tragedy pimp. I'm getting good at this. Jonathan Lee Riches, who was identified in documents as the reporter. No, he's not a reporter. I'm sorry. That's just a lie. Like, you know that JLR is tickled freaking purple that someone called him a reporter, Navy. Someone calling him a reporter was the best day of his life, dude. He was like, oh my God, it worked. I'm finally a reporter.
I actually got a copy of the report in the Go Scammy room.
No.
It's the narrative. Yeah, it's the narrative from the sheriff's office for when the girlfriend called.
Excellent. Dude, you guys are on it today, bro. All right. Okay. So it was JLR. It could not be reached for comment on Saturday because he was wearing a media hat that literally it fell around him like an igloo and he couldn't find his way out all of Saturday. He was like, damn it, where's the exit? I'm going to have to start building an exit into these things. Shit, this one's too big. Wait, hold on. I got a better one. Buster Murdaugh's girlfriend left her house and saw a giant media hat literally walking on its own down the street. When she further approached the media hat, she realized there was a pale soy boy trapped inside, and he was screaming, I'm a reporter. I'm the media. Okay. Was that better than the first joke? Or was his first joke or second joke better?
Well, the scary thing, the second one was actually more believable that's actually what happened.
Okay, second joke gets it. Stream, first joke or second joke? Let us know in the chat. I really like the second one, though. Okay, JLR, I swear I'm reading it this time. Who is identified in... even the tragedy pimps that are watching the show right now, angry at me, are laughing at that joke. So there you go, okay? That's why you come here. That's why we're doing this. We're having fun. We're having a good time. And we're being real with our peeps, okay? You could take some notes... Take some notes. So he was busy and couldn't be reached Saturday, and early in the week, done nothing on... Oh, I see. He told Court TV in an interview earlier this week that he's done nothing unlawful. Okay, we're going to read the actual report, and we'll decide whether we're okay with someone doing this to us. We're going to put ourselves in the victim's shoes, and we're going to read the actual narrative from the police report, because we have it. And we're going to say, is it okay if a stranger does this to us? Would we be okay with it? Would Molly Golightly or Betty or JLR be okay with a person doing what JLR did to these people? And that's how we'll figure out whether he did anything wrong or not. So let's just keep moving here. Okay, that the allegations that he was looking into Buster Murdaugh's girlfriend's vehicles are not true. You know, something tells me he's fucking lying, dude. Why
he gives off that
is-
creepy vibe. He like when you like watch the interview, you just like, man, that dude's he likes looking at people's like cars and sniff underwear and stuff. Like it's really weird.
Yeah. Dude, if you let him in someone's bedroom, you need to lock the underwear drawer. Like, I don't give a shit, bro. The big media hat, yeah, it gives away part of it, but dude, he just is too stocky, bro. He says he didn't look. Why in the world would these two people make up the fact that he did that? Why? Well, what do they gain? Like, when someone lies on you, right? If you're trying to determine whether someone's lying and getting lied on, is JLR getting lied on or is JLR lying? The first thing you have to do is ask each side, what do they gain from the lie? So let's say, what does the Murdaughs gain from lying that he was looking in their car? Absolutely nothing. They've already got a million other things that he's done. Why do they need that? It gives them literally nothing. It could only harm them for lying. JLR lying, though, could get him out of possibly stalking them in inappropriate ways. So I'm sorry, but JLR's already got the deck stacked against him here, but let's keep moving. So other reporters as well have not gone unnoticed by Murdaugh's girlfriend. She told police she witnessed members of the press taking photos of her walking her dogs, among other actions, though said her main concern was riches. Yes, no, see, this woman's smart. Yeah, if you've got reporters that are just snapping some photos when you're in public and respecting your privacy, respecting your rights, okay, then fine. Maybe it is wrong. Maybe it is dicky of them to snap these photos. Okay, but they're in public, so they're at their rights. You're walking a dog in public. You chose to go into public. That's your rights. But if you got a JLR following you around, tailing you in a vehicle, or looking into your shit, or looking into your home windows or anything, if JLR is involved at all, number one, you need to get a restraining order and you need to be careful. But if he's doing those things, then you need the police immediately. This is why Dre needs the police. Dre does not realize who she's dealing with. In a heartbeat, Molly could pay JLR, because she pays people, admitted by herself, she pays people to do shit for her all the time. She could pay JLR in a heartbeat to go fuck with Dre. And you know, as long as the money's there, it's going to happen. And that's by Molly's own words, talking about paying people. I've got video clips of her offering that shit. So this is why I think Dre needs a restraining order against these people. They need a restraining order against JLR. He should not be allowed to be within 500 meters of these people. He should be restrained from these people if they can show that he did any of these things. Now, if it's true what people are saying, that he was pulled over tailing them and that he's done these other things, that's more than enough right there. But he also should be charged for it. If he's on probation, you got to remember, when you're on probation or parole, and I don't know if he is, some people are saying he is. If he is, you're not allowed to break any law. You are supposed to be on your best behavior to show the probation officer, look, I'm recovered. What's it called when recidivism? What's it called when you recover? I know it's not recidivism.
Recidivism is when you commit the act again. It is. What's it called?
It'll come to me, but basically you have to show them that you've learned your lesson and that you're not going to commit the crime or any crime again, because if you're going to commit one crime while you're on probation, they can violate you for the original parole or probation and get you in. So you could go steal a piece of candy and maybe get a week in jail, but instead go back to prison for 5 years if you had that hanging over your head, and that's what your probation was for, right? Okay, so let's move on to this article really quick. Buster Murdaugh's girlfriend files second police report claiming media harassment. Brooklyn White reportedly described the ordeal by law enforcement officers as ongoing intrusion into her life by reporters. Now, your first issue is calling them reporters or
rehabilitated.
Rehabilitated. Thank you. Rehabilitation. Because if you see that big black media hat on some soy boy, you know that it ain't the media. I'm just saying. And he can't get pissed for being called a soy boy. If he gets mad about it, why don't you go fucking take my criticism and go do some push-ups, bro? How about you get out there and get some sunshine on your ass? You know what you need to do? Let me do a classic UNIROCK move here. You know what you need to do, JLR? You need to Billy Madison your ass. That's right. Instead of being a Dunning-Kruger dummy trying to fake people out that you know what you're doing, how about you go back to elementary school through 12th grade and Billy Madison your ass to some smartness? I mean, the fact that his last name is Rich is alone just shows how much of a Dunning-Kruger fucker he is. He can't even live up to his last name, guys. The girlfriend of Alex Murdaugh. Oh, dude, even these dumb jokes that I'm putting out, these motherfuckers are so weak-skinned. They're so thin-skinned. If I make a couple dumb jokes, they fucking seethe. People are gonna think that he fucking crisped his ass in the sun and got a sunburn. He's gonna be so fucking mad that his whole body's gonna turn red. Just because I told some jokes about him, they're gonna hate me. Because they are thin-skinned. They are weak-willed. That's why they do what they do, y'all. I mean, seriously. You have to meet certain criteria to even waste your time stalking these people. You have to meet certain criteria to get up on YouTube and pretend this, that, and this. You just have to meet these criteria. They all have these certain things in common. It's just like when you notice that they're all narcissists, you notice that they all have these other things in common, right? Okay.
Oh, they all run together. Shocker.
Oh, yeah, it's a shocker, isn't it? What, is there some kind of douche magnet in their pocket? No, they're friends and they work together. We are on fire tonight, bro.
It's so good, a douche magnet. Oh, damn it, someone turned on the douche magnet again.
Oh,
Jesus.
shit, why am I hanging out with Molly Golightly? I hate her. Oh, it's the douche magnet. No, you're friends, motherfucker. You guys work together. The girlfriend of Alex Murdaugh's only surviving son has complained to police about being allegedly harassed by the media following the disgraced attorney's bombshell double murder trial. Buster Murdaugh and his girlfriend Brooklyn White. Now hold on. Why would you even be... Okay, isn't Brooklyn innocent? I mean, you guys will probably say, no, she's done X, Y, and Z, but you would think if the issue is with her husband or with her boyfriend or whatever, is it a girlfriend? Yeah, with the boyfriend. If the issue's with the boyfriend, Buster Murdaugh, then wouldn't you say, like, we're just going to leave the girlfriend alone? Just because she's with this dude, it doesn't make her guilty of things or anything like that. I mean, I guess if Buster's done, like, the worst things ever, there could be an ethical argument or a moral argument made, but she is innocent and she has an attorney says bitter. Okay, bitter. Thank you. Well, that's my thing. Like, normal people say to themselves, if I have to stalk Buster, I'm not going to want to stalk him when he's with an innocent girlfriend or innocent children or anything like that, because I'm not going to stalk the kids or the wife. But if you're going to stalk Buster while his girlfriend's there, while his wife's there, I'm sorry, you're a stalker. Oh, you can't call me a stalker because I'm following Buster. I'm the media. I can call you a stalker if you're following an innocent person.
Bitter Pill says she is an attorney.
Oh, damn. Oh, he fucked with the wrong one then, didn't he? Oh, he fucked with the... If she is, he fucked with the wrong one, y'all. Okay.
He should know better. He's got a history with the law.
You'd think, bro. You'd think he'd be scared of attorneys. You'd think he wouldn't stalk attorneys. You'd think he'd run from attorneys.
It must be that hat. That media hat is so big it blocks his eyes from the truth.
Yeah, the media hat literally covers his shoulders. You know what I'm saying? He's got to cut two little holes out next to the I and the E just so he can see. So, Buster and his girlfriend Brooke have been filed a total of 3 reports with the Beaufort County Sheriff over the ongoing intrusion into their life by reporters. I just think they're confused because the media has him thinking he's a reporter, but he's not. The couple who reside in Hilton Head condo. Ooh, have you guys been to Hilton Head? Some of you are gonna say no, aren't you?
I have, yes.
You have? Yeah. Oh shit! Hey, Spackle. Hey, good to see you. Because you know what I'm gonna do if some of you say you haven't been to Hilton Head, I'm gonna fly you in my magical spaceship to Hilton Head after I read this. If you haven't been there, I'm doing it anyway. I miss it. I have to see it.
Safari Dream says that JLR is on probation until June.
I wonder if he violated.
I would. Well, they have his request for him to go because he's from Florida, right? And so I'm assuming he's on probation in Florida. And I know that there's a Twitter handle, Twitter person out there named SF Investigates that has his request, like to the probation office, for him to leave the state. Okay.
Yeah.
However, he's still not allowed to get in trouble with the law.
You're not even allowed. He's not allowed to be charged or get accused. You know, he's not allowed to put himself in those positions. I wonder what he told them he was doing. Because I guarantee he didn't tell them that he was going to be stalking a lawyer or whatever. Jessica says his hat's so large it's blocking any common sense from reaching his brain cells. Well, true. I think there's a couple other problems that block common sense because he sued Pluto. He might have been wearing a hat when he sued Pluto, though. So, dude, I will never let go the fact that he's filed frivolous lawsuits like that against people, because you don't get to go around preaching freedom. And you don't get to go around, like, you can do several things. You can do several things that I'm not going to get pissed about. But you don't get to go around doing that while doing everything you can to take the rights away from other people, to waste time and create a fucking spectacle like that. It's just, you know what I'm saying? The couple, they reside in a Hilton Head condo, was often seen at a gallery every day throughout the 6-week trial that led to Murdaugh's conviction for the 2021 murders of his son Paul and wife Maggie. You know what? Where was fucking JLR when he was yelling at this guy saying that he was a murderer, or say, you know, he was yelling this shit at this guy, right? When he walked in and out of court and shit. Why is he allowed to go fucking yell and harass people at court while he's on probation like this? I mean, these things are just insane to hear about and think about. Like, is this PO completely out of the loop with any of this shit? They should have yanked him back already.
In public, he's allowed to, like, ask those questions and stuff, standing in a public space, right? What he's not allowed to do is, you know, encroach upon their private property, look in their cars, and follow them around and drive recklessly trying to follow them.
Yeah, and he's not, he wouldn't be allowed to just harass people outside of court or anywhere. He has to be, look, I know this because I have a family member on probation, and I talk to him all the time, so I know what they can and can't do. And I'm telling you, they have to be on their damned best behavior or they get their ass ripped. I'm not playing. Hold on, there's some good comments. Zealand says, hey, New Zealand mysteries. Oh, shit. I want to know about some damn New Zealand mysteries. Don't get mad at me. Don't get mad at me. I'm opening your channel. Don't get mad at me. Don't get mad at me, New Zealand. I'm subbing, because that just sounds awesome. New Zealand mysteries? Hey, New Zealand, if you don't care, we can share your channel link for you. New Zealand says, how does he get away with it? He probably says that that YouTube is his job and he's going around the country part of his job. I thought about that, New Zealand. Like, I literally thought about that. I bet you he didn't even name it. But here's my thing, though. Does his PO really know that he's saying YouTube is part of his job, or is he saying something else? You know what I'm saying? Like, anyway, if you want to sub to New Zealand Mysteries, I threw the link to their channel down in the chat, just so you know, we get the community rolling, get the community together. So anytime, hey, we are a community here. As long as you agree to one thing, and that is you strive for fairness, as in the way that we get ahead in our community is by doing videos and live streams and content. You know, never will we play the tragedy pimp game to get some views. Never will we play these games to get ahead. We want our entire audience to go around and watch everybody, our whole community, watch everyone in our community. And we all want to do better videos so that we get more subs and more people watch us, right? Having a community like that encourages the good videos and the good creators to move up, and then it makes better videos. And not only that, it rewards the creators that make better videos, and it makes them make better videos. So as long as you're down, I'll share the shit out of you all day long, bruh. So then, according to the incident report filed this week, Miss White told police that she saw a reporter looking into the windows of her car as she was leaving her home on the 6th of March. What are you gonna fucking gain? You know, I'm telling you now, JLR better hope he didn't look into the windows of her car, because, look, straight up, I don't, like, you're not going to gain anything for your fucking channel, and that would tell me that he's got some weird fucking crush or obsession on that woman, you know? Right? You know what I'm saying? Like, there's no content to gain from doing that.
Did you see the guy? Like I said, he's like a pain-sniffing weirdo that likes to creep around people's houses.
Exactly. Yeah. And he's being accused literally of that. Like, you don't want to look like JLR looks and at the same time be creeping on women. Like, you literally are just going to be assumed you've done it. She claimed, now I'm only saying that about him because he chooses not to eat meat and do push-ups, okay? And I'm not saying he's a vegetarian. I'm just saying, I'm not commenting on vegetarianism. He doesn't choose to eat a high-protein diet and work out. So I'm, you know, commenting on his bread look, okay? He chose to have it. he chooses to stalk instead of do a push-up. That's my point. Right? I'm going to choose to LARP around and lie around and play games. I'm going to choose to go yell at a guy and say, did you murder this guy? I'm solving the mystery. Justice, justice. Instead of doing a push-up. So I'm criticizing him for it. Do you see how this works? If JLR would listen to my criticism, maybe he would stop stalking, as he's accused of if he did, and maybe start working out a little. Maybe start, I don't know, fucking doing something productive with his life. But he's never going to do that because there is a side effect. Notice I'm pointing to my side. A side effect to tragedy pimping. You get rewarded for doing the wrong thing. And thus, it starts the cycle where you become more of a lolcow, more of a douchebag, more of a bullshitter. You can't say that it's the douche magnet in your pocket getting you hanging out with all those idiots, okay? It's because you're one of them. One of them. One of them. Go ahead, sorry.
Melody says he does exercise. I have to send you his workout video. It's hilarious.
Oh my God, dude. I can imagine him wearing like the Ron Burgundy workout outfit, right? From like the 80s.
Yeah, that or he likes the Jane Fonda workout stuff in the 80s.
You know that when he runs, he throws his fists really high. You know that when JLR runs, he's throwing his fists up. That's all I'm saying. Okay. As White reportedly told law enforcement officers that the ordeal was increasingly unsettling and frightening to her. Oh, fucking A, dude. If you saw that little goblin looking in your shit, fuck yeah, you'd get scared. She's pretty. Oh, it's no wonder he's sniffing her fucking car seat, dude. I am on fire tonight, bro. Where did that come from?
Trying to sniff a car's undercarriage. It's really weird, bro.
I gotta remember that one, bro. He's sniffing her car seat and shit.
Oh God, oh.
I don't know where these jokes come from tonight, y'all. I'm just on point. She's very pretty.
That's the thing.
Yeah. Oh, dude, I bet if we look at pictures of her, if we just look in the background, we're gonna see a fucking media hat, an oversized media hat somewhere in the picture. Oh, it's like, where's Waldo? Where's the stalker? Where's the stalker?
In the back, I see him. Yeah.
There he is. Oh shit, there's the media hat. Law enforcement told him the more patrols would be implemented in the area. However, the couple called police again when another driver, who they believed was a member of the media, followed them as they took a walk. Jesus Christ, bro. And you know what it is, bro? They're not following them to solve anything. They're not following them for any type of content. They're doing it because they're hoping they get a little drip of clout. They're hoping they get any. They're so fucking desperate. They've lost the ability to manage their time correctly. They say to themselves, God damn it, I need money. And I'm not going to have money unless I've got something from them. And then they just start following them because they want it so bad.
Well, and they're also like, I think, and I'm starting to feel this way with him and what he does, right? Is that he is trying to instigate an issue. He's trying to instigate something where the cops have to come in and then he can go and cry and be like, I didn't do anything illegal. They called the popo on me anyway, you know, protect me.
What does that remind you of? What does that remind you of?
First Amendment auditors. First Amendment auditors.
First Amendment auditors and the Ashley furniture. And the St. Jude's. St. Jude's Ashley furniture, right? Put yourself in an awkward position so that you can, because once you've started a tragedy pimp, you want to achieve any kind of drama, any kind of incident, any kind of thing when none exists. When there's no incident, there's no money, there's no donations. I don't know how anybody stays subscribed to this motherfucker, and not only in the first place, but after this comes out. You're funding this. You're funding, because I'm saying, like, this woman is innocent from what I know.
Yeah.
She is innocent. Again, if you've got to stalk him, and look, I'm not even going to go there with this guy, okay? I'm not going there. I don't know. I don't know what's up with him and the shit he did or whatever. We'll look into it. We'll start to look at it. But the point is, you know, like, this woman most likely loved him before any of this, like, insanity was going on. And why would he even get her involved? Especially if she's a lawyer, she's got her own career, she's waking up every day, she's going to work, she's making that money, and she comes home thinking that she loves this guy. She's not going to have really any knowledge of what he's doing wrong. Now, it could be the opposite. I'm just saying that don't tell me, though, that we're supposed to base our assumption of an innocent citizen of the United States and just say, well, she's married to this guy, so we're going to stalk her and we're going to follow her and we're going to watch her. These people are worse than, you know, and I'm only going to say this because of their mindset, not mine, theirs, and their actions. They try to frame people that would spy on a United States citizen as evil and the worst people ever, right? What are you doing, bro? What are you doing if you're following them around? And God forbid this family doesn't have kids, because I'm sorry, I don't think it would stop these people from following them if they saw them out with the kids. And since when did we have paparazzi in this situation, Navy? Since when?
I don't know. It's kind of what it is. Like they are LARPing as investigators and reporters, but they're really just paparazzi and starfuckers.
There you go, man. Right? I mean, shit, the dude tried to say he was trying to solve a crime. He's trying to find out what happened, solve the crime. I want to know what happened here. And he's like, it's like he thinks he can do that by standing outside of a court and yelling, did you murder this guy? Did you do this? Did you? He's just a harasser. He's just, and look, we're talking about the dude that Betty, when Bullhorn Betty at the beginning of this stream, I know this stream is long, or maybe it was my earlier stream because I've done a couple today. Maybe the guy, remember when Betty was out front of the CPAC and this dude comes up and he's making an argument, and Betty, out of nowhere, the dude's feet away from her, she says, oh my God, he hit me in the face. And everybody that was standing there, did you see this clip? Did you see it?
I've seen it. Yeah, we talked about it before. Yep.
Oh, someone just found a JLR sighting. That's him? Oh, wait, nope, it was the hat. They thought it was him because of the hat. I don't think that's him, but it could be. Might be when is this from the 90s? This might be him. Yeah, this might be him from the 90s, bro. This might be him. Yeah. He's impersonating the media. He did serve time for impersonation and fraud. I've heard about the impersonation thing. Can we get a fact check, or can we get a source? Like, I'm not saying
it's on Dietz's video that Dietz did, Dietz in the Streets.
I wonder if I could get a timestamp from someone. I hate asking. These are things I'd want to do before the stream, but we've been live for so long I didn't have time. But I saw it again. Yep, I see the media hat right there.
Yep, I know. I'm telling you, it's everywhere.
Everywhere that you find a picture, like she could go into her photo album for the last 10 years. She's going to see that media hat somewhere in every picture. He's just preparing to stalk her. While some members of the Murdaugh family have spoken out after Alex Murdaugh's double life sentence, Buster and Ms. White have remained silent about the jury's conviction. So I don't even understand why people are targeting her. Last week, Murdaugh's attorneys explained they decided against having Buster plead for leniency during Murdaugh's sentencing so as not to put him through the unnecessary trauma after he experienced more than anybody that we can imagine have ever been through. We could have had Mother Teresa up there speaking on behalf of Alex at sentencing, but he was getting a double life sentence. That's what was expected, attorney Jim Griffin told reporters. At least he spared his family from having to speak for him during that, right? He said to himself, it's not going to help me. I mean, you know, they're still going to love him. Like, a lot of people, for some reason, think that because a member of their family that they loved committed some horrible crime or did something wrong, that everyone should just hate the person. And in some situations where murder is involved and things like that, yeah, I can understand. But some of them will choose, not that they're going to look past what happened, but they're just going to still try to talk to the person. Or there's, you know, it's hard for them to accept it. It's part of grief. It's part of accepting it. Some people have to go through the process before they will say goodbye to the family member. Randolph says, no, that's Peter Brady. Oh, sorry, Randolph. No, that's okay, Randolph. That's okay. Was that Peter Brady? That was Peter Brady. That's Peter Brady. That's what, dude, I told you we need a tragedy pimp and bunch video where it's like the Trage bunch, and it's got like Molly and JLR and a bunch of potatoes and Betty. You know what I'm saying?
I'm telling you, we're starting to collect the photos, man. Like, that looks like a childhood photo of JLR. I'm saying. I know.
I think Brady, it's him. But you know, maybe JLR just looks like. Why would he have a press hat on though? Brady would have never worn a press hat. That has to be JLR. Buster had followed the family tradition and worked at his father since dissolved firm when he was a student at South Carolina Law School, but he was later expelled due to plagiarism. See, look, he got kicked out of law school due to plagiarism, and JLR goes in, looks this up about the guy, goes to court and says, "You got kicked out of law school for plagiarism." That's JLR. You see what I'm saying? Like, Betty admits that she spanked her boyfriend's kids until they were taken from her. Betty admitted this. Betty has choked and beaten so many members of her family, but then says she's an advocate for victims. This is just a way that they re-victimize people. This is a way that abusers re-victimize people. JLR has done many things to take advantage of and steal from and defraud other people. He went to prison for it. And what he does is find a person out there who got kicked out of school for plagiarism. Him got kicked out of school for plagiarism, right? We don't know if he went back to a different school and graduated or not, but he just got kicked out of a school for plagiarism. So JLR screams, he's a plagiarist, right? But JLR, why aren't people screaming at you for suing the planet Pluto? And that's not a joke. JLR did that. Why aren't they screaming at you for any of the fucked up things that you've done? I would rather JLR have committed plagiarism 100 times. All the things he's done is worse than plagiarism. It's just crazy that these hypocrites think they're fooling anybody, you know? So the girlfriend, White, obtained her bachelor's degree in political science from the University of Alabama before graduating University of South Carolina Law School in 2021. She's been working at the Olivetti, McRae, and Withrow law firm as an estate planning lawyer since. On Thursday, Murdaugh's legal team announced that they filed an appeal. The double murder had 10 days to send a notice of appeal following the conviction. Today, Jim Griffin and I filed our appeal for Murdaugh. Dick Harpootlian, one of Murdaugh's attorneys, tweeted, "This is the next step in the legal process to fight for Alex's constitutional right to a fair trial." So they're saying that he didn't get a fair trial. I don't know if he did or not. I'm just saying that's what they're saying. We know, though, that his family and his family's innocent wife in this picture is alleging that JLR is stalking. Now, what did JLR do to Deets on the streets? Doxed Deets on the streets, right?
He thought he did. He actually got somebody else.
Well, yeah, he thought he was doxing Deets on the streets. He was doxing an innocent person. Doxing is stalking. Doxing is stalking. It's also trying to weaponize information you get from stalking to harass someone. Now, typically, I would not put the police narrative on the screen. Due to the fact that the people we're talking about are extremely dishonest, I will do that I will put it on the screen and read from it directly to you so that you know I'm not changing anything and not bullshitting. Before we get there, I, though, am going to share my link. If you enjoy my streams and you want to support me, you can just watch, you can hit like, you can subscribe here or to my main channel, UNIROCK2, where I put my commentary videos. But if you want to donate, you can use paypal.me/UniRock, money sign UniRachel on CASHAPP, money sign UniRock on CASHAPP. And if you don't want to use those methods and want to use a credit card, patreon.com/UniRock does accept that. But most of the people that follow me they've moved from Patreon to YouTube memberships instead. So there's that. And if you do become a member, just so you know, we do member live streams. We just sometimes do member live streams without locking it out of everyone else. So we'll have a member live stream and I'll read from what the members say, but we'll let everybody attend. So anyway, just so we can include everybody while doing a member chat, right? So let's go to the narrative against JLR, Navy. That's what this narrative is against JLR.
So this is the cops report that was taken down, like the sheriff's deputy or whatever, that the girlfriend, when she called the sheriff's office to report, I'm assuming I think it was the second time when he was following them.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay. So let me go full screen for this because I can't really see it. And guys, I am only sharing my pay link here throughout the rest of the stream. I'm going to share it a little more often because I haven't got a dono tonight. So if you've seen it, just ignore it. I just share it when anyone comes in or anything like that. So let me copy it so I got it, and let's roll. Okay, gaming room, and let's go full screen so I can see it better. There we go. Beaufort County Sheriff's Office investigation narrative on 3/7 of 2023. Pro Such responded to Hilton Head Island, Beaufort County, South Carolina, due to a disturbance. The complainant, Brooklyn White, wished to provide further information regarding an ongoing intrusion into her life by a reporter, a fake reporter. Interviewee is Brooklyn White. White and her boyfriend, Buster Murdaugh, had recently filed a report relating to another incident due to reporters taking photos of the residence. Since the initial report was filed, the behavior of certain members of the press has become increasingly unsettling and frightening to her. On the evening of 3/6/2023, White exited her residence and witnessed a JLR fake reporter looking into the windows of her vehicle. White is familiar with this reporter, the fake reporter who she identified as JLR, the fake media guy, soy boy with the big hat. White explained that for the last few weeks, the soy boy with the big hat, Riches, has been following her and Buster, stalking them while in a courthouse in Colton County, South Carolina. She is unaware of how the soy boy with the big hat found her residence. White showed me a YouTube channel called JLR Investigates, which includes videos he has posted heckling Buster at the courthouse. See what I mean? He's not a fucking reporter, bro. He's posting videos of him heckling these guys. He's trying to basically add drama to this and harassment to this, because what you upload and focus on is a big part of your intent. You know what I'm saying, Navy?
Oh yeah, no, 100%.
So he goes out and records as his entire day to record. And, hey, Sky, thank you. Hey, hey, we'll see you when you get back, okay? Why is JLR not being recalled to jail? I'm not sure that his PO has been notified. I'm sure as soon as his PO gets notified, he will be hauled back to jail, because he needs to be in jail if he's going to do this shit to people, if he did. So anyway, this is what gets me. They showed the cop, JLR, heckling him. So he recorded himself doing stuff all day and decided that the main thing to upload was him heckling them in front of the courthouse, which JLR admits to doing in the court TV interview. So if that's the intent of his content, you know, YouTube really needs to take a look at what he's doing, because he doesn't need to be doing this on YouTube. He doesn't need to be instigating this bullshit while pretending. I mean, the man straight said he's so delusional in a, he's so delusional that in an interview, with Court TV, he stated that he was asking this guy these questions. So he's trying to frame heckling them in front of the courthouse as some kind of necessary step or some kind of real cool thing he's doing or whatever, right? While calling himself an investigator and saying he's trying to get to the bottom of something. You're not. You're doing it for clicks and views, and your clicks and views being centered on this is against TOS, because it's only going to instigate more people to do it if YouTube doesn't step in. They need to. They need to just step in and investigate his channel for what it's done and then determine whether it meets the criteria for partnership, because I don't know why I've got to follow so many damn rules to be monetized just by talking to you. These people get to go out there and do this kind of stuff, and they don't have to, they don't get anything applied to them, you know? I mean, I can't tell you the amount of times I've had to mute, I've had to censor my content because of the fact of YouTube's rules, and I've had to follow those rules and be very specific, read the rules, make sure I'm good on them. These other people just go out there and do everything, this insane shit, and they never have a consequence. It's so infuriating. Over the last few days, White has noticed other unidentified members of the press in areas surrounding her residence. Well, just so you know, JLR is not a member of the press, especially if he's just heckling you on his channel. White witnessed these other reporters taking photos of her walking her dogs. She further explained members of the press have been going door to door in the neighborhood attempting to gather information on her and Buster from their neighbors. How is this legal? How is this not an invasion of privacy? Like, these are fucking weirdos stalking this woman. Jesus. She does not know the identity of the other reporters, but stated there were two of them and both were white males with gray hair. Although these other unidentified reporters are intruding on her life, White's main concern is regarding Riches and his behavior at her residence, and I hope to God I hope to God that she doesn't do what Dre did and act like inaction will solve or help with this problem in any way. Randolph says, I have to head off. It's been fun hanging around with everybody again. It's been a while. Take care, everybody. Hey, Randolph, good to see you, man. Much respect. I hope you're doing good, man. Hit me up sometime if you get time. Diana says, I don't know, Glow. Tired of chasing felons around. Eventually, they all get caught. I come from a long line of felons. I know what I'm talking about. You know, I always say it. I don't ever judge somebody due to the fact that they've gotten in trouble or they mess up. Even if they mess up in the now, I judge people if those things are taking advantage of others or if they don't try to fix it, if they don't try to do something about it. That's when I consider it wrong. You know, one of my best buddies and Navy's best buddies on the platform is Menace. And Menace talks about all the time, you know, how when he was younger, he did dumb stuff and he got in trouble. You know, he never shies away from talking to people and telling people what happened, giving them advice on it and stuff, you know, but he's doing good. He's got his business. He has a great channel. Everybody loves his channel when he gets time to upload. And, you know, we always play games together and shit. And he's a good dude, you know, and that's the thing. People just need to try. They need to respect others. They need to figure, you know what JLR needs? First, JLR and Betty and Molly need to learn how not to be entitled, spoiled little bitches. They also, though, need to learn how to just show a modicum of respect to other people. And if they're not going to, that's fine, but don't sit and act like we're supposed to respect you. Because JLR wears that hat because he wants respect from you. He wants the respect of you thinking that this guy has some credential to be media. It's why Betty prints out the fake press passes, the fake credential of media. So we've covered a lot today. We've covered Betty LARPing and faking her way through. We've covered JLR and how he is faking being in the media, faking what he does. And we've covered how both of these people like to try to intimidate others, harass others. But if you look at them, they're just these keyboard warriors. They're just these people that sit behind a keyboard and think that they can just make up. They can just pretend to be whatever they want. They don't ever have to prove themselves. And part of proving yourself is showing respect to others and going out and maybe reporting. You could show us, you could be respected as a reporter on this platform. I know other people that are. The problem is those people, if they went out and acted like these people for 10 seconds, would lose the respect that they've gained by actually doing it right since they've started, like Brian Enton. Brian has the respect he has because he has done it right. And if he started even for a day acting like JLR or Betty or Molly or any of these people who somehow still get away with this shit, no one would respect Brian Enton. But somehow these people don't get this. You know, Betty sits there and wonders why people won't respect her, you know, doing what she does. And JLR doesn't understand why people don't look at him like the media and respect. Because you're disrespectful, nasty, bad people. No wonder you don't have jobs doing the things you want to pretend to be. No wonder you don't have credentials and degrees and being able to prove that you actually are what you say you are, because you can't treat people in a normal way for 5 seconds to be able to go to school, to be able to do the job, to be able to build the respect, to be able to build the examples. But yet, are we supposed to think that it's not fucking embarrassing and cringy for disgusting, nasty, fucking disrespectful fools going around trying to trick normal people into giving them a respect that they haven't earned? We're not supposed to laugh at that cringy shit. It'd be like somebody putting on a reporter's outfit and then walking around acting like they're a reporter. I'm a reporter. I'm a reporter. You know, so it'd be like somebody like trying to pretend to be a doctor. They go buy a doctor's outfit. They got the little stethoscope thing and they're like, I'm a doctor. I'm a doctor. Hey, can I listen to your heartbeat? I'm a doctor. It's just disgusting. And all of this starts from the Vanity Fair article. But you know what, Navy? Now we know that the Vanity Fair article isn't the only media source picking up on this, because we just found media sources reporting on JLR. We've got more media sources reporting on these people. This is a triple whammy. Triple whammy.
Oh, it's so good.
Listen, if you've been duped by these people, it's understandable. It is almost insane when you first stumble across YouTube and you think to yourself that there's going to be somebody faking this kind of stuff. You say to yourself, nah, come on, dude. No one thinks that little about themselves that they would fake this kind of shit. They would LARP this kind of thing. You got a lot to learn on this platform. And I'm telling you, as someone who's been fooled in the past, I'm telling you, as someone who did trust other creators just to be let down by them, just to realize they were lying, just to realize they were fooling me. You know, I woke up in 2015. One of the main things that drew me coming onto the platform was fact-checking UFO videos. And that was because back then, there was an enormous space on YouTube. So many creators uploaded these kind of videos. And so many of them would turn out to be faked for clicks and views, because I'm telling you, every video you uploaded, if it got views, you made good money back then. Right? And so I said, you know, I love the topic. I love sky gazing. And I'm tired of people putting fake stuff in the sky, trying to say that it's aliens. So I took my knowledge of video editing. I took my knowledge of analyzing video. I took my knowledge of all these technical things from the PC, and I applied it to my YouTube channel, debunking. That's why I call myself a debunker. Videos and stories and things that were put out. And that's when I realized that a channel that I really respected had been lying and fooling us the whole time. So I became more of a debunker. I've always been one. I've been a fact checker the whole time I've been on the platform. And it's a good thing because it keeps you away. It puts it in your mind that the first thing you have to do when you're bumping into random people in this world, whether you're on the internet or whether you're not, is when they try to convince you of something, you need to fact check them independently of what they have control of. When they come out and they tell you, I'm a reporter, I'm a doctor, I'm a this, I'm a that, you can't just believe them anymore. Really can't. And that's sad. Because there's a reason you mimic that stuff. I'm not going to do the rant again, but it's so that they can get the credential out of you. They can go to medical school. They can go and educate themselves on how to be a lawyer and get degrees. Spend 10 years of their life, 8 years of their life doing this, 6 years of their life, whatever it takes. Go out and get a job and work at it for a bit and show everybody like, bam, I'm doing it. I'm me. I'm living my dream. Or they can just lie and get a few people to believe them lying about it. And that's what these people have done. Navy, we've done a good stream, my friend.
I agree, man. It's been good.
Good stream. Yes, Brian Enton. Brian Enton, a very heavy focus of the Vanity Fair interview that if you have not read and you want to go through it with me, you can go to the stream from 2 days ago, yesterday, where we read through this, 2 days ago. Idaho Murmur, a small town grapples with sinister rumors, media true crime obsession grows. You can type in Vanity Fair, Idaho, and this will come right up. And I do hope you read the whole thing or go watch the video where I'm reading it. Because this goes through the entire tragedy pimping saga in relation to Betty, comparing Betty to Brian Enton, which I think is just a beautiful way to write. And I think you could go through and see how a reporter putting this together, it could never be done by somebody like Molly or JLR. But this should be the basic thing any reporter can do. Any reporter should be able to go follow Enton and then follow a story where Betty's involved, get to the facts, get to the truth of it. But that's not all that this reporter did, because they wrote it and weaved it in a way to where it took two polar opposites and compared them, drew comparisons, exercised the comparisons in the article. These are subtle things that are there so that the reader feels an impact, thus showing someone like Kathleen Hale knows what they're talking about, knows what they're doing, right? And that is the thing someone like JLR or Betty or Molly lack. This is the thing. Not only do they lack... Yeah, go ahead.
Well, she's going live tonight, right? And Kathleen going live tonight?
Yeah. I dropped... it's True Crime Rocket Science. You know, they lack the ability to do this, but they also lack that fundamental respect And I'd love to pull the Wikipedia article on journalistic ethics and go through other articles on it. But, you know, you can do that yourself if you want. I don't want to bore you any further than I have. I can't believe I've kept your attention this whole time for those of you that have been here. 6 hours. I can't believe I kept your attention. If you made it, you're an OG. Man, I'd like to do an after show tonight, bro, but I've been streaming too long. I got to rest my back. All right, I'm going to pay you guys some rocks before I go. Let me check, see if I got any donos, and then I'll pay you some rocks multiplied by the donos. All right. If you guys want the rocks, hey, it has. Thank you, Glow. Thanks to everybody that's been here. If you are a creator, you want to pull some clips of this, you're more than welcome to. And if you're a creator and you want to, if you're part of our community, make sure you let us know. Reach out, say hi. Don't be scared. You know, I think it's important for us all to kind of connect together a little bit, you know. I do too, Rachel. I do. A rebel, I'm sorry. I love the longer weekend streams. Because the weekend's really the only opportunity I have to do it. Like, I got to get kids ready for school. Usually I take them to school. Sometimes I don't have to. And then I got to pick them up sometimes. And so, you know, I can't really get going during the day like that because I got to do these things. And then got to do dinner and stuff. But I can do long streams in the evening sometimes. But the weekend is the perfect time for it. I've found that if I'm live really long every day or every other day, it just is hard for people to catch up with that want to. So I want to respect your time. But at the same time, I want to make time for me to work on videos and clips, and you get me. All right, I have just discovered that I can only give you right now 100,000 rocks. I was going to give you 50, but I did get a $5 dono, so I've added, I acted like it was a $10 dono, multiplied it by 10. So I'm going to do 100, right? But here at the end of the stream, while we're rolling out, just in case anyone that came in may want to donate, I threw the link down there. You don't have to, but do this for me. Make sure you hit the like button. Make sure you're subscribed with the bell on, and make sure you sub to UNIROCK2, because I know, guys, I constantly make excuses and I don't upload there as much, but I have to start uploading there because I need, you know, I'm just basically screwing myself because I could be making at least a few $100 if I upload every few days to UNIROCK2, and it's just money that I'm not making if I don't upload. I need to do it. It'd be good for our channel. It'd help us get some more equipment and help us get some more funds together, so I'm going to do it. Now, I'm not going to do a countdown to these rocks. But when you notice that my stream goes off, you will have been paid the rocks right before I go off. So if you want rocks, you got to type her emoji in the chat. And we are going to roll out. You got anything else, Navy, here at the end?
No, I just the one thing I want to say though is I'm glad to see that a lot of the like bigger media is picking up on these tragedy pimps and are exposing them for what they really are. Because you watch them get mad, right? So they're going to get upset, and that's how you know you're getting to them.
Hey, before we exit, didn't you say that Dolly Vision came into my stream or something?
Yeah, Dolly Vision was in the live
It was
chat.
the real Dolly Vision. What the hell does he want? What does he want? What does he want around here?
I don't know. He big mad came over being like, well, when you guys catch up to me, then talk to me, right? And he doesn't realize that this is your third channel. And
hold on.
So I may have poked at him.
Wait, hold on. Pause the music. Pause the outro music. Hold up. He said what now? When you catch up to me, come talk to me?
Yeah, that's what he was basically
What is
saying.
that?
He's coming
What
over
does
making
that
fun of
mean?
he's making fun of the viewer count and everything else. I think he's upset that you were telling the truth about him.
Okay, Dolly, you've got 27,000.8. Hey, Dolly Vision. Hey, Dolly. 27.8. 27.8, huh? 7.8. 27.8? $27.8. 27.8. My vision's blurry, Navy. I can't see what's on my screen here. My vision's too blurry. I can't see it. How much did Dolly Vision? Dolly Vision had 27.8. I can't see my sub count. What is that? What's my sub count? I can't hardly see it. Can somebody look for me? What is my
Like
sub count?
33,000.
Oh, is it?
Almost 33.5.
Wait. That was 40,000 when I stopped uploading there. Do you know that?
Yep.
Yeah. Because, you know, I haven't uploaded there since like 2019, 2018, regularly 2018. So how many years? 19, 20, 21, 22, 5 years since I've uploaded there. And I've only shrunk to 33,000. Well, wait a minute. I thought he came in and said get a hold of him when I catch up to him. But I got more subs than you, dumbass. Oh, hold on. What's this? Oh, hold on. We got to add these now. Hold on. I'm gonna. Hey. Factually speaking, the same people that are on UNIROCktv are not subscribed to UNIROCK2 because I earned these subs off of my videos that I posted here. I only had a couple thousand subs that came from UNIROCktv. That's a fact. That's proven. So we have to add it. 33 plus 20. What is that, Navy? 53.
53.
Right?
53,000.
Oh,
yeah.
Oh my God, I forgot. I have another channel. I've got another one called ROCKALOT. Let's see. Hold on. What are we at? 50, what were we at? 50 what? 50 what? 53?
ROCKALOT 6,000.
No.
53. Yeah.
53 plus 6.17. I think we could just comfortably say that we're at 60.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
I think we could comfortably. I don't mind if he wants to add his second channel to his first channel. That's fine. But when you add my channels, it's 60, bro. I'm not even adding my other channel with more subs than I had on ROCKALOT when I started here, because I don't use it anymore. I only used it for a few months. I mean, it only had like 4,000. So, you know, with 4,000 subs, we don't need to add that. We don't need to add that. Hey, Dolly, do me a favor, Dolly. Hey, Dolly, do me a solid, Dolly Vision. Will you do me a solid? Will you do me a favor? Will you do me a solid, Dolly? Catch up to me when you got as many subs as me, bitch.
I don't even know.
No, I will not play that song in a situation like this. Wait, do it again, Busy. Do it again. Hey, Dolly. Hold on a second. Hey, Dolly, do me a solid. Do me a solid, bro. Catch up to me when you got as many subs as me, bitch. We got him, Navy. We got him.
Oh, they're dumb. They are literally like the group. Like, I didn't think the groups could get any dumber, but then we keep finding these people, and like the intelligence level just keeps going down and down, and it just blows my mind.
What do I always say about these people, right? I always say, people say, Uni, why do you go to stream on a smaller channel? They want me to take their dumb shit to my bigger channels because they want my attention. They don't get the benefit of my 20-some thou or 30-some, 40-some thousand subs. They don't get that benefit if I come over to this new channel and expose them. So they know about they know about my bigger channels. Though they say that and they talk that shit. Well, Dolly, I don't think knew. You're talking to somebody who has had 50,000 concurrent viewers, Dolly. You're not on my level, bro. You're not on my level. Hell, one of my streams about the Boston issue that happened back in 2017 had 33,000 concurrent viewers. So it's not just one stream, buddy. Hell, you can go down to the UNIROCK2 live stream clips and see me streaming to 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 people. Hey, Dolly, do you know why the streams about you and your friends don't get a whole bunch of viewers? It's not because of me, buddy. Oh, that has to sting, bro. Ooh, that one's got a sting. It ain't cause of me. I mean, I still pull people over here to watch the show. But the reason that when we stream about you and your friends, we don't have a whole bunch of viewers watching is because of you and your friends. What's that? No, but it is pretty funny. We got another one because he legit doesn't know, does he?
No, that's what I'm telling you. It's dumb.
How embarrassed do you think he's gonna be when one of his friends is gonna tell him, because he's gonna bitch about us to his friends. You know he is.
Oh yeah.
And you know that when he starts bitching about us, when he starts bitching about me, he's gonna be like, "That motherfucker's got like 6,000 subs. He's over there talking shit and shit." Blah, blah, blah. And they're gonna say, wait, who are you talking about? Uni? Uni don't got no 6,000 subs, bro." He'll find out. He'll find out. Make sure you guys are ready for the author of the article, Helen, I said her name wrong, to be interviewed on True Crime Rocket Science tonight, and we'll be talking about it maybe even later tonight, but probably tomorrow. I'm going to do something a little different. I'm going to do something a little different here. Paying out. You guys got your rocks just paid out? I just paid out. Okay. So I'm going to do something just a little bit different real quick. I want to talk to you guys for 2 seconds because I'm not here for drama. I'm just playing. You know, I do think it's very embarrassing to come over and try to make fun of someone because they don't have as many subs as you, just to end up being the one with less subs than me on all accounts. It's very embarrassing. But, you know, I don't give a shit, man. I've been doing this for a long time. And, you know, when you're in high school and you get out of high school and you notice that in high school, there's all this like weird drama that's relating to people, right? They always want to rate themselves based on all these superficial things when they have this kind of kid drama, right? I already paid the rocks, by the way, guys, so you don't have to keep spamming chat unless you want to. But it's like that with YouTube. When you first come to YouTube, you are overwhelmed and scared and nervous, and you feel compared to other people. You feel that you're not as good as the people with bigger subs, or you feel like people that are, once you grow some subs, you're like, oh, you do. Even I did. You look at me now and you're like, oh yeah, whatever, Uni. No, seriously. You will even start to think you're a little bit better than somebody because they got less subs than you. And that's why he acted like that. It's the only thing he has to make himself feel good or feel better about who he is. He rates a lot of his ego, a lot of himself to his sub count, obviously. And so he thinks that he can he feels like we've put him down. And I will never make fun of somebody for being demonetized. I won't, because I know what it feels like. Okay. But when I was demonetized, I was following the rules, right? I was making $7,000, $8,000, $9,000, $10,000 a month off of ads. And I was following the rules. And you know how I made that money? By working my ass off. I did the grind. So when I had demonetization, I hadn't done anything wrong. The videos, if you watch the videos that I used to have up on that channel, they are tame. They're not bad. There's nothing wrong. You would watch them and be like, what in the world would you get demonetized for this for? But that's how it was back then. Their system was messed up. YouTube apologized to me. I've shown all of this on streams, on uploads, and this is why I'm still here. It's why I've been here this whole time. It's why, you know, I don't go back to my main channel. It's because I feel like my creativity and my the effort that I put in for 4 years was ripped from me. And YouTube made me delete all of that work, and I felt like part of my soul was ripped away. I know that's very dramatic, but it's true. So I know what Dolly must be going through, right? But here's the thing, Dolly. I know you're not going to care or hear me. But here's the thing. What I'm saying is true. It is right. I've got way more experience than you. I'm not here to gain anything. I'm not here to, if I was here to gain, I wouldn't talk about irrelevant people. Right? And to think you've got some type of attitude having 27,000 subs, bro. You know how many times I've had 27,000 subs? More than you. But the point is, I don't think that just because he's a douche that he should lose his monetization. I think that the old YouTube where someone had to lose monetization by breaking the rules is the right way. I don't think YouTube should be able to use that. Now, I do understand that it's their platform and that it's a contract. And if they let us know that there is a bigger standard when it comes to people that are contracted through the partner program, I do think that it's right then if they make that decision to employ it. But no, I don't celebrate it. I won't. I wish people wouldn't take advantage of others and lie to others, or take advantage of small children that have lost their lives, like Summer Wells, isn't her name? I wish people wouldn't take advantage of adults that lost their lives, of tragic situations, and profit from those situations by mixing it with drama in the most disrespectful way. But that's not what I'm doing. No matter how many times a tragedy pimp, because many of them have come over here and talked their shit. None of them has failed as hard as Dolly, but people have come and talked their shit. It's true.
He's so damn stupid.
Bro, look, his feelings his ego's got to be hurt as fuck right now. So, you know, let's just be nice to the guy. I mean, shit, dude. He just embarrassed himself in front of a lot of people.
Oh, I'll be nice to him. We didn't kick him.
I know. I'm just saying that, you know, for him, not you. But here's the thing, though. You won't lower me to your drama because I'm not as low as you. I don't roll in that mud. I make content. And maybe one day when you start making content and you don't make it off the backs of dead kids and people that have been murdered, and you actually show some respect for other people, you won't face the issues that you face. But you're fucking, remember, Dolly, I got more subs than you. You're not on my level. Come talk to me when you're on my level, buddy. I'll be nice. You don't have to hit 40,000 subs, because that's what my main channel was at when I stopped uploading there. You got to hit 33,000 because that's what it's at now.